something astonishing? We hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja, California, where everyone is always welcome.
I mean, I'd like to go fast. As soon as I moved from Brooklyn, New York to Florida, and my neighbor had a bicycle with an engine on it, which I'd never seen in Brooklyn, and got on that, and that was my need for speed. Never stopped from that moment. I love going fast. Baja, for off-roading, is a special place. I consider this like heaven on earth.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Experience the ADS advantage. Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. See, ADS doesn't just build world-class race shocks. We can also outfit your off-road rig with billet suspension components, like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
I mean, I'd like to go fast. As soon as I moved from Brooklyn, New York to Florida, and my neighbor had a bicycle with an engine on it, which I'd never seen in Brooklyn, and I got on that, and that was my need for speed. Never stopped from that moment. I love going fast. Baja, for off-roading, is a special place. I consider this like heaven on earth.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Experience the ADS advantage, Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. See, ADS doesn't just build world-class race shocks. We can also outfit your off-road rig with billet suspension components like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
The ultimate adventure tool with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja, California, where everyone is always welcome.
I mean, I'd like to go fast. As soon as I moved from Brooklyn, New York to Florida, and my neighbor had a bicycle with an engine on it, which I'd never seen in Brooklyn, and got on that, and that was my need for speed. Never stopped from that moment. I love going fast. Baja, for off-roading, is a special place. I consider this like heaven on earth.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Experience the ADS advantage. Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. See, ADS doesn't just build world-class race shocks. We can also outfit your off-road rig with billet suspension components like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Good morning and welcome to the BFGoodrich Tires 56 Score Baja 500. I'm your host, Brandon Johnson. I'll be covering all of the exhilarating off-road action happening in Ensenada today. And with me today as well is ATV, UTV 5-time Pro Score champion and multiple 1,000 finisher, Wes Miller. As always, good to see you, my friend.
Glad to be here.
Good. And a little bit later, we'll also have Heidi Steele. She'll be joining us. So, my friend, off we go. 259 teams, 22 more than last year. The bikes got off at 2:30 this morning. We've already got a battle. We're just going to shove you guys right into the Baja 500. How are we looking so far?
Yeah, so the bikes started this morning. They've been racing through the night.
Yep.
And we've got a really good battle going on here. The top 4 bikes are all really close together. And take a look at the leaderboard here.
Now, last time we checked, we had Solace out front.
Yeah, so you got the 11X of Arturo Solace is out front. He is 30 seconds ahead of 9X of
Let's go
Austin
to,
Eddy.
real quick, I'm just going to go to the starting order, and we're going to take a look at that and see what we got going on there. Let's see, starting grid, we've got Arturo Salas, followed by Austin Eddy in the 9X bike, Fernando Beltran in 3rd, Eric Holt in 4th, Justin Morgan in 5th, Bryce Stavron, the 25X bike, Adrian Ortiz in 7th, Grant Cowell, 64X, and Austin Farley in 9th. So a couple really strong teams going there. Again, that first 6 or 7 are just going to be battling. You were saying earlier, the top 4 are really just at each other's heels right now.
Yeah, so you've got the top 4 are really close. Arturo Salas is out front, and then Eddie is right now 32 seconds back. You got Justin Morgan is 1.6 seconds back.
Wow.
So that's a heck of a battle going right there.
Fantastic.
And then Beltran is 2.1 seconds. And that was, so a big thing that we've got going on here is our new timing system.
Yes.
And that's really exciting because we get these times now versus just watching the trackers.
Yeah.
And this is something that's powered by Optima. Really cool. We had it during qualifying, and then now we've got it for the race, and it seems like it's working perfect. So they just came through race mile 112 was where we had a time.
Well, we actually got some bikes going through Ojos, so let's take a look at that really quick before we jump in. Here we go. The first bike's going through Ojos. So here are the split times, and you were speaking earlier, Wes, about our incredible new kind of history-making timing system powered by Optima batteries. In the Pro Moto Unlimited Race Mile 37, you got Salas 43:10.543, followed by Austin Eddy, just right behind him. That's a little bit over 32.32 seconds, followed by Beltran, then Morgan, Holt, Ortiz, Farley, Cowell, and Stavron. Yeah, again, to your point, the first 4 are just right on top of each other. Really exciting.
Yeah, and that was through race mile 37.
Going through 37.
So now they've actually gone through the next timing point. So we have another update. But yeah, they're really stacked up. Some people that were just watching the videos there, they might be wondering, hey, why were those guys going so slow?
Yeah.
Coming through Ojos there, they're actually in a speed zone.
Okay.
So you're in a 37 mile an hour speed zone. That's why they weren't totally on the gas there.
Right.
So, and for people that aren't familiar with what a speed zone is, basically areas like that where you have traffic congestion, for spectator safety, the competitor safety, they'll have speed zones. So you're made to go 37 miles an hour through there, and if you speed, you can be penalized.
Now, some of these, when the trucks go through, they're calibrated at a certain level, so they hopefully they won't go over. If they do, they get a penalty, right? Much trickier on a bike.
Yeah. So the trophy trucks, some of your higher end race cars, they actually have a governor, so you can hold it full throttle. Versus on a dirt bike or a quad, your hand is doing it for you,
Right
so you got to do it on your own.
Well, we got a clip here from yesterday. Andy Kirker caught up with the 11X bike, and let's talk about their experience so far.
What's up, Andy? Hey, how you doing? Good. Hey, down here at the Baja 500 with last race winner Arturo Salas on the 11X. And you ready to rock and roll tomorrow?
Yes, sir, absolutely. We're ready to get off the start at 2 a.m.
Are you starting on the bike?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. And how far are you going to take it?
First to Alamo. I'm going to get off at Alamo and have Carter pound some miles after that.
Okay. Are you getting back on again?
Mike's Loop.
Mike's Loop?
Yep.
And your newly announced teammate, Karen Naren, is getting on when?
After Mike's Loop.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Some of the race secrets right there. So we wish you best of luck, man.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Andy.
Awesome. Super appreciate Andy Kirker and all he's doing. He's going to be bringing us some more clips as well throughout the day. I know we got Scott Harden. He's down there. He was posting some cool stuff at like 3:48 this morning. So people are hyped. This is good. You know, one thing I was thinking about, obviously the Baja 1000 is the Super Bowl of it all, and San Felipe kicks it off. But there's something special, I think, about the 500. Why are people so excited? We got 22 more teams than we had last year. What is it about the 500?
I think if you talk to a lot of competitors, a lot of them are going to say that the Baja 500 is actually their favorite race.
That's the one.
Because you get a mix of everything. You start in Ensenada, so you're on the coast. You go over to San Felipe. You get some of the San Felipe desert. But there's just a good blend of going through the mountains, tight, twisty, technical trails, as well as wide open desert.
Mm-hmm.
So it just kind of has it all. And then the 500, it's a little bit more of a fun distance, you know, like
exactly.
Like it's still done in a reasonable amount of time, whereas the Baja 1000 is kind of more grueling. It's tougher on the competitors, your crew, all of that. So the 500 is just a really fun race.
You're clocking about 483 miles. It's 500. We'll round up.
You know, so it's
awesome.
You know, say if you're averaging 50 miles an hour, so it's over in 10 hours, 12 hours for some of the teams. So yeah, it's a more manageable time.
Yeah, exactly. It's starting at 2 a.m. for some, but you know, that's how it goes.
Well, relative terms here.
Yeah, exactly,
So,
exactly, relative terms. How are things, you know, going back to this new tracking system or timing tracking? You can track in real time, obviously. And has anything changed since they've gone through? Do we have anything new?
No, you know, they're a little ways out from the next timing loop.
I mean, what makes this so imperative and so important and really groundbreaking, the first time that we've ever had any kind of technology like this, is sometimes when we go on our trackers, you guys have watched, sometimes they're not pinging, the responders aren't going off, we're a little bit behind, so we don't always know. Now we can. We're getting split times for the first time in Baja history, thanks to Optima batteries on that one.
Yeah, and just so people know, the first timing point is at race mile 37.
Yep.
And then they're generally 50 to 70 miles apart. So we've got 112, 184, 245, 294, and so on.
And we do have split times from race mile 112 as well coming up. Here we go, Pro Moto, split times here. Salas still out front, 231.29, followed by Eddie, just a little bit behind, 3 seconds. Jay Morgan, Beltran, Holt, and Ortiz. Those are your top 6 right now. And those are going to be our probably strong contenders throughout this competition.
Yeah, those guys are all within striking distance of each other.
Yep.
You know, I think one thing with this race, the course is tight and technical, and it's dusty. So in the nighttime, there's no reason to go too crazy and try to push too hard. You know, so I think all these guys are going to run a fairly conservative pace, let the race play out, and then, you know, maybe the last 200 miles, then see where you're at and throw it down from there.
We talk a lot about this too, going from nighttime into day as you're competing and you're going, and then you have to do possibly a new visor selection as the sun starts coming up. What does that kind of do to the overall spirit, though, as the sun starts coming up? Does it wake you up in many different ways?
Yeah.
It
definitely does. You know, in the night, you can only drive what you can see or ride what you can see.
Right.
You know, so for these guys, they'll probably have clear goggles on at night and then go to like an amber lens or something during the day, I would think. That's what I always preferred.
Sure.
But when you get into the daytime, then you have more references. So at night, you can just see what your lights are lighting up unless the moon's really bright.
Right.
During the day, you can see the mountains and you have more reference marks. So you have a better idea of where you're at on the course, and you can push a little bit harder.
Love it, love it. Well, we got some cool social videos from social media. Let's go take a look and see what we got going on. Wow. Well, to your point, I mean, it's dark out there, and when you're coming through these areas where you got a lot of the fans and the teams and crews and everybody, you can see a little bit more. But I mean, that last clip, it wasn't holding back at all.
Yeah, and you can see the dust too. And so in the first, I'd say all the way to the summit, it's pretty tight. It's going to be dusty. It's hard to make any passes in there.
Right.
So I think it's going to be fairly single file really all the way to the summit.
Okay.
Then once you come out of the summit, get over into San Felipe, it opens up more. There's more lines. At that point, we'll probably start seeing some more passes happen.
Cool. Yeah, and in a little bit, we'll also go through the course map and give you guys an idea of what everybody's facing today. Going back to social media, again, if you guys are out there and you want to tag @Score International, we always love seeing what's going on in real time as well. So any videos, any photos, anything like that, that's always super special for us to see as well. As of right now, nothing too new. Again, with the motos, they're still going. We've still have our top three advancing here. Oh,
yeah.
Our tracker just refreshed.
Yeah, so basically they're all coming into the area that we call the summit.
Right.
So this is a really rocky area where you're crossing over from Valle de Trinidad area through the mountains and then going over to kind of the San Felipe side. So it's still dark right now, so the temperatures aren't real bad. That's one of the reasons I think they started the bike so early.
Yeah.
So they can get through the San Felipe side. Because over near like La Ventana and Saldana, which is at the base of, it's a little south of Mexicali. There's a dry lake bed there.
Yep.
Yeah, you can have temps 110, 115 degrees this time of year. So you want to kind of get the competitors through there before it gets too hot.
What would you say is going to be the most challenging section of this course so far, or coming up throughout this whole day? What's the one that you're like, okay, this is where I really got to focus?
Yeah,
the whole thing.
Yeah, there's a lot. In speaking with the competitors, guys pre-running, from what I understand, the course is really tore up, and there's a lot of exposed rocks and a lot of rain ruts. So this course, I think patience is really going to pay off.
Yeah.
You want to not push too hard, and because there's just a lot of gotchas, versus San Felipe where you can just kind of run it wide open. This course, you want to be conservative, run a good pace, but no mistakes.
We'll get into this a little bit further on, but I mean, we saw in qualifying it was crazy. You want to talk about people taking risks, going for it. I mean, qualifying was something else a couple days ago.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, anyone that didn't watch qualifying, it was
you missed out.
Pretty exciting. And, luckily there's a couple guys that had some pretty big incidents there, and luckily everyone's okay. We talked to those guys yesterday, got updates on them, and, we're glad to say that everyone is all right. But, I mean, there's some close calls.
There were.
I think what it really shows is this course, I think, is going to be hard to pass, track position is going to be key for all the classes all day. And I think the guys knew that, and that's why they were really trying to throw it down during qualifying.
For sure, for sure. Well, speaking of qualifying, let's take a look at what went down with a recap.
McNeil off to the side. Looks like he maybe hit the same. Oh, he's missing a whole front corner now. Well, there you go. A little bit of a 90-second clip of what went down, and we saw, well, I think really, you know, we heard Nick Eisenhower talk about that the McNeil crash, and we had a chance to talk to Jason yesterday. I called him, and he was giving us kind of a rundown of what really what went down with all of that, and essentially it was kind of a miscommunication with his notes on his team. There are certain sections in qualifying that they had already kind of identified where you're going to punch it or where you're not. And it got swapped in this particular corner, and he gunned it when he didn't need to gun it, and unfortunately, you know, suffered a pretty intense wreck, sore neck, sore back, sore ribs. At one moment, Toby Price, an Australian, came over to him and said, yeah, mate, you might want to go get that leg checked out. He said he took it's like almost taking an ice cream scooper and scooping it out of a watermelon. He got 6 stitches, but he was up. He was at contingency yesterday. He was walking around. He's a tough guy.
Yeah, they stuffed it pretty hard. So when they do the qualifying course, they don't let the competitors know what the course is going to be right until you're going to start. So you don't have the opportunity to pre-run, and you get 1 sight lap. So basically, when you go out there and do your sight lap, you're trying to take as many notes as you can. And in speaking with Jason, it sounded like there was where this dip was, the course doubles back, and he thinks that it was close enough that their notes got mixed up between the two. So when they came over this blind rise and there was a dip, he thought that was one that he didn't have to check up for, and that was actually the one that you really had to check up for.
Oh, man.
So, you know, I asked him, how fast do you think you were going when you hit that? And because he flies off that downside and goes straight into the upside. And he said he was probably going about 70, 75, but he should have been going about 45.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, that's pretty massive.
Yeah, luckily he was okay. The cut on his knee, when you hit like that, your legs come up into the dash really hard. And yeah, you hit the underside of the dash, which cut his leg. But other than that, he said, you know, his neck and back were a little bit sore, but he was okay. You know, there was another team, Mick Mager.
Well, the Australians.
The Australian team, they hit really hard there. Not quite as hard as McNeil, but
enough to get one of them helivac, the other guy got an ambulance.
Yeah, and you know, originally they thought that their backs
start a race getting going here
were broken, but they ended up being okay.
Thank God.
You know, relatively. I think they're a little sore.
They're sore. They're up moving around.
And then we also saw James Dean, who rolled the 19 Industries truck, and I talked to him. Because that just seemed like such a weird crash. And, you know, because he got loose around the corner and then barrel rolled. Just tumbled. Yeah, he just said that he wasn't sure if he should stay in it or let off. But if he let off, he thought it would catch and barrel roll. If he stayed in it, he ended up
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, it was just a tough situation. You know, one of the things that we really saw in qualifying was the domination of the mid-engine all-wheel drive trucks.
Right.
And that 19 Industries truck is a two-wheel drive. And so he was trying to crack the top 10 in a two-wheel drive, so he was really pushing it. And that Joe Gibbs motor, they have that thing tuned pretty powerful. They're probably getting the most horsepower out of those of any of the trucks.
Yeah.
And I think it was just kind of a perfect storm of trying to push it, trying to get as much horsepower out of that car as possible, and he just got a little more wheel spin than he thought and ended up on his lid.
And this is the first time that we're doing qualifying in the 500 as well. Everyone's got to qualify now for 2024. So it was, it's interesting just seeing everybody. Again, it's strategy, and you were talking earlier how imperative and important it is for some of these competitors position-wise. So they really want to get that. They want to be up front, 1, 2, 3 at the most, right?
Track position is going to be really important here. I think, man, the trophy truck race is going to be awesome. You guys are going to really want to watch this race today because you've got some real killers up front with Toby Price and Ampudia. Those guys push it, but then you also have Polvarde, Menzies, McMillan.
Right.
Yeah, it's a stacked field. This is gonna be an awesome race.
For sure. Well, we can't wait for that whole thing to kick in, but until we get to that, let's go back and take a look at how the San Felipe 250 shook out. The King Shark's 76-score San Felipe 250 attracted some of the finest drivers and teams in the off-road racing community. The race began with a flurry of engines roaring to life as competitors sped off into the desert, kicking up massive dust clouds in their wake. In the trophy truck class, Alan Ampudia was the top qualifier and powered his way in a time of 5 minutes 49.5 seconds. Followed closely by Bryce Menzies, last year's overall winner, and Toby Price as the top 3 qualifiers. As the race unfolded, fierce battles emerged, with drivers pushing their vehicles to the absolute limit. Pursuing Ampudia closely all day long were several top-score trophy truck racers, including defending race champion Luke McMillan, defending season point champion Bryce Menzies, Toby Price, Christopher Polvarde, Tavo Vidosola Jr., Cameron Steele, and Kevin Thompson. Moving up one spot from last year's finish, Mexico's popular Alan Ampudia rocked Mexico's northern Baja desert and rolled to an extremely impressive victory, defeating a strong field of 270 official starters in Saturday's King Shark's 37-score San Felipe 250. Luke McMillan, after qualifying in 4th, overcame some vehicle issues early on and climbed back to 2nd place at the end, finishing just over 8 minutes behind. Finishing 3rd overall in score trophy truck was Mexico's Tavo Vidosola Jr. 9th overall and winning his trophy truck spec class was Las Vegas's 3rd-gen desert racer Thor Herbst, getting him back-to-back wins at the San Felipe 250. Winning the score TT Legend class for the 3rd straight year in San Felipe was Mexico's veteran score champion racer Gustavo Vidosola Sr., who continues his epic winning streak in the Legends class. Earning another major score race win, Las Vegas's 3rd-generation desert racing champion Caden McCachran drove the fastest UTV in the race, defeating a score record 68 UTVs in 5 classes in this year's battle. The San Felipe 250 showcased some truly unforgettable performances. We marveled at the precise skill of those who navigated treacherous rocky terrain. In the end, it was a battle against the clock as drivers approached the finish line, their determination unwavering. And so, as we bid farewell to the San Felipe 250, we salute these incredible drivers, their unwavering determination, and their passion for the sport. But the stage is set as we move to more heart-pounding action and unforgettable moments in the thrilling world of off-road racing with the BFGoodrich Tires 56-score Baja 500. Wow, what a 250 it was. I mean, I think it was the fastest San Felipe we've ever had with average speeds at 70 miles an hour or so.
Over 70.
Over 70.
Yeah.
Over 70.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the starting grid. Sorry. We'll flip into this. Okay, so for the Baja 500, we've got Toby Price in first, Alan Impudia in second, Christopher Polvardi in third, followed by Bryce Menzies in fourth, Tavo Vidosola in fifth, Luke McMillan in the 83 truck, followed by Justin Lofton, Gustavo Vidosola Sr. in the 1L truck, Kevin Thompson in ninth, and Ruben Torres in 10th. There's your top 10 for the trophy trucks. Again, shout out. Powered by Optima batteries. We're loving that. We're going to have some great timing, accurate timing throughout this entire competition today. And then as we were watching that video, Wes, you were just talking about some of the kind of tragic moments that happened with Toby Price and Chris Polvardi.
Yeah, so watching the highlights from San Felipe, and I think it really sets up for this race, is Toby Price led the majority of that race and had a heartbreaking mechanical failure about 15 miles from the finish. So, I mean, he could see San Felipe.
Yeah,
he'd been leading almost the whole race, and they lost a bolt in their right front control arm, which is kind of a freak thing. And, Toby had done a really good job. Now he's fastest qualifier. Impudia was right with him and kept him honest through all of the 250. Now he's second. So you got the top two guys from the 250 now are running 1-2 off the start of the 500. Polvardi also ran a really strong race, and he lost a rear drive shaft a couple miles from the finish, and actually finished with only front wheel drive, which was pretty amazing. Still ended up, I think, 7th.
Yeah.
But he probably would have been second. So, Polvardi is a young gun that's been in there. He qualified third.
Amazing.
So the 500 is really shaping up, and there's a lot of kind of things happened right at the finish of the San Felipe 250 that shook up the finishing results.
Right.
And I want to see how that plays out. Can Toby have a clean run? Because I think if Toby has a clean run, he's going to be really tough to beat.
Right.
But you got Impudia and Toby. Are they going to push too hard? And
what about Bryce?
Well, and on a course like this, are they going to make a mistake? If you get a flat or anything, that could cost you the race.
Tavo.
And then you're going to have Polvardi. You got Tavo in there. You got Luke right there.
For sure.
That if I were in their shoes, I think you want to just kind of lay there, keep that pressure on Toby and Alan. But don't push too hard. Let
them make the mistakes.
Let them make the mistake.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
If you get to the last 100 miles and you're there and you're close, but the other thing too, they're starting behind them, so they actually could finish in their dust and still win on adjusted time.
True.
So it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I kept thinking too, we had such an aggressive San Felipe, and then we see what happened in qualifying, and I was like, what's in the air this year? These guys are just going for it. But anyways, I digress. It's time to get into the Baja 500. We're about to start here. Looks like we got the 46 truck ready to go, or getting ready, getting set.
As always, super technical this year.
Slight little glitch here, but we will definitely get down to Ensenada here in a second. Got Alan Impudia, his cam. Toby Price is set and ready to go. We can see a little overcast, but I think that's going to break, and we'll have a beautiful day, hopefully. Great day for racing. Here we go, 7, 6, the countdown begins.
BFGoodrich tires, Can-Am, Alpine Stars, and Dixon.
And that green flag's getting ready to go.
This is number 46, your top qualifier, Toby Price.
I think Toby's due for some good luck.
I think so too.
Next to the line and
here
second
we go.
Qualifier from Ensenada. Driving for Toyo Tires, Monster Energy, La Familia, KMC Wheels, OMP, Papas and Beer, King Shocks, Jackson, California Fuels and Lubricants, 4WP, Divine Flavor, Vision Canopies, RPI, Baja Designs, K&N Filters, Lucas Oil, number 10, Alan Impudia.
Explain the serve.
This is Christopher Polvardi. Christopher's been on point. Oh no, he didn't show up. This is Bryce Menzies leaving the line out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Fourth off the line is Tavo Vidosola. two-time SCORE World Desert Champion out of El Cajon. The beast is unleashed. And up next out of Lockney, Texas, driving for All Beef Ranch.
Okay, here we go. Well, the trophy trucks are up and running, and so we're just at a point right now where the signal's a little unstable down there. So we'll just we'll chat, reminisce here a little bit, but.
Well, and that's the ceremonial start that they're doing in downtown Ensenada, you know, right on the waterfront in front of the convention center.
Yep.
But they actually have a speed zone, and they're escorted out to the bypass highway where the actual real race starts.
Where it really begins.
So right now it's kind of, we're still waiting for the real action to start happening.
Exactly. For the blood to start pumping. But we got a nice crowd down there. People are excited as always, ready to go. We got Rat down there doing his thing as well, and got some green. There we go. That looks like might have been top.
And you were talking about it being overcast. Generally in Ensenada this time of year, it's going to be overcast there.
Yep.
And then once you get up to Ojos is where it'll clear, because that's where you kind of get in the mountains and the fog stacks up there.
Got you.
And then from there it's clear.
Good stuff.
In another Mason Motorsports built machine, number 89 out of Comfort, Texas.
In fact, sometimes near the coast like this, the fog's so bad, you'll get a lot of moisture on your screen, and if it's dusty, or your shield,
can't see.
and if it's dusty, well, it almost makes mud. So that can be a problem, and it is something that along the coast as well later on they may be dealing with.
In another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive machine out of El Cajon, number 23, Dan McMillan. And Dan is on course. Next up, number 82 out of Beaumont, California, Sam Baldy. Hailing from Banny, California, machine number 85, Mikey Lawrence. His uncle also in a 19 Industries built SCORE trophy truck out of Banning, California, number 85L, Clay Lawrence.
Once again, a little choppy. Sometimes Baja wins, but we'll get it sorted. But again, good to see this stuff is going. And oh, never mind, and we're back.
Sorry, that was David Payne. Up next is Clay Lawrence. Out of Sylvan Lake, Alberta, Canada, number 58 in that Racer Engineering JBS built machine, Tracy Graff. The young gun looking for that top spot in that Ford Power Planet SCORE trophy truck, number 33, Roberto Romo Jr. With that Ram-powered SCORE trophy truck, number 87 out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Dallas Luttrell. Mr. Off-Road Warehouse himself out of Manhattan Beach, California, number 65L, Greg Adler. Another 19 Industries built SCORE trophy truck, number 19, out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Tim Herbst. Making his way from Denver, Colorado, in the Mango Racing truck, number 45, Gary Magnus. Out of Marana, Arizona, number 9, Ethan Ebert. Normally we start these guys at 1-minute intervals. They are fast. Today he's in that factory-backed Honda Score Trophy truck. Up next out of Huntington Beach in the Jimco-built Score Trophy truck, number 28, Ryan Daniel. Sitting in the Toyota out of San Diego, California, number 72, Aaron Celicio. In this Brenthel's Industries Brenthel Race Trucks machine out of La Cresta, California, number 27, Jonathan Brenthel. In another Brenthel Industries truck out of Hilliard, Ohio, number 99L, Sean Runyon. This next driver is out of Chatsworth, California, number 67L, Paul Kraus. Next up is a head Chongo Monkey Business Racing, number 25L out of Cedar Hills, Texas, Mark Winkleman. Now we're moving into Class 1. A previous World Desert Champion out of Long Beach, California, number 153, Bad Brad Wilson. And last year's Score World Desert Champion in Class 1 out of Apple Valley, California, 168, Cody.
All right, so here's the Pro Moto Unlimited at race mile 112. Currently, we've got Solace in the 11X bike in first, followed by Eddie in 9X, Morgan Team 7X, Beltran 8 in the 8X bike in fourth, Holt in fifth, Ortiz in sixth, Cowell in 7th, Farley in 8th, and Stavron. Followed by Sportsman Quad at race mile 37, Yertes Jr. In first, followed by Talamontes in second, Lopez in third, Esquivia. Help me out on that one, buddy. Esquiavias?
Esquivias.
Esquivias, okay, thank you. He's in fourth.
I think.
De La Torre in fifth. Oh, we're moving right along here. Race mile, we got first in Valencia in first. Okay. Wow, we're just jumping around today, keeping us on our feet. Very good.
We're trying to make sure you got your Spanish down.
Apparently so. I'm going to have to do my vocal warm-ups next time. Taking a look here right now, take us through, Wes. You know, you've done this so many times. What is it like sitting in there, watching that countdown go, then it goes green? Take us through a driver's mindset in that moment.
Yeah, so I think the more experienced you are, like, you really don't get as nervous. You still get a little bit of butterflies, but realistically, this is a ceremonial start right here. So I would be totally calm right here, because you've got speed zone out to the bypass where you actually do the real start. Then once you do the real start, that's where your adrenaline gets going.
For sure.
You know, but for the guys that this is their first race or they haven't done this a lot,
oh yeah,
their butterflies are definitely going. You got the crowd there. You know, this is the Baja 500, probably one of the biggest races they've ever done in their life.
For sure.
And you have the butterflies going.
I think that's more to the point too, is just understanding I think understanding like what you're about to enter, right? It's not so much just blasting off the green light. It's like, okay, but what I've got in front of me, how am I mentally prepared? And have I done my homework? Is everything set? Is the vehicle running right? Like, those are the things I think would be going through my mind, right? But it sounds like if you're experienced, you're good to go.
Yeah, you know, and preparation for desert racing is key. So if you've got the experience and you've done all your pre-running, your team is good to go, you've practiced your pit stops, then that you have that confidence going into it, you know, and I think that really dictates your nerve level.
Got you. All right, let's go back to Rhett and check out the spec trucks.
So it sounds like we're going to give him, I'm not really sure why, but we're going to give him a 3-minute gap. But that's Justin Davis, the Green Army Toyo Tires Rigid Lights machine. He's also sponsored by Laurence, Jamar, Buggy Whip, and Vision Race Wheels. Keeping those tires planted on the ground. We've seen Justin Davis, so many wins across the board from Class 10 to Class 1. Yet this Score Trophy truck, top of the box, has eluded him. But he is a driver. I like to call him Superman. He's always calm, cool, collected till that green flag drops. And up next, this is Justin Davis, number 285. Now we're on to our local boy out of Ensenada in that Mason Motorsports Score Trophy truck, number 297, Jorge Sampitro. But that's 263, so it doesn't look like Jorge made it. That's EJ Herbst out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Jorge must have had some issues. We had some fuel issues down here, so some of the drivers are running a little bit late. EJ Herbst is on course. Up next out of Torrance, California, number 258, Maverick Gaunt. He's driving that Geyser-built Score Trophy truck, driving for Smiley Motorsports, Geyser Brothers, Walker Performance, Raceline Wheels, and EBCO. The calm before the storm, and Gaunt is on course. And another one of these 19 Industries. Herbst Motorsports trucks out of Las Vegas, Nevada, 219, Thor Herbst. Got that big green M. Monster Energy sponsors the whole Herbst team. Third generation racers. And Thor is going green. Out of El Cajon, California, in a Tisco truck, number 242, Connor McNeil. Teaming up with Bryce Swaim. Out of Highland, Utah, I call him the crazy cowboy. He is a handful in that 19 Industries built truck, number 282, Brent Fox. I believe that's Brooke.
Well, you heard Rad earlier kind of alluding to fuel issues and stuff, and about a week ago, I saw Chris Polvardi do something on his social medias talking about how there's a real almost crisis with fuel down here. People are late showing up. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, from what I understand, there was some protests going on at a refinery in Rosarito.
Is that what it was? Okay.
And that was causing fuel shortages in Tijuana, Rosarito, and Tecate.
Yikes.
Which maybe that's affecting the competitors. I haven't heard a lot of people bringing that up. Okay. So that's a little new news to me, but maybe it is an issue right now.
Well, hopefully it's not for a lot of these competitors. Hopefully, I mean, it seems like everybody's good to go, and they've been doing their pre-runs, they've been doing their qualifying.
I would think your top teams are going to have their fuel situations handled.
Yeah.
You're not going to put all the time and effort into pre-running and being down here ready to race a race like this and not have your fuel. Like they would get it figured out one way or another. And, companies like VP, they bring the race fuel down for the racers too. So that's actually not even dictated by a refinery down there. That's race fuel that's being trucked down into Mexico.
Hope he had one of those. It's going to be a long day.
Okay. Well, while the trucks are taking off here, let's take a look. Let's go to social media stuff and see what's happening with the bikes right now. Well, speaking of fuel there, we saw the 236 bike getting all fueled up, off it goes. And again, one of the things that we spoke about a little bit earlier was our new timing system powered by optimabatteries. And so we're going to bring up a map for you guys to show you where these timing points actually are. And here we go. We saw earlier race mile 37. And Wes, if you want to chat a little bit more about what we're seeing.
Yeah, so we had the bikes come through race mile 112. That was our last timing point that we had them come through. We've got the 11X of Arturo Salas is getting relatively close to the next one at race mile 184. That's, I call that area kind of La Ventana. And the lead bikes are all out of the summit now, so they're on the San Felipe side. It's all pretty high speed over there. So I think they're gonna get through the section quick, and we should see them at race mile 184 coming through that timing loop fairly quickly. And that'll give us some updates on the actual split times. Because the tracker was showing the 11X with a pretty good lead over the 9X. But the way those update, we can't always count on them.
Exactly. And so talk about why this is such a monumental breakthrough for timing for us.
Yeah, so what's really cool is having the timing points powered by Optima is that gives us kind of real timing and real intel. The tracking's great, but
it's not always 100%.
It's not a perfect science.
Right.
So
and now we got it.
With the timing, we're actually getting legit times. Back in the day, we would have our pit crews where we had visuals, actually writing notes, and I would have a spreadsheet with the time differentials, where we started, and you'd have people doing some serious math to try to figure out where you were. Now with this timing, it's awesome because it does it for you.
Now, what else is another addition that's really cool is you'll see at the bottom of your screen the ticker. Right now we're taking a look at all the bikes right now, and later at one point you'll have the trophy trucks and stuff. But this is another great opportunity to see how fast they're going and where they are.
Yeah. So if you look at the ticker down there, it shows their race mile, the speed that they're going, and how long it's been since the last time they pinged.
Right.
So, if it says 0 minutes, you're getting some pretty good information there. Some of those were saying 71 minutes or so.
Yeah,
so I'm kind of thinking that maybe they might be out of the race or something's going on with their tracker that is not updating. Because most of these are 1 minute, 0 minutes.
Right.
So, yeah, definitely the guy that had 71 minutes, something was going on there. But yeah, having all of this information is awesome, and I think for the spectators at home, this is really giving you guys a good play-by-play of what's going on in the race.
It's pretty incredible, and really hats off to our entire team here, and again, shout out to Optima Batteries for bringing all this new technology. Incrementally, every race gets more and more exciting, but because it's getting exciting is because of this new technology, and we're able to give our fans, everybody, a whole perspectives that we never saw before, accurate timing. It's just getting more and more pro.
And this isn't a 1 mile track in a speedway that we're trying to do this on.
Exactly.
This is a almost 500-mile loop through the desert of Baja in very remote areas. So technology like Starlink, the Starstream that we've got with the in-car, that's pretty awesome too. Now this timing, it's really up in the game for the coverage that we're allowed to provide, and really kind of show people what it's like to be doing these races, because it's gnarly out there. And
nobody really ever, all we could go by was what these drivers went through and like word of mouth. But now we're really getting a front row visceral experience.
It's exciting to see this progress, because I think a few years from now, it's just going to be awesome watching these.
Yeah. All right, folks. Well, we're going to pause to pay some bills. We'll go to commercial. But when we come back, there is more Baja 500 coming right up.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Experience the ADS advantage. Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. See, ADS doesn't just build world-class race shocks. We can also outfit your off-road rig with billet suspension components, like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension.
Hey, if you're looking for some good dirt in the off-road industry, what's happening in the racing, all the different classes, check out Score Journal. They are always covering all the different aspects of the current events and giving tech tips.
Make sure you read the Score Journal. It's the best magazine out there and it keeps you up to date with all Baja races.
Hey, Score Journal. It's the best way to get your news, get your information, catch up on all the off-road gossip.
I want to remind you guys, take a look and give a read to the Score Journal, the best place to pick up any news that's going on down here in Baja.
All right, friends, welcome back to the BFGoodrich Tires 56 Score Baja 500. Brandon Johnson along with Wes Miller. In the break here, Wes, we were just talking about this, the top 10 trophy trucks, all-wheel drive versus, we got Cameron Steele, I think at 13th you said. So talk about that battle of that kind of power out the gate of the first top 10.
Well, I mean, something that I felt like out of qualifying was a pretty telling story is just the dominance of the all-wheel drive trucks,
right,
and especially the mid-engine all-wheel drive Masons. Out of the top, Rob McCachran was the first non-Mason with a front-engine all-wheel drive Jimco, and he qualified 11th.
Wow!
So your top 10 were all Mason trucks, and what's kind of happening here is so many of the top teams, they're so equal now because they're all in the same truck.
Right.
And so you've got to be looking for these little edges that you can get, so.
And what do you think that is?
Well,
what could that edge be?
Well, so in speaking with Jason Hurd and some other people, he was kind of letting me know, like say Toby Price, he has a different cooling system on his torque converter. And in these all-wheel drive trucks, the torque converter temps really kind of dictate how hard you can push.
Okay.
And he felt like that Toby having that gave him a little bit of advantage, which allows him to qualify so well. So there are things going on here of when you got everybody in the same truck, you're kind of showing up to the fight with the same weapon.
Yeah.
And so you got to come up with these little tricks to gain advantages here and there.
Right, right.
And so one of those is keeping the truck cool, keeping your torque converter temps down.
Which I think could be challenging for Mr. Price, not one to ever back off.
Yeah, I do think the Aussies have a very aggressive driving style generally, but Toby's a very talented driver, obviously comes from a very long background of racing dirt bikes, very successful. And, I think he knows what it takes to win. It just, I think they just haven't had the luck, really, because sometimes in a long race like this,
right,
you've got the preparation, you've got the skill, and you just need a little bit of luck to take the checkers and, and get that win.
For sure.
So it'll be interesting to see if he can run a clean race. He's going to have clean air.
Yeah.
And track position is going to be really important. So if he doesn't make any mistakes, I don't see anybody passing him.
All right. More will be revealed, folks. Well, for almost over 4 hours, 15 minutes, the bikes have been underway. And we've got a great video from Scott Harden from earlier this morning. Let's roll that.
Hey everybody, Scott Harden here. We're out at Ojos Negros, about mile marker 37 off the start of the 2024 Baja 500. First 7 bikes have been through, not much changed. Seem to be keeping about the same interval they left off the start. Guys are just getting set up. This long day ahead. Should be an awesome race today. The Pro Moto Unlimited class is stacked. We got 6 or 7 bikes that are contend for the overall. Of course, we've got Arturo Salas, Klein, and Darren and the Hero team that are up there leading, trying to repeat the win from San Felipe 250. We've got the SLR team with Justin Morgan and Kruk behind them, Ortiz. A lot of really, really good teams here. All the classes are stacked. Pro Moto 40, Pro Moto 60. Should be interesting. This Ironman Pro classes, man, it's going to be a great day of racing. Crowds are building out here. We'll be reporting again the rest of the day, trying to bring you reports from the field, kind of keep you up to date what's going on the ground here. Scott Harden signing off from Ojos Negros at about 3:40 a.m.
3:40 a.m. Scott Harden's looking chirpy and good to go, and you know he's an OG. He knows what he's doing out there. Awesome, really great update from Scott. Always good to see him. Wish we could have him here, but he's like, I want to be in the action today, so I don't blame him.
I think it's really cool having him on the course, giving updates like that.
Yep, we got more to come. So speaking of the course, I think we're going to jump to a full map video, giving you guys an overview of what's in store for the Baja 500. Let's take a look at that course and see what the world's best desert racers will be battling. At a total distance of 483 miles, the racers will start in downtown Ensenada. The course runs in a clockwise direction out of and back to the start-finish line compound in Ensenada. Our drivers will begin their contest by heading out towards Ojos Negros. They will traverse southeast across Highway 3 and through El Alamo. Just before the racers hit race mile 120, we have the BFGoodrich Pit 1 for some fuel and new race tires. We hit some elevated terrain as our vehicles head up and over the famous summit. The course takes a hard right turn at Cohabuso Junction, race mile 150, sending our racers further east. The vehicles briefly take a look at Highway 5 and travel down the La Ventana access road before race mile 190. Due south, racers reach checkpoint 1 near Eolic Field and BFGoodrich Pit 2 before race mile 260. Drivers will reach the southernmost point of the race as they pass through Mike's Sky Ranch. From there, the teams will tackle more terrain heading north and then west towards the coast. Then at Llano Colorado at about race mile 355, we hit checkpoint 2. Teams pass through Irandira just before they arrive at BFG Pit 3. Some teams will do a driver change just before they head out up the coast. Heading north through Europan, we go back over the mountains, returning once again through Ojos Negros. Before we head back to Ensenada for the finish of the race. These map videos are so fantastic, and the graphics team does such a great job. You really get an idea of the vastness that you're covering and just all of the different elements that you're going to be conquering at the same time. Wes, if you want to kind of speak to a little bit of what we just saw and your own experience when you're out there.
Yeah, the thing that's cool about this course, like I was saying, is you go from one side of the Baja Peninsula to the other, and the different varying types of terrain that you go through are pretty awesome. So when you start off, you're in Ensenada, you're over on the Pacific coast, you go up into Ojos, which is through the mountains, and then it's pretty tight and technical all the way to really to the summit. You know, and around race mile 100 or so, it's really tight. The trophy trucks are literally going to be scraping the sides of their trucks. Lots of nerfing
going on? Perhaps?
Ah, man, it's going to be so dusty. I don't think that there's going to be a lot of nerfing. Okay. Well, you can't get close enough.
Got it.
Because what's going to happen here on this course, in my opinion, it's going to be dusty. A lot of these areas, there's not a lot of wind, and the dust kind of usually hangs. And for you to get close enough to nerf somebody, you would have to take so many chances that you're going to hit a rock, you're going to end up in a rain rut, something's going to happen. So you got to kind of just lay back. And I think what's going to happen is all these lead trucks, and even the other classes, is you hang just outside of their dust.
Yeah.
So say if a guy's going and there's a lot of dust coming off of it, you might not be able to see the course very well until 30 seconds behind him.
Right.
And so you got to just hang 30 seconds back.
Got it.
And then when you do get into a rocky area and the dust dissipates, that's where you got to make your charge.
Got it.
And try to catch the guy and make a pass, or over on the San Felipe side or some of these other areas where there's some lines. And I am hearing that there are some kind of lines developing. I got some intel from a couple guys last night.
Well,
on some good lines. Well, there's some new sections. So basically, after the summit, it opens up, and I think the way this race is going to play out, you're going to be pretty single file all the way to the summit. And then I think you're going to want to make, if you're going to try to make a move from the summit to San Matias, so like race mile 130 to 250, that's your opportunity to make a charge.
Got it.
Because there's a lot of lines in those areas, And if you're going to make a pass, I think that's where you got to make it happen, because after San Matias, it gets tight again.
Got it.
And heading up to Mike's, it's fast, but it's really hard to pass there. And then the backside of Mike's, it's so gnarly in there that if you're in someone's dust, you can't do a whole lot.
Gotcha.
So I think you got to make your passes happen over on that San Felipe side. There is a little bit of a new section around race mile 240. So normally you would come into Borrego. Now it's turning and heading west.
Right. And
there's some washes there. And from what I hear, there's some pretty hot new lines that got burned in yesterday.
Oh, wow. Fresh.
So, but I think most of the trophy trucks are going to be on it.
Yeah.
I talked to a couple drivers, and they all were saying how everybody was out there in their helicopters scoping out the course yesterday, looking for anything that new was developing. So I think most of those guys are going to be on the main line that I'm talking about there.
Yeah. We'll see.
But we will see.
Yeah.
You know, but that's where I think passes are going to happen.
Okay.
After that, it's going to be tough. You know, the coast, it opens up a little bit. There might be some opportunities to do some passing there, but really, you know, San Matias going up into Mike's, that whole section crossing back over the Pacific, super tight and technical.
Cool.
A lot of boulders, a lot of turns, a lot of cliffs, and rain ruts. So that's where you can lose the race, I think.
Oh boy.
You know, it's more area. You just want to get through it clean.
Get through it clean. Well, I think someone that's going to get through it clean is Luke McMillan. A couple days ago, he did a ride-along during qualifying, and we got a great video to show you guys.
We just finished our 5th day of pre-running. I think we tackled all the most technical, rough sections of northern Baja, which is absolutely beat up. We went over Mike's, up through Mike's was pretty gnarly. Between Mike's and Simpsons, there's a lot more big exposed rocks and rain ruts, and everything got a little bit deeper and a little bit more gnarly, a little bit more exposed rocks. Did some pretty gnarly hill climbs and stuff, and then from there we popped over to the meadow and all that Valley T area stuff, which a lot of technical stuff backed up with more technical stuff. Getting over to the coast. The beach was great. You know, the fans were out in Arendara. Passed out a lot of stickers today, which is a great thing. The kids love it. Town of Arendara always supports us. That was a lot of fun going through there today. It was beautiful, you know, cruising along the water and just enjoying Baja. From there, we headed east again, I guess you could say, back through some not so beautiful sections, Europan. So up and over Europan, and again, kind of like Mike's and Simpsons, I've been thinking, God, it's a little bit worse than normal, and I think it is. So anyway, yeah, Europan was Europan. We went up and over that, and then we got to Ojos, where we took a break there, drank a Monster, and then headed for El Alamo. And that all flowed really well. We jammed out there. We had a lot of the new, tight, twisty stuff that is all virgin and kind of waiting for people to open it up. And it was a long day. It was a long day, but it's rewarding. We're back here. We're going to get some tacos. We're going to check over the trucks and back to the desert and do it all over again tomorrow.
Awesome, Luke. Thanks for that video. He was talking about tight and twisty. Where are some pockets on this course where we could get into potential bottlenecks?
Yeah, you can see going through Mike's there, you know, how tight and technical it is. I think there's a couple areas where we do have potential for bottlenecks. Really right off the start, there's a couple hill climbs from Ojos to El Alamo, potentially on the summit, but there are some kind of either or lines where I think if there is a bottleneck, you may have some guys that go one way that don't see that it's blocked, that get caught, but there are some other ways around it. So I don't think it'd be, there could be a couple guys that get kind of screwed over by it, but most of the guys will get around. And then the backside of Mike's, you know, I think there's potential there. And then how Luke was just talking about from Europan to Ojos, one of the things that is tough about this race is you've got like the last 100 miles, you're on the home stretch, like, man, we're almost there, I'm leading, I got this.
Yeah.
And then from Europan to Ojos is gnarly. And so it's rough, it beats you up. There's a lot of places where there's rain ruts that'll rip a corner off your car and end your race. So you're not home free. You know, like that's one of the tougher sections of the course. I mean, you really, you know, this course keeps you honest all the way. I think maybe once you get to Ojos, then you can kind of take a breath and you're relatively good at that point.
So for
our friends at home and we're watching everybody do these pre-runs and we're, you know, their navigators are taking notes and stuff. How are they actually putting these notes down? They're not, I mean, if you're freehand, you're bouncing, you're all over the place. Like, how are they recording and making all of these notes?
Yeah, when you go out and pre-run, guys are using different forms of GPS basically. So lead nav, Lowrance, or Garmin are kind of the more popular ones.
Yeah.
So as you're driving, generally you'll call out notes to your co-driver.
Right.
And different drivers like different forms of note taking.
Mm-hmm.
Some guys use rally notes. That's what I kind of preferred. So you would have like L, which is left, or R, which is right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's on a scale of 1 to 7.
Right.
7 is straight, 1, you're basically doing a complete 180.
Got it.
And so as a driver, you know the input that you're giving into the wheel per, if it's a L1 to an L7, but some guys just want tight left, medium left,
got it,
slight left.
Yeah.
It's I feel like the less words that your co-driver is saying and the less that you have to process in your brain, it makes it quicker. So that's where I think the rally notes are better.
So as they're on the course, the navigator is putting this stuff down. How is he recording it? Is he recording it in the Garmin or all these?
Yeah, they're literally typing it in.
They're typing it in. Okay, that was my question.
So like my co-driver would put L1, or if there's a crest, we'd say a C5 into an R4 or something like that. And then that lets me know, coming over a blind rise, if it's a C4, I got to kind of check up and be setting up for a right-hand turn.
Got it. Awesome. Well, so much more left to come here on the Baja 500. We're going to take a quick commercial break and then we'll be right back. So stay tuned, everybody.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
I mean, I'd like to go fast. As soon as I moved from Brooklyn, New York to Florida, and my neighbor had a bicycle with an engine on it, which I'd never seen in Brooklyn, and got on that, and that was my need for speed. Never stopped from that moment. I love going fast. Baja for off-roading is a special place. I consider this like heaven on earth.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound, group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome back to BFGoodrich Tires, Baja 500. And you may notice we have got a special guest commentator. Ladies and gentlemen, Heidi Steele is with us.
Hey, Brandon. Hey, Wes.
They're
Great
clapping
to be in the studio.
Good to see you. Great to see you, Heidi.
Love the round of applause.
Yeah, well, we're doing our best. So great to see you. It's always a gift to have you up here on the stage. So how's Cameron doing? A little check-in with him. What's his strategy for the day?
He's good. You know, I'm not sure what his strategy is. We didn't talk that much, but my guess is that he knows he's in a two-wheel drive.
Right.
So his game's going to be a little bit different, right? So going into this race, I'm going to imagine that he's going to be a little bit calculated, a little bit conservative, to get himself out to, past the summit. I think the race is probably going to really start once they get over the summit.
Okay. Sound about right, Wes?
Yeah. I mean, that's basically what I've been saying.
That's what you've been
is
chatting
that
about, right?
I feel like it's going to be single file till you get out of the summit and down over in the San Felipe side, and then it opens up a little, and there's some more lines. And that's where I think, basically, I think that if the race is going to be won or lost from coming out of the summit to San Matias, because if you're going to make a pass, that's where you can make your passes, because otherwise the course is pretty tight. It's going to be dusty. A lot of gotchas. So if you push too hard in those areas, you might end up on your lid or tearing a corner off the car, or at the pace these guys run now, a flat tire will cost you the race. So I think that's how it's going to play out. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I will be, actually.
You never know.
What do you think, Heidi?
Yeah, I was going to say, give us your take on this, the Baja 500 overall. This is not your first rodeo. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, well, this is one of my favorite races. It's just the right amount of miles where there's enough miles to where you can get competitive. There's a lot of opportunity there. But it's not too long.
Right.
Like the 1,000 is a long race.
Sure.
But I think that Wes is right. I think that, if you don't want to push yourself too hard in the beginning, because you could take yourself out for many different reasons.
Sure.
And so, we're going to see what happens. We got some really fast guys up front, some really aggressive guys too. It's going to be fun to watch and see how it plays out.
Yep. So much race ahead. We're seeing some in-car here from Alan Impudia. He's out there.
Yeah, so there's some nice rollers through here. This is like right where you get out of the speed zone. So you're all amped up.
Okay.
And
you got the crowd there, you got people there, they're rooting you on.
Yeah, there's a couple spots where you can really catch some air right here.
Yeah.
And he's about to come over a blind rise, then you set up and make a right-hander. And then
Christopher Polvardi, rear view, blasting through.
It's just always so nice to get out of the speed zone. The speed zone always drove me nuts.
Right.
Because you're all hyped up and you want to go.
Yeah.
And then you're in a speed zone going 37. So like you can't wait to get out of it.
And it's nice to get out of the crowds too, because you could see when Alan Ampudia was on the screen that there's a lot of people through Ojos Negros, and honestly, that's a bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and you have to always be aware of potential of spectators on the course, or a truck coming backwards at you, things like that. So definitely when you get out away from that, you're able to kind of relax and get in the zone and just focus on your driving at that point.
And off you go. Yeah, there's so many spectators out there, and we always keep encouraging you guys to keep sending us social media throughout the day at Score International, and we'll put it up. Videos, pictures, whatever you got, we love to see it. So we got, trophy trucks are up and running. Going back, it's been about 4 hours, 36 minutes since the bikes have been out there. Any new updates on the bikes, Wes?
So they are going to be coming through our next timing point any minute. I'm showing 11X of Arturo Salas.
Yeah.
According to the tracker, is still physically first, and he should be coming through the 184
so
timing
he's at
point.
184. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so he may have come through already, to be honest.
We'll see.
And so this is going to give us some really good intel on how is this race stacking up, because according to the tracker, 11X is pulling away.
Yeah.
And it looked like the 7X and 9X were in a tight battle.
Yeah, here we go. So in the Pro Moto Unlimited, you got Salas and Eddie.
So I'm curious to see where 7X is of Justin Morgan, because it looked like Eddie and Morgan, those two teams,
here we go.
were really
At the
close.
race mile 10, we got Toby Price coming through live. Again, now you're getting a sense of all the people that are out there. Still a little dusty. And off he goes.
This is pretty tight for a trophy truck. I don't know how you always felt, Heidi, but off the start right here, there's a lot of places that you can kind of make mistakes.
Yeah.
And you don't want to throw it away in the first 10 miles, of a race that's almost 500 miles.
Yeah, I loved this section going out to Tres Hermanos in my mid-size truck because it was just small enough and nimble enough to have a great time. But these trucks are a lot bigger.
I always felt like being in a UTV in a smaller all-wheel drive vehicle, that we were probably close to the same speed as a truck, if not even faster, through some of the tight stuff, because it's just more nimble and you can throw the car around.
Well, we were talking earlier too, Wes, you were alluding to different parts of bottlenecking, strategy, etc. And it becomes very challenging for us to actually get an average speed, because at one point you're blasting, and other points you're holding back. That can prove a little challenging as well for these guys to figure out.
So I feel like the average speed is going to be substantially down from San Felipe. I can't believe how fast, over 70 miles an hour is crazy to me for San Felipe. But this race, you can only drive as fast as you can through some of these sections. Like if it's tight and twisty, you can't go 100 miles an hour.
Right.
So I think we're going to be somewhere in the 50 to 60 mile an hour. I almost feel like 50 to 55.
Yep.
Some guys are telling me they think it's going to be over 60. So what are your thoughts, Heidi, on an average speed? Like what's Cameron thinking?
I don't know what he's thinking, but my guess is around 56, 57 miles per hour. I think it was pretty wide open at the San Felipe race, because Alan started in the lead. He qualified first, started in the lead, and he was never passed. So he had great clean air the entire time. So his speed was as open as it can get.
Yeah. Well, we saw some, looked like Polvardi coming through there, chasing Alan. Alan right behind Toby.
And it looks like you've got a mix of dust and fog.
Dust and fog and moisture.
And so that's one of the things I've saying is when you've got fog, sometimes you'll have moisture on your shield, and then you're in the dust, and it sticks to the moisture on your shield.
Yeah.
And now you've got mud all over your shield, and you're kind of battling for visibility the whole time.
It looks like Chris is coming at this pretty aggressive from that perspective. Not holding back.
Yeah, and it's really difficult to get that lens clean and then to keep your cloth clean. You keep, at a certain point, you kind of run out of
towels.
Towels and vision, yeah.
Oh, there's Bryce coming through in the one truck. a little, not quite as aggressive as Chris, who just came through, but.
That's always a pretty tight turn right there, and you have a deep rain rut on the inside of that corner, so you got to be careful not to cut that corner too tight. I think there's usually a tire in that rut too, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Wow.
And Bryce is obviously very fast.
Sure.
You can tell by his qualifying position, but I think he's going to be a little more conservative. As much as he can be.
I feel like in Bryce's shoes, he's in a good position because he probably is the most seasoned.
Well, Bryce won it last year.
Has the most experience of the guys that are in the top 5 out of qualifying.
Right.
And I just think if you're in Bryce's shoes, let Toby and Alan go at it, possibly take each other out.
Yep.
And then if it comes down to you and Polvarde, Polvarde is a younger kid. Bryce is more seasoned. It's just put that pressure on Polvarde.
Here's Tavo.
Make him make a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I'm pretty sure that's where Bryce's head's at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if one of those things, rinse, repeat. You won it last year. What did I do right last year that's going to help me this year? Is there any course correction for them? What is their game plan? And I think to what you were saying, Wes, sounds about right. Let these two guys up front go at it and then just play it safe for a while.
Patience is going to really play into people's favor, I think, in this race. Because there's so many gotchas. I mean, you can just see right here.
Speaking of patience, I don't know if Tavo's got patience, though. We'll see. He doesn't seem a very patient guy to me.
The thing is, though, is I feel like that Tavo and Impudia and even Toby, they're kind of coming into their own, and because they have the talent and they're fast, but they're becoming those more seasoned veterans and kind of learning not to push too hard.
There's Luke.
Yeah. So that's where it's pretty cool because I think you just have more and more guys that have the potential to win these races.
Yeah. Keeps it really exciting.
Well, Luke McMillan just making his way through race mile 10. And in a moment, we'll have the next truck.
Now, my understanding is Luke is splitting his drive time with Andy. Is that right? Is that what you've heard?
Dan is.
Oh, Dan is. That's right.
Yeah,
Sorry
so I
about
think
that.
Luke is soloing, and then Dan and Andy are splitting.
So then at what point do most of these drivers make the switch? At what race mile? Centrally, somewhere in the middle, yeah?
Yeah, like around 260. So basically when you're San Matias,
got it,
and you're getting ready to head up into Mike's, I think that's where most guys would be splitting this race.
Okay. Yeah, you can really just visibility is very foggy and silty and dusty. Justin Lofton coming through here. He's cooking. Those guys in the upper right-hand corner, man, they're sucking a lot of dust. You can see he's waving it away,
and
sucking in the dust.
One of the things that's kind of funny is, so you're coming out of Ensenada. It was probably in the mid to high 50s, so it's kind of cool. And then they're going to come out of this fog once they get out of Ojos. And then when you go over the summit and you drop into the San Felipe side, I was going to check the temps right now, but it'll probably be over 100 degrees.
Wow.
So you're seeing some major temperature changes, and this is hard on, as a driver, how do you dress?
Yep.
Because you want to be kind of warm on one side, but not too hot on the other. And then as the vehicle, what the vehicle's going through is, there's some major condition changes there.
We just saw some in-car from Rob Mack, and a couple days ago he was blowing belts and having issues with the steering, so hopefully his team's got that all locked in for today. We're just seeing Gustavo come through race mile 10 as well.
It's been fun watching him. I mean, he has had some really great runs.
Epic runs, yep, for sure. For sure.
So I just checked weather for Mexicali, and it's saying a high of 106.
Yikes.
So I'm thinking that Saldana area, it's going to be probably about 110 degrees. And that kind of can play into this, where we were talking about torque converter temps and engine temps and things like that running through these sections. Now, they should get through there relatively early in the day before it gets super hot over there. But like say, if you have a problem or some of the slower classes, it's going to be hot when they come through there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, here you go. Kevin Thompson making his way through. 70 truck.
You can see that in car with Rob Mack there, just how calm, cool, collected he is.
Sure.
Yeah, that guy's, I mean, he's one of the GOATs, and he just makes it look easy. You know, he's not in there just fighting the wheel. He's just
surrendering,
doing his thing.
accepting.
You know?
Here we go, more in-car from Rob. Love these perspectives. Really, really cool.
Like,
Yeah,
if you look at his steering input, he's very precise and just cool, calculated.
Yeah.
This is just another day in the office for Rob.
Right. Let's see if we can get some air here.
Going 67, 70. He's doing 70
69,
miles an
70
hour.
miles an hour.
Yeah.
72. Yep.
That's pretty cool how you can see the mile per hour there in
On the
front
right.
of the his co-driver.
Yep. Very cool. Ruben Torres coming through, race mile 10. There we go. Really, really cool. So Heidi, I had asked Wes earlier, you know, what is it that makes the 500 so special for him? What is it that makes it so special for you over these years? That, you know, what is it that sets it apart from all the other competitions here?
One of the things that was always super motivating for me was just the team aspect of this sport, because it's not just the driver, it's the prep in the vehicle, and it's your entire team. And it's the logistics of where you have them placed and their ability and you know what you have planned there, the equipment that you might potentially need. And so what I loved about the 500 is everyone was relatively, you know, within a circle, a radius, and it really, your team could really, really shine, and it just made it so much fun.
Takes a village.
You could see in that shot a little bit ago there of Polvarde, he had a rag in his right hand, and he was actually wiping his shield as he was driving there, which that kind of leads me to believe there probably is some moisture going on with the fog and then also the dust.
Yep. Some really cool angles in car. We've got it from the driver's perspective and then looking back too at the same time, which is some pretty cool shots here.
Something else, I was talking with Polvarde last night, and he has his shock tuner as his co-driver, and they have the ability to tune the shocks as they're driving. So they actually have, he's running a Fox live valve setup, and they have different tunes for different sections of the course.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's, you talk about the technology and the development of these trucks, and as well as with, you know, I was saying with the top 10 qualifying trucks all being Masons, you know, how do you get an advantage over your competitors? Well, shock tune is actually one of the ways, and shock setup. So I think that's a fairly big advantage for Polvarde to have his tuner sitting shotgun with him.
Yeah, that's smart. Some good aerial coverage here at Rob, making his way through.
So Wes, do you know how it works? Is it like you push one button and
everything just comes alive?
Changes?
Yeah, I haven't seen how he has it set up, but from what I understand, they've got like a keypad, and they have tunes that are pre-programmed into that keypad.
Right. Okay.
And I think he has, I think he's got 5 different tunes that they can go through. So it sounded like the 1 through 3 were just kind of stiffer versions of each other. And then he also had, he said he had like a Summit tune, which I think was a little softer for the rocks.
Yeah.
And then like a Fire Road tune. So say like going up Mike's Road where it's really fast and it's more graded roads, or from the coast into Santo Tomas where it's really fast graded roads, then you have more of like a rally car type setup that's stiffer for cornering.
That's crazy.
It'll be fun to see how that technology helps him throughout this race.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, just to have the sponsorship and the money and the budgets for all this stuff. I mean, not everybody gets that, right? So it's pretty special if you got it.
Correct.
And you
correct.
better win.
But that said, I still kind of like a conventional shock setup because then I know what the car is going to do, and it's not changing, and it's one less thing to break. Because when you do have more moving parts and more technology in the car, sometimes that can bite you.
Real quick, we're going to jump to some footage that just happened with the 11X bike. Guys, if you could pull that up. So, taking a look at Arturo Salas here. He's hammering down.
Yeah, and they've come through the La Ventana area, and trying to see where we're showing him on the tracker. Basically, he's heading towards the Borrego area right here.
Okay. Which
this is fast, but it does get whooped out. You can see he's working some whoops right there.
Yep. You can see some of those divots there.
There's some big square oak.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Look at that.
I mean, there were some big square edges right there, and that just upset the bike and he laid it down.
Just talking about some of those grooves, man.
Okay, I actually know exactly where that is. So he's about to get onto more of a graded road that will be high speed right
Back
here.
up, there he goes. Yeah, I mean, thankfully he was able to slow down there a little bit. He could tell that he was trying to, adjust for impact, slowing his bike down, and good to see Arturo's back up and running. Wow.
Yeah, sometimes you hit those square edges and it'll kick the rear end out, and then he basically lost the front end. But
wow.
Luckily, he didn't seem to be going too fast.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
You could see as he saw those bushes in front of him, and he's like, I gotta slow this vehicle down here.
I think if you're gonna lay it down, that was about as gentle of a lay down as you could have. So luckily he's okay, because something like that could cost you a race.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Especially you lay it down and like break a clutch lever or something like that.
Anything could happen. Yeah.
And then now you don't have your clutch.
And he was only down for about 15 seconds. He got right back up.
Or bend your handlebars.
Yep, exactly.
It doesn't appear he got past during that time either.
Nope.
So we'll see how that plays out.
There's Dan McMillan making his way. All the four-wheel trucks coming through race mile 10. Who do we have here? Sam Baldy in the 82 truck. More conservative coming through, but off he goes. Are you able to take a look at Arturo right now, Wes, on our...
Well, so I was looking at the timing point at 184, and we've got our 5 lead bikes through there.
Okay.
And they're within 13 minutes of each other. So that's all within striking distance still. So you have 11X, 9X, 7X, 15X, and 8X.
Okay.
And that's, like I said, they're within 13 minutes of each other. And the 15X and of Eric Holton and Beltran on the 8X, they're seconds apart from each other.
Oh, wow. Here we are at race mile 20. Look at all those people down there. This is an exciting area. Again, Heidi, to your point, being careful, not letting the adrenaline, not wanting to show off too much, but giving it all you got at the same time, being safe.
Yeah, it gets a little nerve-wracking when people are trying to take selfies and they have their back to the course.
They jump out on the course to try to get the photo, then they get back.
Yeah,
I think if there are spectators that are watching this, definitely don't try to set up on the outside of corners.
Right.
Just be smart and realize that this isn't like when you're driving your car on a road and you have perfect control of it. A lot of times in the dirt and with the high horsepower vehicles, you're kind of just keeping it pointed in a general direction, you know, and because the car or truck floats around.
Yeah, it's almost like they're hydroplaning.
So
at times.
So be smart. Don't turn your back to trucks and take selfies, and definitely don't set up on the outside of turns.
Noted.
Yeah, I think a lot of
Here
people
we go back to race mile 20.
But do
There's
take videos and
yes, do take
tag
videos.
at Score International so we have stuff to post.
Yeah. This is fun to be able to jump from race mile 10 to race mile 20. Again, you were saying earlier, Wes, it's not like this is just a small, tight track. We're covering 483 miles to be able to bring you guys aerial coverage, drone coverage, in-car coverage. We got static cameras at different race miles. Fantastic job on the whole production team here.
Yeah, it really makes it exciting to be able to kind of follow the course, follow the race.
And we can, also to be able to track this in real time now. The fact that we've got split times now, powered by Optima batteries. Shout out to you guys. This is groundbreaking, historic stuff now. So it's very very exciting.
It's come a long way.
It sure has. It sure has. So Heidi, when was your very first Baja 500?
First Baja 500 was in 2005.
And how did that go for you?
It went great. My first 500 and 1,000, I raced in Sportsman Buggy.
Right.
And I think we won both races and took the championship.
That's right.
But it was kind of funny because I think it was the 500 that we actually finished on 3 wheels.
Really?
Yeah.
So walk us through that. What happened?
So my co-driver, Justin Smith Bean, who is a trophy truck racer now, ultimately in the last 10-20 miles of the race was just completely, the suspension broke and we had no choice. Oh, there's my husband.
There he is.
He had no choice but to take the wheel off and drop the buggy down to a really low height and just cruise it the rest of the 10 miles. So, but it was really fun to see them come through. And
that's a very eventful way to end your journey.
And Justin's, that's the truck that Justin's going to be in later right there with Tracy Graff.
58.
Yeah.
So you guys can see at the bottom we have the Promoto ticker going through, and in just a minute we're going to bring up the ticker for the trophy trucks. That'll be up top. That'll be for all trophy trucks. There you can see. Once again, you'll see where they are, how far along they've come, and their speed. So super cool.
So according to the tracker right now, Toby is almost to Ojos.
Okay. Cool.
And then, so we might see some posts from there or some video from there where they're in a speed zone coming through Ojos.
Yeah.
And then from there they start heading towards Tres Hermanos and El Alamo.
Okay.
And that's all pretty technical. I think there's some silty sections through there.
Yep.
Heard it's getting pretty tore up. And really they're not able to open it up big time until they get to El Alamo. And then you got about a 10-mile straightaway where you're just wide open heading to Highway 3.
You see right there, it gets real dark in that corner. And all that pressure and all that weight going into that corner, that inertia just digging deeper and deeper and deeper, that's going to get more and more hairy as the day goes on.
Yeah, that corner is a little off camber too. So you got to kind of check up, and because your vehicle is going to want to rotate on you around that off camber. So you want to make sure you don't spin out over that.
Gosh, it seems like with the crowds, it seems like it's even more packed than I can even remember.
It does. It looks really full.
I was thinking the same thing of it's crazy to just watch this sport keep growing and growing because, like at the 1,000, I couldn't believe how many spectators were in Baja Sur.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Especially off the start. And now it seems like looking at this, there's more and more spectators every time.
And I think too, just over this last year and where we are now, again, just being able to invite more spectators in to experience the Baja on so many different. I mean, look at this. Look at all these in-cars at the same time. We never had this before, so this is wild. Look at this. Take your pick.
Yeah.
Really, really cool.
Yeah, this is
I mean, come
crazy.
on.
To have live in-car.
That's this many.
We have
You got
eight shots right there
simultaneously.
Pretty awesome.
You got. At some point, we're going to have about 25 total going, and they're in all different kinds of vehicles. They're not just trophy trucks.
One that's kind of cool is that bottom left corner is Roger Norman, who is actually the owner of Score.
Yes. Love that he's always competing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, really cool.
And he's got a really unique car
Vehicle.
too.
Yep.
You know, it's a single seat Pro R Razor with it's got external bypasses on it. Like that's a pretty highly modified Pro R, for lack of a better term.
And even that UTV class is getting so competitive. There's so many so many competitors entered, and that will be a fun class to watch too.
Chat about that. Who are you looking at this?
So the thing I'm looking at is Polaris came out with their full factory team, and I mean they've put millions of dollars into that program, and it's really the first full factory program that we've had in desert racing in quite some time. And they've been really successful. I think they've won about 7 races in a row.
Wow.
So can the factory Polaris team continue their dominance, or you can have a privateer Polaris driver sneak in there? You know, I think you've got some people like, say, Brandon Sims, Wayne Matlock, Justin Lambert that could potentially beat them. And then Can-Am has the new Maverick R out, and they haven't won down in Baja with that yet. But you've got drivers like Phil Blurton, who he's won a Score championship, he's won a bunch of races. Can Phil come in and actually win a UTV overall in that Maverick R and get Can-Am their first win?
Yeah.
So that'll be something we're watching all day today. I do think that this course, so something that in a course that's this tight, a lot of times you'll have slower class 10s and slower trophy specs that will hold up the leader. So I almost like to start with a rear start in the UTV class in a race like this, because I feel like you can work through the UTVs pretty easily, but it's hard to make a pass on a 10 car or especially a trophy spec in a UTV, because they've got, especially the trophy spec, because he's got horsepower on you. He's bigger than you, so you hit the straightaways and they gap you out, and then you get in the tight technical stuff and you close up on them, but it's real hard to make a pass because it's so dusty and they're kicking up so much dust.
Sure.
So that's going to be, I think Brock Hager's been on a tear. And I mean, he's a hot shoe, behind the wheel, but if he gets slowed up by a trophy spec or something, and you have somebody like Phil Blurton or Matlock or Sims or something that's able to close up on him, if Brock starts ahead of him, they don't have to actually make that pass. They can just finish in his dust and still win on a corrected time.
Wow. Strategy,
That's true.
Experience, all different kinds of factors playing in.
Yeah, there's just, a lot of things that you always have to be thinking about as a driver out there.
Yeah. Well, then you have the, potential penalties from the speed zones, and which is what, and the VCPs, which is what got Brock last time. He is a really talented driver, but he ended up shifting back from first to second because of a penalty.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and you got Mini Mac. Caden out there, who's been under his dad's tutelage for quite some time, and he actually ended up winning the 250, so he's starting first in this race.
Yeah.
So the UTVs, it's a stacked field. It'll be interesting to see. We saw a shot there a little bit ago of Ethan Ebert in the Honda, so it's cool to see Honda having the Ridgeline in the trophy truck class.
Yeah.
And that's something that's a little different. I feel like that's the most unique truck probably in the trophy truck class now.
Yeah.
Versus, because
classic.
That's a
Fords
6-cylinder,
yeah.
I believe, and they're a little down on horsepower compared to the V8s.
Yeah.
They probably
Cool.
get great fuel economy.
Woo! All right, let's go to some awesome in-field social media trophy trucks jumping away. Take it away, guys.
The sound of his engine.
I love that. Oh, that's so great. Love the sound. Love the sound of that. A great angle. You really a great perspective. You can see how high they're getting, how much air they're catching. Spectators are off to the side. Not getting on there. Getting dusted.
Yeah, this is a field where they almost made a little bit of a staging section that has some jumps built in it. You can see the guys catching some air there.
Yeah.
And then there's a really high-speed sweeping right that is after that where you can pitch the car sideways. It's one of the Lawrence trucks.
Yeah, this is a fun area. This is, I mean, you still have all your nerves at this stage of the race.
Still going, yep.
Yeah.
I always try to tell myself relax and just take deep breaths and, kind of not get too worked up and push too hard right away. Because you want to kind of get into a rhythm and get your flow going as a driver.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a kind of a delicate dance and balance between adrenaline and just staying grounded and understanding what you have in front of you and navigating all that.
Yeah, the key is you don't want to throw it away in the first 5 minutes of a race.
No.
That'd be really dumb. In a
I
race
don't know
that's going to go 10 hours.
What's worse, blowing it in the first 5 minutes, or like what we saw in the 250 when you're inches from the finish line and then it goes sideways, right? But that was that's a whole other kind of ball of wax.
Throwing it away in the first 10 miles is stupid.
Doing? What are you doing?
Losing it in the last 10 miles is heartbreak.
It's crushing.
Yeah.
So that's
either way sucks.
Yeah. It will, and maybe if you crashed in the last 10 miles, then that's like on you. But to have for Toby to have a bolt brake, or Polvardi to have the drive shaft brake, and be a couple miles, basically. Probably in the city limits of San Felipe and have that happen.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah. It's a gut punch.
And to go from second or third to seventh,
Yeah.
That hurts.
That does.
Yeah.
Or for Toby to go from first to DNF, that's even worse.
Yeah. That was really a tough pill to swallow.
Oh boy. And yet they're back, right? Even though you get knocked down, you got to get back up, and it's a testament to these drivers and their love of the sport.
That's the addiction of desert racing and racing in Baja, is it loves to tease you. You know, like racing down there, it's like it just dangles that carrot all the time of like, oh yeah, you could have won that one. Sorry,
Next
you
time.
didn't. Come back next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're Toby, in his mind, he's like, I was so close, I can do it. I'm going to get it this time.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it again.
He's going to win one of these, though.
Yeah.
Like
he's poised
I
for
mean, if he has a clean run day, I honestly don't see anyone beating him.
Mm-hmm.
But,
and hopefully nothing
that's,
mechanical.
The key word is if.
If.
Woo!
And there's definitely a full field to keep him honest.
Yeah.
Because guarantee, Impudia, Polvardi, Menzies, Tavo, Luke, they're not going to just hand him this race.
Yeah.
No, they're going to keep him on his toes for sure.
Yeah.
They're good. Yeah. The top seven, they're going to check each other. You know, they're all they all know who they're up against.
Yeah, he just has a bit of an advantage without any dust in front of him.
Correct. Great shot there.
For
Race
the
mile
moment.
20. For the moment, exactly.
So in your experience, Heidi, so for Toby, he's got clean air, but he's going to have to set the pace. Did you prefer to set the pace or let someone else set the pace and then play off of them?
Early on, when I started racing, I wanted a rear start so that I could figure out what that pace should be. And then, you know, several years later, after I got really comfortable in the mid-sized truck class, then I wanted to be the first starter in my class. And I felt comfortable years later wanting the starting position.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, I think if you've got the speed and you have a vehicle that's working well, having the clean air and just being able to kind of run your race is nice. But, you know, I think if you're in the top 5 and you can stay within striking distance, you're not in a horrible position to be able to kind of lay back. You know, like I was saying, like for, say, Impudia, you know, like, okay, cool, Toby, you're fast, great. Let's see what you can do.
So am I.
And then, and then just sit on him.
See what he
you know,
does.
and just keep that constant pressure on him and see if he can handle it.
Make him make
and
a
you
mistake.
might be able to force him to make a mistake.
Right, right.
And then if he makes a mistake, you pounce on it and try to gap him out.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, race mile 20, we were seeing it's a very popular area, tons of spectators down there. We keep telling you guys, if you've got some videos and photos, bring them up. Tag us at @Score International. I think we got some more social media coming in right now, so let's take a look. In a moment. Until then, Justin Davis, the 285 truck.
Okay, so we
Making
should
their
have
way
our
through.
first leaderboard.
Yeah, so it looks like all the trophy truck specs are now at race mile 20.
Okay.
So we've got the class 1s probably through 20, and now we have the trophy truck specs at race mile 20. We'll be able, with this footage of 20, we should be able to watch a lot of them come through here.
Yeah, so I'm showing the top 5.
Here's your top 5 right here for the trophy trucks.
Exactly.
Price, this is at race mile 37 now. We've been watching a lot of race mile 20, but we got Price, Impudia, Polvardi, Menzies, and Vidosola, the top 5 right there. As expected, everybody is kind of on par for course right now.
Yeah, you got Allen's 3 seconds off of them, so
Yeah.
I mean they're basically neck and neck. Polvardi's 17 seconds back, and then you know Toby's already opened up almost a minute on Bryce and Tavo, but those guys are probably dealing with dust and you know some other things like that. So I mean, to me,
I mean, look at
we're
the shot.
We're pretty neck and neck.
Neck
here.
and neck. Look at the shot right here. So sunny, and then what they're about to enter into. Look at all of that haze, all that marine layer, whatever fog, whatever coming in. I mean, how do you adjust to that sometimes?
Yeah, they're kind of on the edge. So
Right on the
basically,
edge,
they're heading into mountains that are going to take them into a valley that Ojos Negros is in, and that fog stacks up against the mountains, and then it starts to clear. And they're like these trucks right here are right on that kind of breaking
Precipice,
point.
Right, right.
And then our leaders should be completely out of the fog because they're up in the Ojos Valley right now.
Got you.
And we got Luke has come through the timing point as well. But it's so far it's playing out how I thought. You know, it's going to be single file. So you can see the dust right there.
Here we are. This is Herbst helicopter right now.
And what happens is you'll have areas where it's a little more silty versus other areas where it's not. And so you'll come into something and there's just these little clouds of dust that hang. And that's where Toby's able to probably make 50 seconds on Bryce and Tavo, because when you can't see, you got to check up just a little bit. And if you've got clean air, you don't have to do those little checkups.
Exactly.
And each checkup adds to a couple seconds. You know, it's a second here, second there, and that's where you end up kind of gapping somebody out.
Yeah. San Pietro here, in-car action, the 297 car. You know, earlier you were just talking, Wes, too, about, you know, the advantages of having clean air versus all this dust, and we're seeing that a lot of this dust is kind of lingering. There's not a lot of wind out there. It's not getting pushed out of the way, so definitely more of a challenge for some of the drivers, too, if you're in the back.
Yeah, I feel like off the start, the dust always hangs.
Just sits there.
And then in the Ojos area, pretty much in the mountains, the dust just kind of hangs a lot. So that Mike's, backside of Mike's, heading to the coast, a lot of times on the coast itself, you'll have some wind that will help blow the dust out of the course. And over on the San Felipe side, like through Saldana and La Ventana areas, sometimes there's some wind in there. A lot of times by the lake bed, you've got some wind. So that also dictates to where I think that's where you got to make your passes.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, you can see clearly too, finally.
Yeah, you can't pass somebody if you can't see. So,
There's
and
that.
and if they have clean air, not only do you've got to make up time, but you've got to make up time on them when they can see better than you can see, which is really difficult as a driver.
Back to the Herbst helicopter here. Some great aerial footage.
Yeah, and I think EJ and Thor Herbst, they started back to back, so they're there's probably two trucks right there. We can just see one of them. You know, one thing I noticed when we looked at the top 5 leaders is that there was kind of a gap between Polvardi and Bryce, but there was only a second, I think, between Tavo and Bryce.
Okay.
So I think Tavo is really pushing hard, and he's right on Bryce.
For sure. As to be expected.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, last season, Tavo came in 12th. And so obviously looking to improve in 2024.
So through that race mile 37 timing point, we've got the 1L of Gustavo Villadossola and so that's kind of cool too, because that's the Legends truck, and Ricky Johnson is, I think, behind the wheel right now. But you know, what can Ricky do as far as sneaking in there with the actual trophy trucks in the Trophy Legends class? Because he qualified 8th, and you know, he's in a Mason all-wheel drive, and Ricky can drive, so you know, he could sneak in there and do pretty well overall, I think, as well.
For sure. You can see the navigator using some hand signals.
And that was Connor McNeil.
Yep.
So, you know, the McNeils had a little bit of a rough day on Thursday in qualifying there.
That's one way to put it. Yeah. Yeah, we spoke a little bit earlier in the broadcast. Here's a little rear car from Thor, but we were talking to Jason McNeil, and he's up and he's moving post-crash, I guess you could say. 6 stitches, sore neck, sore back, some tough ribs, but you know, it's not his first wreck, but by far probably the worst to date. We're just happy that he's okay and he's up and moving, and I'm sure we'll see him back in the driver's seat soon.
But it was great to see him, you know, walking and talking, because that was a pretty big crash, and so for him to, you know, it looks like he's going to have a full recovery fairly quickly, with maybe some pain along the way. It's nice to see that after such a big one.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking yesterday on the phone, and this does happen sometimes in Baja, thankfully it wasn't fatal, right? But he did say he was going into a section at 75 miles an hour that he should have took at about 45. And so Lord knows what could have happened, and it could have been even worse. It wasn't. And so we're grateful for that. And I'm sure he is too.
Yeah.
So back to race mile 20.
Back to Jason. One of the things that, you know, he talked about was the neck restraint that he wore, and how that like could have helped save him. So I think the progression of safety measures that are taken in this sport, you know, really helps, because you know, who knows, 25 years ago, maybe that could have been a lot worse.
It could have.
And I think the vehicles now, they are built to be safe and to be really strong.
And to withstand.
And then also, the driver's wearing neck restraints, because that's something that is relatively new. We haven't been wearing them for a really long time, or they haven't been required, I guess. I'd say, 10 years or something, maybe?
Yeah, I think I remember them back in about 2009 or 10 or...
Yeah, so maybe 15
years,
so.
yeah.
But
Jason was alluding to that, the harness that was near around his ribs, like that was part of what was giving him that pain, so to
there's
speak,
different
too.
types of neck restraints, and I think he's actually running a Hans.
That's right.
Which is more of what a lot of, like, say, the NASCAR guys or things, and that is developed for more of a front impact. And the way he stuffed that vehicle, it handled the front impact better than possibly some of the other ones would have.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
I think that kind of played in his favor.
More aerial footage, race mile 20. More and more people showing up. It's getting more filled up down there with more spectators.
So you can see they've built, this is the area that's in a field where I said they kind of made like a little short course section. And so you can see the jumps. There's that right-handing sweeper I was talking about. And they water it. And so it helps keep the dust down. And I mean, this is the most spectators I think I've ever seen there. So
that's wild.
That's great. It's a growing sport.
There used to be some shortcuts through a field right there, but with all those spectators, there are no shortcuts.
Yeah, there's one that's right before you get into that where you can kind of cut straight, and the course goes off to the left. I haven't had a good shot to see if you can still do that one or not. But
And just a little bit ago, you saw, Rob Mack choosing a different line. Different lines are working for different people. That may change as these roads get thicker and deeper, but
that's one of Rob's best strategies. He spends a lot of time looking at the course. He does his homework and he figures out the best possible lines. And it's a testament to his success.
He's such a vet, He just knows intuitively too after a while.
Another thing on some of those impacts in qualifying, like with McNeil's truck, if people saw video of that, like the right corner basically got ripped off of that. But when you come off and you have an impact like that, when the truck actually bends or arms break, it absorbs a lot of the energy, and that will help save the driver or co-driver, because that dissipates the energy of the truck driving into like an impact like that.
Wow.
Yeah,
so it was a unfortunate incident, but I think that a lot of things actually worked out for him there.
Yeah.
Not to mention too the two Aussies that went through that horrible wreck as well.
Yeah, so that was Mick Mager, I believe, and they got helicopter rides out there. At least one of them did.
One of them did, and the other was in an ambulance. But they're still in good spirits, and they're okay. So, I mean, and that's just qualifying. These guys are going for it.
Yeah, they are pushing themselves so hard for that starting position.
Wow.
Really, without not a lot of time to see the actual qualifying course.
Yeah, that's what's tough with qualifying is you get that one sight lap, and you better get your notes right. Otherwise things can happen.
Yep.
And it's always tough because you want to push, you want to qualify first and start up front, but it's that risk reward.
Risk reward.
Like, do you really take it to the edge and possibly destroy your vehicle 2 days before you have to go race it? Or I mean, really, you have a day to fix it.
Yep.
Or do you kind of, I kind of like what Bryce did. He went out there and instead of going and rerunning, he was like, you know what, I'm happy with where I'm at. I'm in a pretty good spot. And the truck is safe. and in one piece, like, let's make this easy on my crew, and we'll go try to win the race during the race.
Definitely one to push it.
Yeah.
For sure. Well, a nice aerial shot from race mile 20. We are going to take a quick break, run some commercials, but we'll be back with more Baja 500 right after this.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Experience the ADS advantage. Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. See, ADS doesn't just build world-class race shocks. We can also outfit your off-road rig with billet suspension components like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
It's time for the 56th annual BFGoodrich Score Baja 500. And now, exclusive Score merch. Don't miss your chance to experience this action-packed race. Visit the official Score merch booth for exclusive t-shirts, sweatshirts, jackets, hats, stickers, and more.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Baja 500. Heidi Steele, Wes Miller, myself, Brandon Johnson, bringing you some race action. Got our socials down there. Feel free to send us some good stuff, and of course, tag Score International with any infield stuff you got. We are about 5 hours plus into it. The bikes are moving and grooving. I think as of right now, we still have Arturo Salas out front. Got some more trophy trucks and other four wheels coming through. Race mile 20. What do we got, folks, on our live timing tracking situation here?
So more and more of the trucks are coming through race mile 37.
Yep.
We've got our next timing point is at race mile 112. So I think that's going to be, that'll give us a real good idea how things are starting to play out. To me, it looks like that Toby and Alan Pudia they're just a little bit faster than everyone right now. I think those those guys are going to push hard, and it's going to be. I don't really see anyone passing them if they don't make a mistake. But that's the big if out of this thing is, can those guys throw it down at that pace for 500 miles? And
does that stuff
any mistake? Pulvardi and Tavo, I think, is right on Bryce. So I think Tavo's pushing hard too.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I mean, being in Toby Price's shoes, and just again, we've already talked about what happened at the 250. As you're approaching maybe 20, 30, 40 miles left, does it start to creep in your head? Just play it safe, just play the course. I mean, I don't think it was, not to a guy like him, but I guess it could potentially start to kind of creep into your subconscious. Do not blow this, don't blow this, don't push, just play it safe. Let's get there.
I think someone with his experience and the amount of races that he's won, he knows how to win. You know, that creeps in a little bit, but
not enough to sabotage the moment.
But that's something that you might panic your first win, but when you're a champion like he is, you know how to win.
Copy.
That's how I feel. And what your thought is,
one of the things that starts going through your head at that point, 30 to 40 miles before, is when you start to hear sounds in your truck or your vehicle. You're like, oh, I hope that's not going to be something, because you've been pushing that vehicle.
I haven't heard that all race, and all of a sudden it's there.
Well,
yeah.
And when you've got PTSD from San Felipe,
that's what
having that happen,
that's exactly what I'm talking
15
about.
miles from the finish, and it's like the win is ripped away from you. So Toby probably is traumatized a little bit, but to me, he's got clean air. I think his mindset is like, look, I'm a fast driver. I got a good truck. If you're gonna beat me, come through my dust and come past me.
You're gonna have to
and that's gonna be easier said than done. Alan's hanging right there with him, but I mean, and then for Alan, it's like, okay, cool, Toby, you want to lead the race? Lead the race. Let's see what you got, and I'm gonna hang right with you, and I'm gonna put pressure on you this entire time. And if you want to win it, prove to me that you can go 500 miles without making a mistake.
But things are going to get tougher and tougher. I mean, we're looking at some pretty wide open 2-track here. But as you start getting out, you know, past El Alamo, you know, you're going to start getting deeper into deeper rain ruts that you don't want to catch an edge if you're pushing too hard. And, you know, then you get to the summit and there's a ton of rocks and the cliff. And
from where they cross Highway 3, so they have a little break where it's really wide open from El Alamo to Highway 3, but then from Highway 3 to the summit is some of the most technical stuff here, and there's a lot of gotchas. There's a lot of deep rain ruts that are kind of like at weird angles on the course that can really kind of throw you off. And it's really tight for a trophy truck through there. Like we were talking earlier how they're gonna be scraping their fenders on bushes through a lot of that stuff. So you just gotta be smart in there though.
Yeah, yeah, in there I've raced past people who have like torn a front arm off because they caught an edge, or maybe caught an edge and then barrel rolled it. So you do have to be smart in there, and they're pushing pretty hard. So let's see how this plays out.
Well, we definitely saw barrel roll in qualifying. You know?
Yeah.
10 class coming through, race mile 10.
So race mile 245 is our next timing point that it's really by checkpoint 1.
Okay.
Which is where they come, where they would have came into Borrego, but basically heading into San Matias, and our lead bikes are almost into that area too. So we should have an update on our lead bikes here relatively soon.
Sooner than later. You can see all that dust just still not blowing away. T24 truck. More great aerial footage. Again, hazy, but sun is out.
Yeah, the sun's gonna, you know, I think at this stage, I think the sun's probably burnt off the fog that's there, because it looks like it's sunny enough, but it looks like it's just, there's a little bit of, it's not, I mean, it's silt, but it's not silt big pockets, but there's this like really fine dust that kind of lingers in the air through that area. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, this they watered, so it's
you
not
can see
that
it's
bad.
darker. Yep.
But as soon as they get out of the area where it's not watered, it gets really dusty.
Got a leaderboard coming up here for Pro Moto Unlimited. We've got the Solace 11X in first, followed by Eddie in second, Morgan 7X team in third, followed by Holt in fourth, Beltran in fifth, Ortiz sixth, Stavron in seventh, Cowell in eighth, and Farley in ninth. And so, yeah, you got Eddie just 3 seconds behind Solace there, and Morgan 9 seconds behind Solace. So, yep, they're close.
And like I was saying, they're getting pretty close to our next timing point. So that's going to give us a really good update of what's going on.
Right. That's always appreciated. Never really had that before, so big thanks.
Watching some of those drone shots, I was able to actually see that shortcut we were talking about, Heidi. They're not taking it. So they probably put a VCP out in the normal course there to avoid you from taking that shortcut. That's what I'm thinking.
Probably just purely a safety VCP, you know, just to keep people with all these spectators. Keep
yeah,
people
with this amount of spectators, you don't want to have multiple lines, because you might have somebody parking on a line that they don't realize is the line.
Right.
Yeah.
And that is that roughly right around this area here at Race Mile 20 West, where you?
Yeah.
That's where the shortcut is.
So. Yeah, it's tough to see right there, but basically where that off-camber turn was, you could shortcut and straight line it, and you come
here we
straight
go.
into that.
Look at this.
So that's one of the Herbst
That's
trucks
Herbst.
making a pass.
Yep.
Can't see who he.
Whoa.
Oh man!
Just smashed something. What was that?
Oh, wow.
Wow, I hope that wasn't a chair or a tent.
And there was, okay,
Oh,
so this
pulled over.
this is an Ojos where you come out of the speed zone. So he probably was right on him in that speed zone, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I wonder what happened there. Fortunately,
Man,
got a little
that
glitchy.
actually looks like the right that you make right out of Ojos.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll get some intel. If anybody's down in that area.
Right to the highway, coming up to Highway 3. I think he's about maybe a mile.
Well, now he's
to
slowing
it.
down.
Yeah.
It appears that he's.
No, he's in a speed zone now.
He's in a speed zone now, so that is approximately. Okay, now we got the in-car Thor.
Yeah, so he's going to make this left.
Stuck at 37.
To me, it looked like.
I really feel like that was in a speed zone, but where that pass happened. That's what I'm.
Ooh. Okay.
Because how that looked to me was after you go south and cross Highway 3, I believe you're still in a speed zone right there. And then it's kind of straight, and then you make a right, and then that left, which looked like what we saw. So I don't know.
Okay. Well, we'll have to get an update on that and see what happens.
It's a little tough to tell there, but
yeah. And if anybody was down there, if you've got any video or any of that action, please send it in at Score International. We'd love to see it. In-car Rob the Cochran. Hear that motor revving.
And it looks pretty clear, actually.
For where he's placed? Yeah.
Yeah.
For where he's at right now on the course.
Looks like he's got good vision, good visibility.
His visor, though, is looking a little dusty.
Yeah.
You can see that dust on there, but still able to keep it moving ahead. Yeah, I wonder what happened back there.
Well, either way, it looked like that was a close call.
Yeah, and when he hit something, we saw something fly in the
Yeah.
air, which God, I hope it's not a table or a, there was a spectator. I hope they got out of there in time.
It probably was just some trash or debris that was
hopefully.
off to the side right there.
Yeah. He might have been making that hard right when you come out of that tight stuff, right before you get to the farm roads in Ojos. It might have been that hard right. There's a little kind of gate thing you
But I think that's
to
a
go
speed
through.
zone too.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Saw a quick shot of a UTV there.
Back to Rob.
It's really fun to watch him drive because he's just so smooth.
Yeah.
So calm. And it's neat to be able to see all this in-car footage from different vantage points of the course.
For sure. Not only different vantage points for the course, but just even different vehicles. You get a different perspective of what they're seeing, what it's like to be in a UTV, what it's like to be in a trophy truck.
Yeah.
Well, and to see this, the Jimco all-wheel drive, you know, he was the top qualifier in a non-Mason truck, I think. And so to see the front engine all-wheel drive versus the mid-engine all-wheel drives.
Yeah.
Isn't this his second race in this vehicle? I think this vehicle is relatively new, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think it's his second score race. I feel like he may have done one other race in it or something.
Let's see too for this perspective.
But yeah,
too.
he doesn't have a lot of experience in that truck.
Revlicaba just going straight into the sun there for a while. Happy to get out of that. Let's see a little bit better. We're kind of glitching up a bit. Looks like he might be slowing down here.
Well,
oh, there he goes.
This is heading into Ojos, I think. So that's where you come out of the tight, twisty stuff and make that right onto the fast road.
Yeah.
Beautiful blue sky. Back to Rob Mack.
What's neat about this camera angle is you could see how fast he's going too.
Yeah.
And
And the co-driver's texting.
Now that's a skill, right?
Now I'm wondering though what he's texting.
What is he texting?
Yeah.
Maybe he's putting on some tunes.
Because that
He's
is
going to iTunes maybe.
Yeah.
That's not
I doubt
something
it.
you'd expect at this stage in the race.
They're
is-
working on the soundtrack there.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point, Heidi.
Yeah, so I mean,
what
he's
is he texting? That's
So
curious.
he's going like 60s, 70s there. Just dropped down to like in the 40s, but
yeah. And here's
he's still
Bolvardi.
going pretty good pace.
He's cooking too, kicking up dust.
Yeah, and he's still third in position, so this gives you an idea of where the trophy trucks are on the course right now.
Legend leaderboard coming up too in a minute. Here we go at race mile 37. The Dosala Senior in first, followed by Lawrence in second, Payne third, Hedlund in fourth, and Adler in fifth. So Lawrence, you know, giving the Dosala a little run for his money, 2 seconds back, and right behind that in third. Those two, second and third, are very tight in the Legends class as well. Back to Christopher Bolvardi. See some helis there in the distance. Way back there. Just chopping up dirt.
The lead trucks are getting pretty close to El Alamo. And then it's 10 miles of, they're probably going 130, 140 on, there's just a straight graded road that goes to the highway crossing. And then we're pretty close to, that's where 112 is, and we'll get our timing update.
Got it.
So it'd be really cool to see where's everybody at on adjusted time.
For sure. And just looking at the tracking too, it looks like, that just refreshed on me, but Arturo Salas is not too far away from the 250 mile mark. So he's making good time. They're
and 245 is another timing point.
Right.
So
any
we're real
moment-
close on having updates on the lead trucks and the lead
and
bikes.
The bikes. Yep. Again, he's
And
been out
powered
there.
by Optima, which is pretty cool because again, we'll have real adjusted times.
Well, again, we keep talking about how we want to up the ante, bring more to the sport, bring more technology to the sport, and it's a true sign that Optima wants to get involved and really help elevate, I think, our technology. So we're extremely grateful to Optima bringing in this new opportunity for adjusted times, real times, and an accuracy that we've just never had before. So historic and very appreciated.
So spec trucks are going to be coming through race mile 37, so we should have a leader board for the spec
Update on
trucks
that.
here pretty soon too.
For sure.
What's interesting is I don't see Alan on the leaderboard, but it looks like as far as, you know, the new timing system goes that he's doing great.
And there you go. And that's exactly why we need that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because sometimes it just doesn't ping or it just doesn't come up. But now we've
Right.
got the real time. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
that's really cool. Back to race mile 10.
A few shots ago, there was a UTV that came through there. It had 2 spares on the back. That was a little bit of an interesting setup that he had going on there. But it is. What's your thought, Heidi, on running 1 spare or 2?
I would always want to run 2. Yeah. You know, I was racing one time and I took out both tires on one side at the same time. So
ever since.
That's what I was just going to
These
say.
guys.
So that's Mike Pratt and then Mike Caffro. So I think Caffro's actually, he's partnered with Jamie Kirkpatrick, and Caffro's driving, and I'm thinking maybe Pratt started, but he's racing with Dodge Pullman, who I've actually raced with before, and he's a fast driver.
Trophy truck spec at race mile 37. San Pietro in first, Brenthal in second, and Davis in third. And really, just seconds between these guys. 2 seconds, almost 3.
So I wonder, you know, because the Brenthal, the 273, they qualified first with
and then
Abdali
we got
Lopez.
EJ just popping up. Sorry, Wes. EJ just taking over that place. And again, this is what helping us with our accuracy.
And they're in a speed zone here, so well, it looks like he might be coming out of it right now.
Yeah.
Actually, he's out of it. But a few minutes ago, you could see that they were only going.
Yeah, they were like
37 or yeah.
37.
Yeah, they're on the fast road, heading south out of Ojos right now, and out of the speed zone. Yeah, he's going 80 plus miles an hour.
Now he's moving. But just a little bit ago,
you can see he's having to check up for dust.
True.
Yeah.
A wonderful example of what we've been talking about too, going back to race mile 37 and these spec trophy trucks is just out of nowhere. Oh, here we go. All right. I digress. The new leaderboard for race mile 37. Herbst in first, San Pietro in second. Herbst now drops back to third, Brenthal in fourth, and Davis in fifth. So, and again, look, you can see on these adjusted times here, 2 seconds. I mean, it's tight. That's that top 5 right there. They're all coming for Herbst right now. We're still very, very early, but great to see that.
My big question for the trophy specs is Abdali Lopez qualified first in the Brenthal truck. And we're already showing him in fourth. Like, did something happen there, or why did he go from first physical after qualifying first to dropping back? So, I don't know if maybe they had a flat, made a mistake.
Possible.
Maybe Abdallah is not driving right now, and so maybe it's a different driver that doesn't quite run his pace. That's an interesting one to. I'd be curious what happened there.
Earlier before when we saw that kind of crazy hiccup happening right before that speed zone, I wonder if there's something maybe in that area that's a little hairy or something. I don't know. Maybe it was just one of those things where 2 trucks got too close to each other, but there could be possible moments on the course that we just can't see sometimes, and creating more challenges for the drivers.
Well, there definitely are.
Yeah.
Because in a race like this with this many competitors that are out there, we're for sure not seeing everything.
We can't see everything,
but we're seeing more than we've ever seen, which is really, really cool.
Speaking
of, here's
Brandon
a
Walsh.
UTV right here.
Go. Yep.
Brandon Walsh.
1870. The UTV. Again, we got driver's perspective, and then looking back at the navigator and driver, going right into that sun. So visor placement crucial in these moments.
Yeah, and there's so guys run flip down visors. And then some guys actually are running visors on their helmets now too, and to help block the sun there. That's because the other option is you take a hand off the wheel and you try to block it with your hand, and then that gets super sketchy because now you're driving with one hand on the wheel and one hand off.
Yeah, I've been there.
You
been
have.
there, done that. Yeah.
Yes. Some more drone footage. Race mile 77 now. We're moving further down the course. Clear skies. Ooh, fishtailing around there. That's Toby.
Yeah.
There's Toby in first place right now at race mile 77.
This is where Wes was describing that they're going to pick up the pace here because it's pretty wide open.
Yeah, so in this moment now, you've got a moment to put the hammer down. Nobody in front of you does, Toby. Just completely go for it to get a nice big gap. Or does he play it safe somewhat?
I think
still early.
I think Toby's completely going for it the whole time.
Always. There is no play it safe for Toby.
I don't think that he's actually picking up the pace at any point because the pace has been picked up from the green flag. But the speeds are going to be faster right here.
Looks like Impudia right behind him.
Yeah, he's just outside his dust, so he's staying right there with him.
Spectator getting out of the way just in time.
Yeah, just cruising around on a quad across the course in front of the trophy truck.
Yeah. Not the position that either one of them should be in. Yeah, he looks like he's keeping just the right pace with Toby.
Yeah, he's just hanging right outside his dust, which is, I think, what he should be doing.
We are traveling through the dust.
Because the thing is if he pushes and gets into his dust, then your vision's obscured, and then now you're taking more chances and more risks. So you want to have clean air, but just stay with him, hold pace, and keep him honest.
Yeah.
Make him go win that race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So once they cross Highway 3, then the course gets pretty tight and does a lot of zigzags, and it's really kind of cuts back and forth on itself. So that area, they literally may be in sections where it doubles back like right there, and you might see the other vehicle, in some of this stuff. So that should be pretty exciting for those guys.
The Green
Army
Army truck.
Was a line right there, or
it looks like
you got off course?
Yeah, I don't know. You got some choices there.
Yeah, it was a line.
Woo.
Guys are starting
There's
a
three
straight
different-
line that you can see the original course was going, well, it's screen left, but guys are starting to straight line that. There's that double spare setup that I was talking about on a UTV. Most UTVs don't carry 2 spares. We were just talking about that, of do you carry 1 or 2? Most UTVs carry 1, but at the 1,000 in 2022, I had the same thing. I hit a rock that was buried in the outside of a berm, and I double flatted.
Oof.
And you're pretty much screwed then.
Yeah.
Because we had 40 miles or so to go until we were going to get to our next pit.
You can't three-wheel it, Heidi, at that point.
Right, and it's not like there's going to be someone out there with that exact tire that you need, tire and wheel.
And the bolt pattern. And
Yeah.
So I'm almost a fan of carrying 2 at this point, because it allows you to drive a little harder. See a good battle right there.
Yep. More and more spectators showing up.
What's tough is the guy that was right behind him, he closed on him in that watered section, but then right after that gets super dusty. So that's so frustrating, because sometimes you'll be right on a guy and you're right about to make a pass, and then you hit a silty section, and then you can't see and you got to back off.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you got to go through that whole thing again of waiting, back off, and then try to close through his dust again.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. And with the crowds there, you're definitely going to back off because it's just too risky.
Looks like our drone came in for a little pause, but we're back to some more aerial footage. Trophy truck spec. This is our top 10 spec at race mile 37. Creel in first, Hagel in second, the 209 truck in third. We got Herbst, San Pietro in fifth, Herbst in sixth, EJ Herbst that is, Brenthal in seventh, Fox in eighth, McNeil in ninth, and Davis rounding out our top 10. Just seconds, 2 seconds here, 3 seconds there, it's tight.
Yeah, I mean, second through seventh are basically 30 seconds apart from each other.
Yeah. They're going for it.
So that's a real tight race. Creel opened up a pretty good little gap there, but some of that too, for the trophy specs, they're trying to work their way through the class 1s and the slower trophy trucks. And so if Creel made a pass and got by somebody, and then the rest of the field got stuck behind, say, a slower trophy truck, that can get you 2 minutes, no problem.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
There's the Herbst truck.
What's real exciting is, normally you don't have that. This is actual adjusted time that we're able to look at this time for the first time. And we could see that leaderboard moving around, and now with this technology, we know why, and we have more accurate information.
Okay, so
we got 2.
1X and 9X are through our timing point at race mile 245.
Okay, so that's Solis and Eddie. Those two teams.
It's a 10-minute and 23-second lead.
Look at that, bam. Race mile 245. Bikes had an early morning. They're 6 hours in at this point.
So it seems to me, even though we saw 11X of Solis have that bobble and go down, They're just slowly, methodically pulling away from the field there. So, you know, 10 minutes, that's a pretty good lead.
Yeah, that's
especially, well, I guess they're like halfway through the race. Maybe a touch more. But,
maybe we'll have some.
But a flat tire or something like that, or, you know, like that 10 minutes can go really quick.
Sure. Well, you've been talking all day about gotchas too, so you never know where those are going to come too.
And we did see him lay it down already once.
We did. Maybe at some point we'll have Scott Harden sending in an updated video or some news flash. This doesn't look. That's the 219. That's the Herps. That's the 219 truck, and they are off on the side.
They got a flat.
Oh, they got a flat.
Looks like they're getting some help.
Right front.
Getting a spare
Looks
tire.
like we got a tire change.
Yep.
Here it comes.
So that's Thor.
Oof. Yeah, he just got past. What is he doing? What's he? You can see the driver pointing to something. He's yelling. It's like, let's get going.
Yeah,
Need help. Let's go. Let's move. Move.
He's probably pretty anxious. He doesn't want to lose placement.
The thing that makes you crazy is you'll push
another
passes,
pass. That's
and
two
then you get a flat like this, and you hand them all back.
Yeah.
That's so frustrating.
Yeah.
And you're starting all over again.
Ugh, in a sea of dust. Yeah, that's the other thing too. You got to change the tire and all this dust coming through. Adding insult to injury. Thorpe Hurst here. Off to the side with a flat, getting repaired.
Yeah.
I mean, right now as a driver, you just gotta say, okay, take a couple deep breaths. Got a flat. It's not the end of the world. We're gonna lose some time here, but I have another 400 plus miles to make this up.
For sure.
So you gotta just say, all right, stay calm.
And
don't get too worked up over it.
And that looked like from what we saw, a relatively quick tire change.
Yeah, I would say that was pretty fast.
Without, real pit support.
And look, if it happened to him, it could happen to anybody else. So you never know. We're still very, very early in the Baja 500.
And that's what you got to keep in the back of your mind is just like, okay, cool, I made a mistake, or maybe I didn't make a mistake, but we got a flat. Just
deal with it and move on.
Keep your head in the game, and don't get too worked up. And man, it looked like you went on two wheels right there.
Yeah, I know. Whoop.
Uh-oh.
And something happened. What?
Whoa.
Now, this is interesting.
Okay, that's not good.
This is a new line. All right.
Yeah.
Lots of twigs, branches.
I couldn't tell.
Extra fiber in your diet.
For a minute, I thought something was breaking down and causing him to go off like that, but he must have just missed the.
So I think his co-driver's got to be talking him off the ledge right now.
Yeah.
And be like, hey, dude, you
there's
got a flat,
bolt.
calm down.
Yeah, look at that.
See that bolt?
There's
it
a bolt.
could just be a hood bolt, but.
Yeah. I feel like the Herps trucks are notorious for losing their hoods, so.
What is going on? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
You can see it's silty in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bolt isn't going anywhere. Somehow it's staying on. It's a hood.
That's a hood latch.
Wow.
It's okay. What it is it's safety wired, so you don't lose it.
So you won't go
but
away.
it's come out.
Oh.
Yep.
So the one on the driver's side is still in, but the passenger side has come out and
loose.
is just flopping around right
Yep.
there. So, like
Look
I
at these
said, they're
ruts.
probably not too far away from losing their hood.
Yeah.
But we've seen lots of shots of their cars without hoods. So,
Nothing new.
honestly, I think it's a little bit of an advantage because if you don't have the hood, you have better vision and you can see your tires. And when you start getting into, like, say, the backside of Mike's, you can see where you're placing your front tires.
Looks like the helicopter footage of this, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is
We were in car, now we're above car.
nice. We might be able to get a better view of any damage that he had when he hit those bushes.
Yep.
Went off the course.
Looked to me like he
doesn't
just
look
caught
bad.
a rut or something, and
just
like I
pushed him
said, where
off.
it looked like he two-wheeled, he probably just kind of lost it, and to save it had to go off course.
Yeah.
Is what I'm thinking happened.
Yeah.
And,
Doesn't look
and
bad.
I think that was probably he got a little too excited after having the flat. Tried to start
Time out.
pushing. Well, that's okay.
I
there's
talked
a-
about this earlier in qualifying. We do not want to see these trucks on their side. And it's going to take a village now to get that thing back on 4 wheels. Santiago
And that was our leader,
that
337.
Was the leader. Correct.
Oh, wow.
So he hit something.
Thor's gonna.
You see the straps here, you see the harness just loose. They're out.
Yeah. So, maybe a flat tire is not so bad.
Right?
Because you could be upside down.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And this is what I was saying, you got to be patient on this course. If you try to push too hard, if you drive over the edge just a little bit, you're going to end up on your lid or tear a corner off the car.
And it looks like there's spectators there. Somebody, at least they're not in a position where they're all by themselves. Now they're going to hopefully have some help and get that truck back to where it needs to be.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they're moving too fast. I don't see anyone ready to try to push it back over. In fact, the hood looks like it's off. So,
I mean,
it's clear. It's clinic right now. We're frozen, obviously, but.
Oh, okay.
But all right,
there
so we'll come back to that hopefully.
Yeah.
So here's more aerial footage. Took a different line that time for there. Got out. See all those big ruts. That you just drove
it's
past
kind of off camber there on the left. And, the preferred line is just going straight over.
Right.
This is a section, we generally run this off the start almost every race for if it's a Loop 1000 or a Baja 500 or the Baja 400. So most of the guys know this pretty well.
It's definitely a fun little section.
That was what he was on right there. That used to be a line, and now it's the course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can see right
on
there,
the right.
there's 2 lines. You've got, it's whooped out down low, or you can take the high line there.
Yeah.
Well, maybe at some point in this footage they'll pass Creel.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see.
We'll get a nice overhead shot
I would
of what's
love
going
to
on.
see what happened with him.
Yeah, and it actually, this will be great. We could see his truck pretty well right here.
Yeah.
Everything looks pretty good, actually.
Truck's looking good. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any body damage. He probably was just in some guy's dust and was pushing, caught a rock or something, got it flat.
Did a little
Especially being that it
gardening.
was the right front. Yeah.
It's going to take a little bit more to keep him out of this race.
Yeah. And, those bushes right there, they don't look too, doesn't look like there's really big stumps, so that's good.
Well, you still see.
Yeah, so I wonder what
dust lingering.
happened to Creel. And one thing you don't want is if our camera froze, but when you're on the side for too long,
yeah, what's happening to all the fluids?
The fluids are a lot of times dumping out, and they're going places you don't want them. So then when you get back over, if too much time has passed, you actually really need to make sure you check everything out before you go, or if your pit stop's not too far ahead, then just get going and get to your next pit.
To that point, neither side is good, but if you're going to flip on a side, is there a side that you prefer? I guess, well, if you're the driver, you want to be on the navigator side so you can crawl out.
The tire side.
The tire side, yeah, that's preferred.
That's the side you want to be on.
Always, always.
I think it's keep the rubber side down is a good motto.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Inside, Justin Lambert.
Speed zone 37.
Oh, they got a guy talking to him.
Speed zone 37.
That's great.
Look at that.
So
I haven't heard that before.
So Justin's
Thank you.
a multi-time UTV champion. He's a good driver, has a good program. Yeah, so I think they're running lead nav, and you can actually connect that and have audio notes that come through your intercom.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
Wayne just made that corner. Oh, he did. I missed it.
You can hear him communicating.
Oh, he's right there. Yep.
Yeah, they're starting to close on somebody, so I think Justin's probably trying to reel a guy in and make a pass. But
yeah. It's exciting.
Yeah, it's not often in our broadcast that we can hear the communication going on between the navigator and the driver.
Yeah, yeah. I never had that technology when I was racing.
Back in my day.
In my day.
And I feel like as a driver, it's kind of cool being able to hear that, but I also don't know that I would want everybody hearing what I'm saying.
Yeah, so, there's that part. We don't have a cough button.
Sometimes things get a little heated in there.
I'm sure they do. Yeah, so maybe we bring that audio down. There we go. It's Jorge, 297 truck. There's Justin Davis. Got to hear power some of those engines. Always good to hear. So Heidi, you were asking a question earlier?
Yeah. Are the trophy trucks seconds or minutes apart? I was thinking minutes, but I might be wrong on that.
They started 1 minute apart.
Mm-hmm.
The leaders have all crossed Highway 3, so now they're on the east side, and they're really close to starting to come through our next timing point at race mile 112. So we should have a new leaderboard with updates very soon. An update on the bikes, we've got a few guys that have come through 245 now, which is that was the next timing point for them.
Right.
And you got a real good battle going on with the 9X of Austin Eddy and the 7X of Justin Morgan.
So you're referring to the bikes right now, correct?
Correct. Yeah,
what
this
class
is our
would
pro
that be?
bikes.
This is to be the Pro Unlimited.
Pro Moto Unlimited.
Pro Moto Unlimited, okay.
And Solace has a 10-minute lead, but then second and third of Eddy and Morgan, they're 1 minute apart.
Got you. Here we go.
Real tight.
So here's your top four: Solace, Eddy, Morgan, and Beltran in the Pro Moto Unlimited. So that's Solace pulling away right now, looking good.
But it seems like Eddy's been keeping a consistent pace behind him. You know, he's been like 10 or 11 minutes off, right? So.
Yeah, but
looks
he
like
also
Rolf's
has
in the
Morgan
pit
right there
now.
with him.
Yeah, Morgan is right on his tail.
Wondering what's going on here in the 37L truck. Hopefully not a flat, but
yeah, that's one of the Legends trucks.
Legend trucks, yep. Just got passed. He's itching to get going.
What's tough for him is they started towards the back of the trophy truck pack, and so they're going to have class ones and trophy specs starting to get ahead of them if they sit there for too long.
Also looks like right now our ticker at the bottom is offline, but we'll get that up as soon as we can. But for now, back to race mile 77. Some great drone footage.
That looked like Luke.
Yeah.
We'll see. Let's see if we can pick up that.
It's definitely one of the McMillan
left.
trucks. It could have been Dan too. I couldn't. It had Monster on it, so I'm thinking maybe that was Dan because Luke's got the Unleash the Beast, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get a closer look.
That's Baldy.
All right. That's Sam
Which
Baldy.
is kind of cool because they actually built their truck, which is, I think, a great
custom
story.
Built. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, versus buying a chassis from Mason or Geyser or, you know.
Those aren't cheap.
I don't think it's cheap to build one either, but
oh, here we
go. Yeah, definitely probably a little more cost effective. As well as you just can't even just go buy a Mason.
Yeah.
So this is Ava Starr. She's kind of one of the young up-and-coming drivers in the UTV class. She's in the normally aspirated. I believe she's in a Polaris Razor. Got the sweet pink seats there.
Loving it. She did great in San Felipe too.
You need to trick it out and make it a little bit girly, right?
Oh, really? Some sparkles or something? What do you think?
So what did you do on your vehicles, Heidi?
Some disco balls? What are we going to do?
I did have a pink truck a few times.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I know Kristen Matlock runs pink a lot. You know, I feel like a lot of the girls kind of lean into it a little bit.
Yeah.
That way when you beat the guys, you can kind of rub it in a little bit, right?
Is that the truth?
Which Heidi was pretty good at doing, so.
Yes, she was. That's cool. Oh, it's great to see.
Yeah, you sit on the podium with the checkered flag and your first place trophy in your pink car and be like,
Wes, that never crossed my mind.
It did now. I guess you're just going to have to get back in the pink car, man. It's time to get you back out there.
Gotta get you back out there so you rub it in on the guys.
There you go. This is what Eva's looking at.
Yeah, it's great to see her back out there. She looks really calm, actually.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a little tree section, this is just out of town when you start.
Yeah, I remember during the San Felipe when we were watching, her co-driver was really kind of encouraging her, like, get going, get going, get going. And I think she's a little more poised now. She's got that San Felipe under her belt. And
good she avoided there's a big rain rut on the left side there, and then you turn and run along this fence line here. It's pretty high speed. Looks like she's catching somebody. She's got some dust. There's a couple rollers, you can get some pretty good air right there, and then that's going to lead into that little stadium section where they have it watered and there's all the spectators.
Race Mount 20.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like we got the ticker up and running. You can see on the top, you got the trophy trucks and then class 10 below. That's good.
So it's like Ryan Daniel.
And here's Roger Norman, ladies and gentlemen.
Our very own.
There he is. Revving those RPMs in the lower left.
So that's a new line chassis that runs an X-Travel front end, which is kind of a unique setup. There's a few guys that are running that. The Matlocks actually have that same chassis. Well, they run a new line chassis. It's not a single seater like Roger's, but Roger hasn't had a clean run in that car, and I would love to see him, ideally have a race where he doesn't have a whole lot of problems and see how he can do in that single seater. I don't know about the single seat because if you have a flat or you have any problems, then you're out there by yourself.
It's all on you.
And you got to go change it on your own. I really kind of like having a co-driver. I think there's an advantage to that.
You just don't want to change the tires.
Well, correct.
I don't want to do it.
That means I gotta unbuckle.
I know,
I gotta like mess with my neck restraint. It's
it's too much.
I felt like, and honestly, yes, I don't want to get out and do the work, but also, if you're trying to do it quickly, it's just way faster to have your co-driver. If you guys practice it, he can be like, basically, as you're coming to a stop, he's crawling out the window with his gun in hand. And we had it where maybe minute and a half, we could do a tire. So versus if I had to do it myself or, except for Roger, it's going to take you longer than that.
What I love about Roger is just like, when you do the one seat, it's really kind of a testament to your confidence and your ability. Like, you know what, I got this.
Yeah. He was in the speed zone in the town of Ojos right there.
Back to Eva Starr. She goes.
What I like about Roger running is he knows exactly what his clients are experiencing,
That's true.
He's living and breathing it, and so he's got a full perspective of the sport and of his organization.
Yeah. Love that. All right, little ride along with Rob McCachran. Here we go.
Well, we were just talking about, you know, where is Santiago Creel, and sure enough, back up and moving. No hood though, but back in it. In it to win it. Oh, back to Walsh. Looks like he's getting some fuel.
And that's yeah, I guess you would fuel. That's like right by Ojos. That's a
that pocket.
Seems
there?
like a early place to be fueling to me, but maybe they're going with the tortoise version of the tortoise and the hare for this race.
Yeah,
going to take it nice and easy or something. But
we'll see.
Yeah, everyone has a different fueling strategy.
You shouldn't be fueling in Ojos.
Here's 9X.
No,
probably not. Okay, got some aerial coverage of the 9X bike.
Yeah, so they've crossed Highway 3, and they're on the south side.
It's the Eddie team.
A little.
This was just moments ago.
Yeah, a little west of Borrego.
Let's see what happens here.
Basically, they're going to be heading south and then come into a big whoop section that heads into San Matias.
Now, at this point, he's about a half mile from checkpoint 1. Let's see how this plays out.
What's nice about the positioning of these motorcycle racers is that they're in a hot section. This section gets really hot, and where they came from is really hot. But they're going to start getting over once they cross the Mike's Road.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
It looks like he's run out of fuel.
That's 9.
We just got done talking about fuel with Brandon Walsh. Austin Eddy pushing his bike now. What is going through his head right now? Oh my gosh.
Wow, well, really.
That's brutal. Here we go. Guys, let's talk about it.
Wow.
That's a rough
I don't know how
break.
far he has to push that thing, but I don't think you're going to push it very
Scott
far.
Harden, Johnny Campbell. Guys, we need your assistance. Where are you guys at? Get out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What could have happened? Now we're getting more surprises keep coming at us
today.
He was way before checkpoint 1. So
I would think that as a bike, you would have probably fueled at La Ventana near Highway 5, which is probably race mile 190-ish.
Okay.
And checkpoint 1 would be like 245.
So going into it though, are they, you know, we talk about doing your research and stuff, are they saying, okay, well, we're gonna fuel up at this point. So as he's getting closer, did he just forget what happened? Caught in the moment?
Sometimes you could have a flat tire or something, which will affect your fuel economy. And then, man, sometimes I've been on the San Felipe side, and you get in the sand, and you're in a lot of washes, and your fuel economy just goes away.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I feel like you would have figured that out pre-running.
In the trophy trucks and the bigger vehicles, you can have like an air bubble that prevents it from fueling it all the way. Like is it called a vapor pressure or something?
Yeah.
But I don't know if that happens in the motorcycles.
Not really,
Not really.
because it's just a dump can from the top. But you can get short fueled.
Yep.
You know, sometimes your guys are in a rush, and especially he was in a tight battle with Justin Morgan. So maybe they were battling and they're trying to get out and maintain track position on him. And they rushed him out.
Yeah.
And they could have shorted him a gallon or something. And
yep.
You know, and
we'll find out.
And we don't know for sure that he's out of fuel there. You know,
it's been said.
He's just,
Little Birdie told me.
Oh, okay.
But I could be wrong. We'll see. Shane Lowry here. But yeah, hopefully it's not something hypercritical that actually takes the whole bike out.
The fact that he was pushing the bike would lead me to believe he had to have been relatively close to his pit.
Okay.
Because if you're 10 miles away, you know you're not pushing a bike 10 miles.
Right.
So hopefully he's close enough that he could kind of get to where his guys are.
Okay. We'll find out.
So here's a Class 10 car. So we got a lot of different classes out on the course.
Right,
You know, for people that don't know a lot about desert racing, you have multiple classes that are out there. So you've got your trophy trucks, which is the premier unlimited trucks. Class 1 is an unlimited buggy. Class 10 is a limited buggy, but it's basically an unlimited chassis with a limited motor.
Right.
So they're still a really fast car. In fact, I mean, they used to do really well overall, but now I think the trucks and the spec trucks and stuff have gotten so fast that the 10 cars have kind of dropped back a little. And then now the UTVs are getting so fast that they're beating the 10 cars a lot of times.
Yeah.
That's kind of a constant battle, the UTVs versus the 10 cars, I feel like, at this point. Because a 10 car in big whoops, in like long straights, is still, I think, a little faster. But in a course like this, where you're in terrain like where this truck is going, where it's tight and twisty, the all-wheel drive really comes into play.
Yeah.
And this is a Class 8 here with Josh Klinsky.
Yep.
Which Class 8 used to be the badass truck class.
Yeah.
You know, with like Walker Evans back in the day.
Yeah. At one point, it was really kind of known as the unlimited truck class. Until trophy trucks evolved, right?
All right, back to Christopher Polvardi. Speaking of trophy trucks, can you hear that engine screaming?
Yeah, his motor sounds really solid.
It does. Yeah, it sounds clean.
Yeah, he's running, so he's got a Mason with a Croyer. You've got, most of the guys are either running a Dugan's, a Croyer, or Gibbs. Then you, I guess Lofton, I believe, is running a Danzio. But most of the guys are running, one of those 3 or 4 builders.
Yep.
And Polvardi's in a Croyer.
Well, as Cristobal Polvardi blasts into more of the Baja 500, we're going to take a break on the Baja 500, do some commercials, and we'll leave you with some leaderboards powered by Optima, and we'll see you in a few.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
I mean, I'd like to go fast. As soon as I moved from Brooklyn, New York to Florida, and my neighbor had a bicycle with an engine on it, which I'd never seen in Brooklyn, and got on that, and that was my need for speed. Never stopped from that moment. I love going fast. Baja, for off-roading, is a special place. I consider this like heaven on earth.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Experience the ADS advantage. Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. See, ADS doesn't just build world-class race shocks. We can also outfit your off-road rig with billet suspension components like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension.
If you want to see more about off-road racing and SCORE, go check out the SCORE Journal. It's really cool. Take care.
Hi guys, Thor Herbst here with Terrible Herbst Small Motorsports, sponsored by Monster Energy. And we got SCORE Journal Magazine here, and if you don't read SCORE Journal Magazine, you don't know anything about racing.
For all the latest action in off-road racing, be sure to watch the SCORE Journal. You'll see a couple pictures of me.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
I mean, I'd like to go fast. As soon as I moved from Brooklyn, New York to Florida, and my neighbor had a bicycle with an engine on it, which I'd never seen in Brooklyn, and got on that, and that was my need for speed. Never stopped from that moment. I love going fast. Baja for off-roading is a special place. I consider this like heaven on earth.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
right, welcome back to the Score BFG Baja 500. I'm here with Heidi Steele. So we've got some updates on the trophy trucks. Toby Price and Alan Impudia have come through our race mile 112 timing point, and right now it looks like they are 1.4 seconds apart. So we've got a heck of a battle. Alan Impudia is keeping Toby honest. You know, they're running neck and neck. Another thing that we just heard is that Bryce Menzies is actually having brake issues and has had to pull over and work on their brakes. So I don't know exactly how that has affected them timing wise, but it's going to be interesting to see when they come through race mile 112, where are they at on the adjusted time.
Yeah, and unfortunately I did get a text that Cameron's changing a steering box. So even he was, up to about 7th it looked like on our leaderboard, and that's going to cost him some time. So that's unfortunate.
Okay. So right here, this is race mile 77. That looks like that was one of the Herps trophy spec trucks coming through there. So I still haven't heard word on what happened to Creel, because he was our trophy spec leader, and then we saw that in-car of him on his side. So I would like to, if someone wants to text us or give us an update, what happened to Creel there, because he was our leader, and but we did talk about this coming into this race of there's a lot of gotchas out there, and there's potential to put it on its lid or take a corner off a car.
But it did look like he got going again, because we saw more footage, and he was missing his hood, right?
Yeah.
So, and if the leaderboard is accurate, it didn't look like he lost a position. So maybe with all the spectator support, they were able to flip him back quickly. I think we're going to hear more.
Yeah. So we've got more vehicles that have come through, and it looks like we have a new leader in the trophy truck class. So Tavo, I'm showing on our time at race mile 112, he came through in a 2:11, and then, well, it's a 2:11.51, and then Toby was 2:12.04, so it's a 12-second difference there. And then Alan Impudia third, Polvarde is fourth, but we're literally from first to fourth 1 minute and 26 seconds apart. So we've got a really tight race there. You can actually see we've got the graphic there now. And again, this is really awesome to see this with this leaderboard brought to you or powered by Optima batteries.
Yeah, that's exciting. And it's actually great to see the 9X right now, because as you know, it looked like Austin Eddy was pushing his bike and might have run out of fuel. Something happened, and he's now with his pit, so this is a good sign.
Okay, well, so it looks like they're changing a front tire. And so I wonder if what happened there, he had to ride on a front flat, and then that would have thrown off his fuel economy, and he ran out of fuel. That would kind of explain running out of fuel. Yeah. So he must have been pretty close to the pit, because just the fact that he's in the pit, he was pushing the bike. Yeah. You wouldn't have gotten there that quickly if he wasn't close. So I think luckily for him, they probably ran out of gas, maybe a mile away from the pit or something.
Yeah, and I don't know a lot about the tire changes with the motorcycles. I know with in racing trucks at about maybe 250 miles, or at a certain point, maybe more, we would change our rear tires because you wanted to get a little bit more traction, and depending on the terrain you're going into. There's got to be strategy in the motorcycle class too.
Yeah, I'm not sure at what point they would change a tire. I'm going to say like in a Baja 500, you probably would change a tire at least once on a dirt bike. When we're racing quads, we actually didn't change tires unless we had a flat. But there's a little pass there on the 8 car, looked like a UTV was pulled off to the side. And the trophy trucks with the lead 4, we've got a really tight race. What I want to see here is where does Bryce and Luke come through? Because that was our 5th and 6th positions at race mile 37. So we know Bryce is having brake issues, and then what's going to happen with Luke? I'm going to think if Bryce is having problems, Luke will be ahead of him. Cameron was sitting 7th, but we know Cameron is having a steering box that they're having to change. So probably Walser, I think, would then move up to 7th. But we will see. We should be getting updates through that race mile 112 with Bryce and Luke here any minute. Got Justin Davis here with some in-car. I've got to believe that he is doing pretty well in the trophy spec class. He had qualified towards the front. Yeah, he was our 2nd qualifier. And, with Creel, looked like Creel had pushed to the front, but with him putting it on his side, I think, Justin could potentially be our leader in the trophy specs. Here's Ricky Johnson in the 1L, which is our leader in the Legends. You can see that's a pretty fast section right there. That's race mile 110, so you're heading towards the summit at that point. You've already crossed Highway 3 and you're on the north side of Highway 3.
Yeah, Ricky and Gustavo have been partnering together in that 1L truck, and they have been putting a lot of time on their competitors. They put a lot of time on them at San Felipe, and he might just need to be in the trophy truck class.
I was just going to say that, I feel like they're sandbagging a little bit in the Legends class when they're, Ricky qualified 8th out of all the trophy trucks in qualifying, and then, he still throws it down.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I would consider them kind of ringers in the Trophy Legends class.
I would too.
Not that the other guys in the Legends aren't good, but okay, so the 297 of San Pietro looks like he's pulled over here. And
it doesn't look like they're moving very quickly around
that truck. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. I wonder if they have an engine issue or something with the hood off like that, and the way they're not moving very quickly and standing there looking at the truck.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something probably serious has happened there.
Yeah.
Not what you want to see if you're part of their crew or...
Yeah, and so early on in the race, it was just about to get going for them. Starting to get out into the fun stuff where the race gets a little bit more broken apart, and
yeah, you're really, the race is just starting at this point.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, I think Cameron his philosophy was the race was going to start after the summit, and I kind of agree with that. You want to kind of keep it in one piece, get your car or vehicle clean out of the summit, and then kind of start racing from there. Okay, so we got some updates here on the leaderboard through race mile 112. Lofton, McMillan, and then the 1L of Gustavo have just come through. And so that's our top 7, which that means Bryce hasn't come through yet. So apparently the brake issue that Bryce is having is going to slow him up a substantial amount. Our top 7 then is Tavo, Toby Price, Impudia, Polvarde. Lofton has moved into 5th, and then Luke McMillan, and then you've got the 1L of the Trophy Legend of Gustavo. So they're only, okay, so we were talking about Ricky in the 1L. I believe he is only 4 minutes and 17 seconds behind Tavo.
Yeah.
So he's basically running trophy truck lead pace.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't know, how many years each of them have raced, but they've raced for a number of years and raced in the trophy truck class. So, they've got a lot of experience
and had wins.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, winners in trophy truck, and that's not an easy game.
No, and I don't think it's getting any easier.
Yeah.
But I do think that Toby Price is still our physical leader. So I believe he would still have clean air, which is still going to be important. I think that, well, honestly, probably what happened here and how Tavo got into the lead is you got Toby setting a pace, probably trying to be smart. Alan Impudia, he's got to hang just outside his dust and keep pressure on him. When Bryce dropped out, then, I guess Tavo was ahead of Bryce, so that wouldn't have happened. I was thinking maybe when Bryce dropped out, that gave Tavo a little bit of gap that he could have closed.
Bryce, you were right.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah, Tavo was behind Bryce, and he actually seemed like he was putting pressure on him.
So he was. So yeah, so I think my thinking is correct here. And so if Bryce was having issues and had to pull over, then that would have gave a little bit of a clean air gap for Tavo, and then he could have pushed through that, which would have allowed him to make up some time on the adjusted time and actually put him on our leaderboard here in first place.
Yeah, yeah. And it looks like Bryce has come through race mile 112 now, so he's moving, right? It's just now he's 11 minutes back. Yeah.
And that's going to be really tough to make up on this field that's ahead of him right now.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone can do it, Bryce can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's still about 380 miles to go or something like that.
Yeah. Just the field's so competitive now with Tavo, Toby, Alan, Polvarde. I mean, even Lofton goes good.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah.
And then Luke, it just kind of goes on and on. I think for Bryce to make up 11 minutes, man, he's going to need some help.
Yeah. Yeah, he would need someone. He needs someone to also not have a clean day.
He's going to need a lot of people to not have clean days.
A lot, you're right.
It's just a big ask with how stacked that field is ahead of him.
Yeah. Oh.
So that's one of the McMillan trucks, right?
Looks like it's moving good. I was trying to make out what number it was.
I'm going to say that might be Dan because Luke should have already been through that area.
So is Dan or Andy starting today? Do you know?
I believe Dan was doing the first half and then Andy was going to do the second.
It's fun to see the cousins, be in this. They're always competing, so now they're in the same trophy truck, and it's fun to see them do that.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Here's Rob.
Rob Mack. And this is kind of that same area there. So I'm going to say that Rob, we should be seeing him through race mile 112 here pretty quickly.
Yeah.
This is always, I'd say this is one of my favorite sections of northern Baja, where they're going through right now, because it's real fast and flowy in that little area where it opens up, and that's a fun section.
Yeah.
Did you like driving through there?
It is a fun section. I think the only downside to it is when you enter that section, you know you're going into the never never. That's what we call it. And so you know you're heading out to the summit, you know you're going to be very remote for a period of time. And I think that part made me feel a little uneasy, whereas when you're coming through Alamo, you know you're going to get to Highway 3, and you know. So it gives you a little bit of a different feeling, and I think sometimes causes you to think through your strategy a little bit more. You know, be a little more focused, go fast, but don't take too many chances.
You've got to know not to make a mistake, because if you do, it's going to take your crew a while to get to you.
Yeah.
Especially where you make that left-hand turn and start heading towards the summit.
Yeah.
Once you make that, nobody's coming to you for a while, you know, so.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Okay, so we have some more updates through 112. You've got Mike Walser he's sitting in 8th. Basically, Bryce is getting shuffled down right now. So you got Walser coming through, Rob Mack is in 9th, and then Ruben Torres is sitting in 10th. So that's pushed Bryce all the way down to 11th right now. So that's where that whatever that brake issue that Bryce had was, it's going to be tough for him to make this back now.
Yeah.
And I wonder where he is at physically, just because even in just track position alone, you know, at the pace that the leaders are running, if Bryce is stuck in somebody's dust, they'll continue to gap him out because he won't be able to run that pace.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So here's our leaderboard right here. There's your top 10. And like I said, I think we had one. I think we had one other person come in there. But basically, you know, Tavo is currently our leader on time. Toby Price is our physical leader out on the course, and he is 12 seconds back off of Tavo. And then Alan Impudia is sitting in 3rd, basically just over a second behind Toby. And they've been that close the whole time. So you've got, and they're physically out front, so they actually probably aren't that aware that Tavo has made up that time on them. It might be being conveyed to them, especially now that everyone has Starlink. Their crew might be telling them.
Yeah.
So here's a great shot. You've got in car with Rob Mack, Polvarde, and then Paul Barnhart.
Yeah. And with Polvarde sitting in 4th right now, you have a really great idea of what it's like out for the lead trophy trucks right now.
I mean, from...
So they're going to start to hit the summit, you know, in a few miles, really.
Yep.
Seems like it's
yeah,
going to come up pretty quick.
I would say Toby, I want to look at his tracker. He's got to be pretty close to the summit right now. In fact, he's about to drop out of the summit, I think. Because I'm showing Polvarde getting pretty close to the summit. So they're in a really rocky technical section there. I mean, Rob Mack that's part of the road to the summit right there.
Yeah, there you go.
So, yeah, if Rob is there, Toby's probably getting pretty close to drop out of the summit, and then that's where it's going to open up. We're going to see our average speeds really climb out of the summit from there all the way to basically the turnoff to Mike's.
Yeah.
Our average speeds are going to be really high through there.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch Rob's in-car, footage going through the summit because, this is one of the more treacherous areas, I would say, on this particular race course. You get to these really big boulders and you're kind of just like rock climbing for a little bit, going over the, height of the summit basically, and then dropping back down into a valley.
Well, you can see all the rocks on the side of the course right there. And so one mistake, you know, there was a giant boulder on his right there. That,
yeah.
You know, if you clip that, it's going to end your race. But this is where you want to be really calm, collected, precise, be fast, but as you had stated before, if you have a problem right now, you're not going to see crew probably until Saldana, which is at the base of Laguna Salada. So you're on your own for a little bit.
Yeah.
And if you get a flat, you know, for these guys, they're carrying 2, but you know, like if you double flat it or something, then you got nothing until you get to your crew, and that's going to really affect. That looked like a line right there.
Yeah, it looked like he picked his line there, maybe not a line that everyone takes. It looks like there's dust out ahead of him, which means that he's not too far behind the truck in front of him.
Yeah, I'd like to see how Rob, I kind of think he'll slowly work his way through the pack, and he might kind of sneak up in there. There's a big rock in the middle of the course right there.
Yeah. See who he's behind.
Yeah, I'm showing Polvarde is almost over the summit. So I'm gonna say our leaders are probably in the sand wash, starting to head north towards Cabuzo Junction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's here with Rob and listen to his throttle control and how he's working that truck. And we'll check this out, watch him drive. Okay, so that was pretty cool action there with Rob Mack, and then we actually added a couple other in-cars in there. It's pretty amazing to have the live streaming footage from in the cars. So here we're at race mile 110 with some drone footage. I've got a couple updates that I want to touch on. So our leaders are in a serious battle, and I just got word that Tavo got a flat.
Yes.
So I think that is going to affect him on adjusted time. Also got an update from Polvarde's crew, and they said that he got a flat. And so he was running, they said basically he was physically third, about to start the summit, and he got a flat. They pulled over to re-rack, and that Tavo was 20 seconds behind him. And these are physical positions, as well as Bryce was then 40 seconds behind that. But they said they got the re-rack done, got the flat change, and didn't lose any physical positions.
Wow.
So I'm thinking probably Tavo had an issue there, but they got to be really close.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what this is going to do is allow Toby and Alan to probably pull away a little bit here. So it'll be very interesting to see when they come through our next timing point, where's everybody sitting at.
Yeah, and it goes to show you when you're pushing yourself, if they're in the summit area and it's incredibly rocky. I mean, there's boulders. We haven't seen that yet in Rob's in-car. I mean, we have, but it gets worse than that, believe it or not. They're pushing themselves really hard, and that's what happens. That's why they're getting those flat tires.
Well, the in-car with Rob, you can see the rocks there, but this is actually still kind of leading up to the summit. Yeah. When you get to the summit itself, you're literally on pure rock.
Yeah.
And there's a couple little sections there. It's just all rocks all over. And there's so many little things that can give you a flat through here that it doesn't take much.
Yeah.
And I just think the pace that the lead trucks are running right now, they're pushing hard, and that's why we're seeing flats.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and on the scoring, it still shows Tavo has a lead. I don't know if this is updated or not, but you can see that, but Rob's been moving up as the day's been going.
That's generally what he's pretty good at doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it'd be really cool if Rob could have a clean run and see what he could do in that Jimco all-wheel drive against all these Masons.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of nice to see another truck up in the mix.
Yeah.
And I think if someone's going to do it and has the ability, Rob Mack's one of those drivers.
He absolutely is. Yeah, he has the skills, and it would be fun to see that.
That said, good luck on catching Toby Price and Alan Acudia. I really think Tavo getting a flat, Polverde getting a flat really works into Ampudia and Price's favor.
Yeah, yeah. I think it comes down to, how hard are those two guys going to push each other? If they stay pretty even and collected, I think that they could both have a really good run. But if they push each other, it might open up the field a bit for some.
I almost feel like if I were with those two teams, being that now Bryce has had a problem, Polvarde's had a problem, and Tavo's had a problem, I'd be like, hey, go talk to the other team. Be like, hey, are you guys cool with calming down a little bit here? Let's save our trucks, and then one of the two of us could win this. But
absolutely,
I doubt that happens.
Yeah. I know. I don't know if they're that friendly to share that strategy together or not.
Right. Yeah, because the last thing you want to see happen is the two of you are pushing and you both take each other out.
Yeah. Yeah.
What I kind of wonder is, what's going on with Luke McMillan? Because he was another one that I was kind of looking at that I felt that Luke could possibly sneak in there, but it doesn't really seem like he is. So he may be having, I wonder if, well, I mean, he's right there, but
yeah.
But you on adjusted time, Lofton is actually ahead of him. So curious to kind of see if maybe Lofton can make a run on some of these guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder. So Luke, with their lineage of history in the McMillan family, their grandpa having raced, there's a lot of tips and strategies that have been passed down to the to Luke's generation, and even to their dad's generation, that they've used over and over and over again. And so he usually is pushing in the top 3, but I wonder if there's any strategy that he's trying to employ now versus his.
I feel like with his family's experience down here and the amount of experience that he personally has, Baja 500 to me, the first 250 is like get through it clean, and then race the second half of the race, and that might be the philosophy that he's employing. And he's 3 minutes out of first at race mile 112, so it's not like he's not in the hunt. He's right there, but it's just so competitive now. I think it's crazy. The top top 14 are within 10.5 minutes of each other right now.
Yeah.
Through race mile 112. That's pretty good.
We have a quad?
Yeah, race mile 120. Looks like
he was in the pits because it's marked off right there with caution tape.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's probably pretty close to the highway crossing, I would think. Well,
San Mateus area, race mile 220.
Yeah, it's 220. Honestly, that's kind of a weird place to pit, in my opinion. But, but maybe he didn't want to run out of fuel. So, pit strategy plays out. Different teams approach it different ways, but you can see the mountains there. That's basically, those mountains lead up to Mike's Sky Ranch, and that's going up into the San Matias Pass. Okay, so that's Highway 3. So we're actually near check 1, I think, right there.
We got the Pro Moto.
So we got an update on the Pro Motos. And so this is at race mile 294, which...
So it's looking like Eddie lost time. We knew that was going to happen, pushing that motorcycle across the desert.
Yeah, you're definitely not making time if you're pushing your bike.
No, so Morgan's moved up to second. And it'll be interesting to see.
7 minutes back. So at race mile 294, they are probably past Simpson Ranch. So, this is the backside of Mike's. They're up in the mountains in some pretty tight technical terrain, although super fun on a dirt bike or a quad.
Yeah. More difficult than the trophy trucks. They get pretty wide, and it's pretty narrow through there.
And it's
tight
really hard to
and
see
rocks.
over the hood and stuff through some of the up and down rises. I always kind of wonder how the trophy trucks get through some of that so fast, because it is so hard to see.
Yeah. I know. I think I told you the story. I took my hood off because I was racing through there in the dark for one of the thousands. I took my hood off so I could see better.
Yeah. So here we got Brandon Walsh and Thor Herbst. I'm a little curious to see how Thor's doing after having that flat that we saw. but we have some social media clips. So let's take a look at some of those. And anybody that's out there, make sure if you're posting an Insta, you can put at Score International, and we may use one of your videos. It's a little bicycling there in the Class 11.
Yeah. That's an interesting body.
Yeah.
Right?
Do you know much about that Class 7?
No, I don't, but I was watching some of the social media on it, and I think Bink was covering it, and I thought it was really modern looking.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they did some serious aero work with that car, designing the body on that.
Yeah.
So here we've got 8 camera shots, a multitude of different angles. Got Roger Norman again in the lower left there. Looks like he's still having a good run. Here we go to Rogers. So we got out the front and a back shot with the Norman Motorsports 1888. It's going 89 miles an hour, so that's pretty, just hit 90 there. So this is actually
really
pretty
fast.
cool to have the telemetry right there where we've got RPM and mile per hour on the screen, and then also you have, looks like G-forces in the upper left. So yeah, he's in a pretty fast section.
And it kind of is testament to what you were saying earlier, though. That UTV class is getting so competitive. They're getting so fast, and that's why they've pushed like the Class 10s to be a bit slower than them. And
yeah, well, and the technology in the UTV classes is continuing to evolve. So I think this is the road. It's just like a straight graded road going from El Alamo to Highway 3. I'm almost positive that's where he was, and he was just hitting 98 miles an hour right there. So, you know, 100 miles an hour in a UTV, that didn't happen very often before, and now it's fairly common. But I think what happened with the Class 10s and the UTVs is the UTV technology has continued to progress, and the Class 10s really haven't changed a whole lot in the last probably 15 years or so.
Yeah.
You know, so I feel like your Class 10s kind of plateaued, and the UTVs have continued to get faster, and that's where they've actually caught and surpassed them. Yeah. So here's a ProMoto Unlimited pit stop. I can't tell which number that is, but this is at the Highway 3 crossing when you're getting ready to start to head to San Matias. Yes. Yeah, so our leaders through race mile 294, we've got third place now, and so he's 24 minutes back. That's the 8X at Beltran. So pretty much we got a 2-horse race, I think, for ProMoto Unlimited.
Yeah.
Solace, you know, a little over 7-minute lead. That's a good lead, but one mistake can get you. Okay, that's not good. We got Connor McNeil.
Oh. Oof.
I don't see a hood, and I don't see anybody in the car either. So
yeah, hopefully Connor's okay. You know, it's been a tough break this weekend, I'd say, overall for the McNeil family. So hopefully he's okay. But when you can see, it looks like fluids dripping down from the roof.
Correct.
That's not good.
Yeah.
It looks like a little bit of, was that smoke or steam?
Yeah, it kind of looked like there's steam. So I'm going to say maybe it overheated and started blowing coolant.
Yeah.
Blew coolant all over, or they got upside down.
Yeah,
but
I know.
I'd say with the hood off, probably maybe some sort of overheating issue or something, and it's blowing coolant all over.
Yeah, that's
okay. I'm hearing actually there may have been a fire and they put it out with water.
I was a little worried about that because I could see a little bit of steam or smoke coming off the left side. I was hoping that it wasn't starting something, so.
Yeah. Well, it looked like they got it out, but fire is definitely something you don't want to have in a race car.
Definitely not. Yeah.
And especially when you're in the race car. And have you ever had a fire while you're in a car?
Where's wood? I want to knock on wood right now. No.
My head.
No.
Yeah, we actually had
It's
one time.
Oh,
And
wow,
it's, it's kind of sketchy because you're
Yeah.
trying to get your belts undone and get out quick.
Yeah.
And it just takes way longer to get out of a car that's on fire than you think it would.
Yeah, yeah. Cameron's had it a few times. One time he got the fire out by doing donuts on a dry lake bed, believe it or not. And he heard that strategy from his dad who raced. And
Wait, so how does doing donuts on a dry lake bed put out a fire?
I'm not exactly sure, but it did.
Okay. Cameron, if you watch this, I'm going to tell Heidi. I need some
or?
intel here of like how that helps.
Oh, we can see a little bit more now. Looks like they're assessing the situation. I have a feeling they're going to be there a while.
Yeah. A lot of times, if you have a fire, your electrical gets damaged because it burns the wires.
Yeah.
And then you got major issues
Yeah.
after that. So they.
I wonder what race
It might be a day for them if they had too much of a fire there.
Yeah, 242. So they were at last on the tracker. Oh, that. Not sure if that was right. I think it's at 80 race mile 89. That might not have been right. Oh, 100.4 maybe.
So I got a message from Jason Hurd, and he was saying, I guess if you do donuts, it makes a bunch of dust.
Okay.
And the dust helps starve the fire for oxygen.
Oh, good. And
helps put it out. So
where my mind was going. Okay.
Still sounds a little sketchy to me. I feel like if I'm on fire, I don't know if I'm going to be doing donuts or I'm going to be stopping and getting out of the car and try to get a fire extinguisher. But
yeah.
If it works, more power to you guys. I think I want to get out of the car.
You know, I know over the years we, because of the situations, we improved our fire suppression system. And so inside the trophy trucks, and I'm sure it's similar in most of the other race vehicles, you can literally pull a plug and the fire suppression material will come out if you need it to put out a fire in the hood. So there's, different strategies depending on where the fire is.
That after we had the fire, we put a Safecraft system in our car, and it's got sensors that basically if there's a fire, that'll go off and it sets off the fire suppression system.
Oh, it turns it on for you.
Yeah. So that's something I think everybody should probably have.
Yeah. Yep.
Because if the motor's behind you, you don't know you're on fire.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I've never raced a race vehicle where the motor was in the back.
Yeah, we literally didn't know we were on fire. We came to a road crossing and people were screaming, "You're on fire!" And when I stopped, then the smoke came into the cab. And we're like, "Ooh, yeah, we really are on fire." So we better get out. But yeah, when it's behind you, you don't really know. So here's a pit with Gabe Matthews. He's in the Pro UTV Open in the 1880 there.
So
I'd say that's probably a Pro R.
Yeah, so I think the Pro UTV Open is around race mile 75-ish. Looks like they came in for a, fuel. They have a pit strategy of some sort here. How many miles could you go in your UTV without fueling?
It really depends on fuel capacity, and it varies quite a bit from one vehicle to another. Some of the guys probably have about 25 gallons. Some of the guys have up like probably 45 to 50. So I think if you're in a Pro R, you're probably gauging off about 5.5 miles per gallon. So
couple hundred? technically.
If you've got like 40 plus, you can go pretty far. If you're at 25, not so much.
Yeah.
So
that's a pretty big fuel tank for that size of a vehicle.
It is. And okay, so here's
that looks like Boulevardy.
Yeah. Nice little shot from his helicopter here.
Yeah. It's looking.
And so you can see the difference in terrain there. In the beginning, how tight it was, and basically there was bushes just outside the width of the track. In San Felipe there, it's a lot more wide open. And that's where you're gonna see the speeds really increase.
Yeah, and once you get down, drop down off into that area.
Like these guys are stopped and maybe have a flat, or they're getting back in the car. What? I don't know what's going on. So they're getting out of the car, but they're not in a rush. And the co-driver, I think we're back to, this team looks like they're taking more of the tortoise approach to this race, because they definitely don't look like they're in a rush.
Yeah. I'd be curious to find out what's going on with them, and we might know soon. Yeah, once you get over to like, I think the trophy trucks are starting to get out to, race mile past the summit. Once you do drop down, then there'll be like alternate lines through some of those washes.
I was talking to Pulverde last night, and we were just talking about the lines for this section, and basically, he was saying that there really are no good lines. It's just a bad line, a worse line, and then an even worse line. But at least there's lines, which I think is going to allow these guys to pass. I'm looking at the tracker, and I'm kind of curious because it looks like Tavo, Empudia, and Pulverde are all really close to each other. And it's kind of tough to see with who has updated the most recently, but those three I think are pretty close together. The one that I'm not seeing is Toby Price, and so he hasn't updated, so I'm kind of curious where he is.
Yeah, he's not actually showing on the live tracking right now, so somehow there's, we don't have a signal, so it's difficult to say. But as far as timing goes,
so is he on his side? Yeah, he did. Oh, he went off course, and so it looks like Herman Johnson might need someone to pull him out of a ditch or something right there.
Yeah, it's difficult to.
Again, it doesn't really look like they're in too much of a hurry to get out of the situation that they're in.
No. Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah. Looks like the specs are really stacked up right there.
Yeah.
And that looked like the McMillans back to back. I can't tell which one that is, but nah.
It looks like
that's not a
Herps to me in the back.
Yeah, I thought there was. I thought I saw a Herps ahead of him. I think that's the Mango truck right there. Oh, you just gave him a little love tap.
He was pulling off anyway.
He was.
I don't know if maybe
is
it's
that the
EJ.
19? Yeah,
I don't know if he realized
Thor.
that.
So I think Thor's probably still a little upset with that flat.
Yeah.
And maybe doesn't have a whole lot of patience trying to work his way through the pack.
Yeah. Oh,
so
and
let's see if we have. Okay, we're going in car. I was curious if we were going to be able to backtrack it and watch that little love tap.
Me too. He might have been in the dust and followed him off the course, but clearly the Mango racing truck was pulling off for some reason.
Yeah, so he's, okay, take that line to the right.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
he just ran into a bush. So you can see like what happens for everybody at home watching this is you'll get like a cloud of dust and it just blinds you and you can't see, and then you end up driving into a bush or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. And sometimes, you know, it gets in your mind when you're having a tough day and things aren't just working out smoothly, it really plays havoc on your mind, and
it starts to snowball.
Yeah.
And that's kind of when we were watching him before, he got that flat, and I said, okay, stay calm, don't get too excited and try to make it all back up at once. And then it looked like he two-wheeled and he went off into the bushes, and then we've seen him hit a couple more bushes. So
yeah,
that's I think he might be a little flustered still from that flat, or whatever happened. And but that's Thor's been racing a long time, and obviously his family has a lot of experience, but he's still a pretty young driver, and a lot of that I think just comes with experience and maturity.
Yeah.
And okay, so I'm hearing that we might have a replay of that love tap on the Mango truck here. So you can see he had a good line right there that set him up straight for that turn and gave him a good run on the Mango truck. And then honestly, the Mango truck was off the course, getting out of his way. I don't think he realized it, and he still gave him a love tap. I'm sure the Mango truck was like, what the hell? I pulled over and you still hit me.
I know.
But again, I see an impatient, flustered driver right there, in my opinion. Just, and not to say that. Is this a replay of when he got? I think this is. Okay, so he's got another flat.
Oh man, well, and he might have been in the dust when he hit the Mango truck.
Yeah. Okay, this is live because the Mango truck just went by. Man, Thor, calm down.
He probably got a flat going off the course because there's all those branches that stick out.
When he tagged that tree.
Oh, right after.
Yeah, we saw him hit that tree and go over that tree, and it's right on the right front. So I'm gonna venture to guess that's probably what happened. So now, here you go.
Now they're trying to get.
You just passed all of these vehicles, and now you're throwing it all away again.
Yeah, that's so frustrating. Oh, he has an automatic jack. That's a nice feature.
That's very cool.
Yeah. Well, luckily he's sitting in the driver's seat right now. So hopefully he's taking a deep breath and just getting collected again. Oh, just got past. That won't make him feel very collected.
Three trucks have gone by, so he's lost at least 3 positions. I will give his co-driver credit though. They're getting some fast tire changes done.
Yeah, they are.
He's almost done here.
Oh, he doesn't have any spares on the back.
Correct.
So he's going to go over the. Wait, where are they at on the course?
They're going into the summit.
Into the summit,
no,
right?
He does.
He does? That's sitting lower.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. You definitely want spares going into the summit.
100%.
Yeah.
But now he only has 1. So, he needs to scale it back and just be like, okay, we're having issues. It's not my day.
Yeah.
Let's get this thing to the finish, get as good a finish as we can, save points, and stay in the points championship race.
Yeah.
Because they're competing for a championship as well.
Yeah, he needs to approach this like it's a pre-run.
Yeah,
easier said than done.
Definitely needs to kind of take a deep breath. Right now would be a great time for him to do some breath work. If I was his co-driver, I'd be like, okay, we're going to pretend we're in a yoga class right now. I want you to breathe with me, and because it's got to kind of calm down.
Oh, yeah.
Because it just seemed like he was pushing there, and it ended up biting him.
Yeah, it definitely ended up biting him. And he finished first at San Felipe.
Right.
So that's tough break to.
Yeah, so I'm curious where he's at. It'd be cool if we could see a leaderboard of where he was at coming through at 112, because he's not too far past there. But there's still a lot of race to go. You know, if he can have a clean race the rest of the time from here, you might be able to still salvage like a top 3 or something. And if you got a first at San Felipe and could, say get a third or something here, he'll probably still be first in points.
Yeah.
So we had a quick shot of Rob Mack there. Back to Thor.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's the trophy truck spec.
Okay. So EJ was our leader through 112. And he had a good lead. He's 17 minutes ahead of Justin Davis and Jordan Brenthal. Those two guys were close. They're less than 10 seconds apart. But to have a 17-minute lead in trophy spec, 112 miles in, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's flying.
I'm gonna say that something happened with the Brenthal truck because they qualified first. So why did he? When we saw him come through race mile 37, I think they were like 5th or something like that. They had dropped back substantially. So I think they may have had a flat or something off the start, or something threw them off their game.
Yeah, and
but
looks
fell right into EJ's hands.
Yeah, and it looks like EJ is about 28th overall right now, right?
Okay.
Not sure.
Definitely Creel. Whatever happened with him, looked like he had put it on his side for sure. That helped EJ a lot too, because Creel was our leader at that point.
Right. So another angle of a UTV.
Yes, that's Mike Pratt in the Pro R there. He's teamed up with Dodge Pullman. I actually raced with Dodge in the 1000 a few years ago. He's an up-and-coming young driver.
Looks like Phil Blurton is first in his class, the UTV forced induction class right now. And
I would expect that from Phil.
Yeah.
How's he sitting overall out of UTVs?
What's interesting is it actually looks like on corrected time, Kristen Matlock might be leading the Pro UTV Open. Is that?
Yeah, but you got Rodrigo and Pudia ahead of her in Pro Stock in a UTV.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Interesting. Max Eddy Jr. is doing good. That's nice to see.
Yeah. I think all things considered, if at some point you're pushing your dirt bike through the desert to be going again, you got to be happy there.
Yeah. Well, and I was talking about his dad, Max. Right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, I was still thinking about Eddie.
Yeah. Here we go. Is this back to Thor?
Okay, so we are going to take a commercial break. We'll take a look at some leaderboards powered by Optima batteries. Okay, so I think Brandon's coming on.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Experience the ADS advantage. Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. See, ADS doesn't just build world-class race shocks. We can also outfit your off-road rig with billet suspension components, like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
For the 56th annual BFGoodrich Score Baja 500. And now, exclusive Score merch.
Don't miss your
your chance to experience this action-packed race. Visit the official SCORE merch booth for exclusive t-shirts, sweatshirts, jackets, hats, stickers, and more.
All right, welcome back to the BFGoodrich Tires 56 Score Baja 500. Brandon Johnson along with Heidi Steele. Showing you some in-car action there for a little bit. We're going to give Wes Miller a moment to catch his breath. So, gosh, while I was gone, some exciting stuff was happening. I was watching along, but quite a competition so far.
Yeah, it is a competition. I mean, we've seen some guys having, going really fast, having a great day, and we've seen some frustrations out there as well.
Yes, we sure have. And I think, really what we saw, at least within this last hour, was the power of having accurate timing, right? We saw some people that are ahead physically, but when we have adjusted time, we see exactly where they are. But due to flat tires, Tavo gets the flat, Palvardi gets the flat, Thor Herbst, he's having all kinds of issues. I mean, it's anybody's game, but it is really amazing to have this accurate timing to let us know exactly where they are within the competition. So,
yeah,
great stuff.
It's exciting, and it looks like the trophy trucks are now at the leaders are about race mile 145, 146, somewhere in there.
We got Alan Impudi over here, but he's about to take off. The cone's coming off the hood. Oh, maybe not. We see people moving. Let's see what's going on.
Could just be a planned pit stop.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody seemed activated, but still in control at the same time. And Alan not wasting a second here, blasting back on our course.
And it looks like you can see out ahead, it looks like there's still dust ahead of him. I'm speculating that that's Toby Price. We're not able to track him right now.
Well, I'm looking at the live tracking, and again, this hasn't refreshed for, well, let's see, it'll refresh in about 10 seconds, but currently, physically, on our live tracker, it's got Palvardi out first, and behind him is Alan Impudia, followed by Tavo in third. But again, Tavo hasn't pinged for 3 minutes, so I don't think that's accurate. But we'll see. Yeah, you can see dust in the distance there. So.
Yeah, and what's nice about the new splits is we could actually see. It looks like Toby Price, technically speaking, is in second, but he's not showing up on that.
Right. Right.
Leaderboard.
Well, you're exactly right. So now it just flipped, and now we've got Tavo in front of Alan Impudia.
Yeah.
So anybody's guess right now.
Yeah.
But more to come. Some more in-car.
Yeah, and Rob clearly got through the summit. We didn't get to see the peak of it. That would have been really fun to see.
Yeah.
But now he's down on the other side. But he's not too far behind some of those leaders.
Watching Rob Mack navigate over all of those rocks. I mean, some of those, there were some massive boulders and just poised, in control. These guys don't get flats going through there. But yet, we see these guys in different areas, and all of a sudden, Tavo, Chris, Palvardi, they're getting flats out of nowhere. It doesn't happen on the summit or on their way up or down.
Yeah.
Kind of wild.
There's almost an art to getting over those rocks.
Oh,
you got to hit them with the tread, and definitely don't want to hit your sidewall. So you're constantly, as a driver, thinking about your strategy and trying to hold it together.
And certainly not Rob's, first time going through there. He knew what to expect, so he's got some experience under his belt.
Yeah, lots of experience.
Back now at race mile 110, 224 truck.
Yeah, I want to say Rob has, probably 30 plus years of experience. So
3 decades of experience.
Yeah,
That's
that goes
great.
a long way.
It does. All right, some more, here we go, some beautiful aerial shots here. Look at that lush greenery and plenty of dust. So we got vehicles on the course here kicking up all sorts of silt.
Yeah,
it's a great shot.
Really beautiful right there.
It is.
And as you start to get into the warmer temperatures at this time of year, you don't always see all of that green, and it's actually shows you the beauty of Baja, which is actually quite gorgeous.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, another testament to our technology. So, you know, showing you aspects of this course and vistas and viewpoints that in the past were never seen, only experienced by the competitors.
Yeah.
Now it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. Great to see. Here we go. Some drone action back at Race Mile 110. Clear, beautiful blue skies. Not chased in any dust right now. The 289 truck.
That's a truck you can't miss.
That's for sure.
Neon yellow paint.
Uh-huh. There we go. Right behind him.
Yeah.
Another competitor racing through. So at this point, the bikes have been out there for they're approaching 8 hours. And from our tracking, it looks like, could be wrong here, but this is Beltron's out in front from tracking now. That just pinged a minute ago, followed by Artis and Cowell. But we'll see how accurate that gets once they hit the next time checkpoint.
Yeah. Looks like, you know, where we're at here, it looks like they're starting, if I'm not mistaken, to head out towards the summit, but they're probably about, you know, 20, 30 minutes from there at this point.
Yeah, this is a great angle. You can really see how close these guys are to each other. Just follow the dust, I guess is what they say.
Yeah.
You can see too at the ticker there, we got the Pro Moto Ironman.
Yeah, 263.
Coming through. Shout out to them. That's a whole different breed of competitor.
Yeah, so that's EJ, I think. Herps.
Is that the 219 truck? There we go. Back to Alan and Pudia. You can hear that?
Yeah.
Engine roaring.
And he has clean air.
He does.
I mean, it looks, you know, he was so fast in San Felipe.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
With that average.
He's setting records.
Yeah. This area back here is pretty wide open, so I would imagine he's, you know, can't see his speed right now, but I bet he's flying.
Yeah. Some in-car with Justin Davis. These guys are bouncing around.
Yeah.
Hear that vehicle roaring.
Yeah, Justin seems to be having a really consistent day. Looks like he's running in the top 5. We've been able to see his in-car footage a lot, and he seems to be just holding it steady, but picking up maybe a little bit of
inching
spots.
ahead, yeah. You might be able to even take a look at our live times and see what splits are looking like, and see where they are thus far on their journey.
Yeah.
You just get a sense looking at that roof, all the dust, dirt, moisture. We've seen cars on their sides today. We've seen vehicles in all different kinds of positions.
Yeah, that's not a position that you want to be on.
Nope. Now, back to Race Mile 110.
Yeah, and I can't tell who that is right now, but probably another trophy truck spec.
Something coming through, yeah, probably spec coming through. Earlier, you guys, you know, we were talking about the importance of always having that spare, and you never want that, you know, to be without. Yet at the same time, I mean, does it make a difference with regards to weight? Does it give you any kind of an advantage if you don't have them?
Yeah.
Are you flying more, or at times when you need extra weight for grip, things like that?
Yeah. Well, weight helps for a number of reasons. You know, helps your fuel economy, having less weight.
Right.
And if you were going to race, let's call it a short course race, you would want the lightest vehicle you could possibly have. But I feel like when you're going out and you're doing, you know, these longer desert races, I think it's just more important that you have what you need.
Yeah, you have to have those spares. I mean, we're seeing how important that is.
Yeah.
For sure.
I do think weight does play a factor, though.
Yeah.
Overall, for speed, I think you could get better speed. Your motor doesn't have to work as hard, right?
Right. Especially when you get into those hot temps, you're not going to overheat or anything. You're pushing your vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah, but I would definitely not. I wouldn't take off a spare tire try to get a couple 100 pounds off. Yeah.
Brandon Walsh there on the straightaway. Let's take a look here now at race mile 184. We've got Toby Price out in front of Christopher Polvardi, right behind him at 2:55. So those guys have been out there for, Price is creeping up in about 3.5 hours.
Yeah, and Polvardi is such a young driver. I mean, he's probably very excited right now.
For sure.
If he can keep his excitement controlled and just keep a nice pace.
Christopher's just added a kind of a fun new, pun intended, like a jolt of youthful energy into things to see his level of tenacity, really.
Yeah,
very able to come up and compete with some of these decade-long drivers and competitors. I mean, he's really he's always up in front. Really a joy to watch.
Yeah. He's had a lot of bantering with Bryce Menzies on social media.
Sure. Those guys go back and forth.
Yeah.
It
keeps it fun.
Yeah.
That's one thing about this sport. I think there's a really strong community of people, and so oftentimes you're friends, despite the fact that you're competitors.
For sure. I think, all right, so here we go. We now have Polvardi into second place. We saw that earlier, but we have Impudi up on the board too now at race mile 184. So.
Yeah, and looking like on adjusted time that actually, you wouldn't know this, but Luke McMillan looks like he's running in second on my screen right now. Yeah, which is interesting.
I'm not sure if we're able to, maybe the fellas upstairs could plug into Heidi's screen for a second just to kind of show our audience what Optima's giving us.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
just updated.
Look at that.
Yep.
As we speak, Luke McMillan now in second place. Chris Polvardi in third, and Alan Impudia in fourth. So McMillan and Polvardi are going at it right now.
So
30 seconds separating.
Yeah, so this is not their position on the course.
It's the time.
It's the time.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, and so some of you at home might not know that.
Yeah. Again, that is the advantage when when before all we had was our live tracker. Now we get the actual adjusted time, split times. So incredibly helpful.
Yeah.
Rob Mack off to the side, pylon on his hood, cooling himself off. Taking a breather.
Yeah, and
for a moment here.
And there's still like 300 miles to go from here.
Exactly.
So these guys haven't even hit the halfway point. Just to put this into perspective.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a second, Heidi. When you are out there and you get those moments and you've been going hard the whole morning, the whole day, and you still know you've got so much more to go. What is it? How do you find the reservoir inside to focus, hammer down, and get it done?
Yeah, well, these trophy truck drivers, they're experienced racers. Mm-hmm. So, they know that at this point in the race that it's going to open up and the race is really beginning. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, they know that they have to conquer all 483 miles in order to win the race. Right. So some of them are splitting the driving,
right?
Half and half, and some of them are doing the full race. I'm not sure what Rob's going to do. I would imagine he's going to do the whole race. Mm-hmm. I know Cameron was set out to do the whole race. Mm-hmm. But then, there's guys like Dan and Andy who have decided to split the driving.
Sure.
So if you're splitting the driving, you're thinking, I'm going to get my race vehicle to my co-driver in a good in good condition, and then they're gonna, you know, take it to the finish.
Right, right. Well, again, speaking of experience, Rob Mack's got plenty of it, and if anybody can do it, it's most certainly him. Back to race mile 77 now, some drone footage.
Yeah.
You just see how far way out there they are. More drone now jumping up ahead to race mile 110. The 232 truck.
Yes. Still some trophy truck specs going through this area here.
Chelsea Magnus in the 232 truck.
Yeah. It's really fascinating when you think about it. You know, they always, of course, start the fastest vehicles first, but you get to see, you know, how in the more limited vehicles, how much time it takes to finish a race.
Yeah. You know, yeah, Wes was talking about patience earlier, and then as you get into a different vehicle, it's a whole other level of patience, right?
Yeah.
And poise, really, it takes to be able to just withstand the elements and the time it takes to complete these races. Roger Norman.
Yeah. It's nice to see. It seems like Roger's having a really good run.
He's having a good run. He's definitely chasing somebody. We see lots of dust coming in there.
Yeah.
Slight little glitch here, but I'm sure we'll get that taken care of in a sec.
Yeah.
But again, going back to splitting the race or not splitting the race, Roger Norman always in the single seat, getting it done.
Yeah, I would imagine he's staying in the single seat,
oh, yes.
right?
I'm sure he is.
Yeah.
I'm sure he is. Here's some more overhead.
Yeah, to Ironman, this is, you know, it takes a lot of experience, a lot of determination, the confidence to do it, and really a good team behind you.
For sure. Yeah. No doubt. Here we go. More drone swinging back. Back to race mile 110, the 291.
Yep.
Nicholas Baja coming through. Beautiful blue skies out there.
Yeah, that trophy truck spec class has grown tremendously.
Yeah, lots of new competitors coming in.
Yeah, a lot of new competitors.
Well, I was saying earlier at the top of the broadcast, we have 259 teams. They have 22 teams more than we had last year. So again, another great sign. The sport is growing.
Yeah.
Here's a great shot here of we got herps coming up on someone here. It's glitching a bit, but let's see. Let's see where they're at here. Yeah, some of these aerial shots, you just see how vast and how far out they are.
Yeah, and this is where they're heading out to where they won't have pit support.
Right.
I mean, theoretically, you could get a chase truck into an area right before the summit.
Yeah.
You could.
You never know.
I think very few teams do that.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, BFG, they have a pit at about race mile 120. So,
so you got that.
If you needed something,
it's there for you. Yeah. Also during the break, I saw in the chat, Fishistics had posted that there is a potential booby trap at race mile 372, 373. So teams need to be aware. We don't know what it is, but it was put into the chat about 30 minutes ago. So if you guys are listening, just alert your teams once you get close. There's still time for that, but certainly the bikes will be approaching that in a little while.
Yeah, it's really nice it's great to get that kind of feedback from someone like Fish. He gets a lot of great information.
Yeah.
He's well informed, and that's something you definitely want to pass on to your team.
Yeah. From our tracker, it looks like Beltran's at about 324 miles right now, last time he pinged. So, well, that just came in. So, yeah, he's potentially about 50 miles away from that. Some in-car here with Thor. Thor's having a heck of a day.
the McNeils,
Yeah.
Thor.
Yeah.
They've had a heck of a 500, man.
Yeah. It's been rough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it builds character. You don't like it when you're going through it.
Right.
Once you get on the other side of it, though, you know what you can do.
And there's still a long way to go.
Still lots of race
ahead
of us.
He's actually sitting in 7th right now. So given the amount of problems he has had, you know, that's not a bad position to be in.
Not a bad, and certainly a sign of his character, a sign of his competitiveness.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a saying in off-road racing that you just never give up.
Mm-hmm.
And because you don't know.
May it be a motto for your life, right? In everything, not just Baja. But yeah, never give up.
That's a good point.
Absolutely true. You never know. I mean,
that's a good point, Brandon.
You just don't know what life will throw at you. And boy, a course like the Baja 500 has got plenty of curveballs in store. Back to race mile 110. Moving along, clipping along at a nice pace here. Catch some air here, maybe. Nope, a little bit. It's the 209 with Ruvalcaba making his way through some silt and got some rocks. Not too bad. You can hear him cruising. A little dust in front of him, so be chasing somebody.
Yeah, he's out chasing down. He might be chasing Ethan Hagel. Hagel, is it? I'm not sure what order they started, but Jose's doing really good right now.
Okay, back to 110. Oof, hit a rut there.
Yeah, there are some ruts through this section right here.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely don't want to get your tire caught in a rut.
No, you do not.
It can just cause so much damage.
Let's take a moment and check back with Connor McNeil and see what is going on. Still static. Oh, hi. Good to see you.
It's almost like he knew we were there.
That's pretty wild, huh? Look at all these people. They are definitely doing some repairs here.
Yeah.
All right, Heidi, so what do you do in this situation but surrender, right? You just got to fix it. You got to try to keep your spirits high.
Yeah.
What do you think they're repairing from what you can see? What do you think's going on here?
It does seem, it's hard to say, but it does seem like the coolant did spray up like something overheated.
Yeah. Either, you guys were saying either potentially a fire and maybe they put some water out, or overheated coolant shot up.
Yeah.
Something.
I don't know, the residue.
Oh, power steering.
Power
That's what
steering.
Power steering.
Okay.
That's what it was.
They lost a belt.
Possibly.
Yeah. The liquid on the top of the cab looks thicker than water to me.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like.
So.
We do have some social media clips here while these guys, Connor fixes his vehicle. We'll show you guys some social media footage. We got coming up.
Yeah, that was Oliver Flamonte in the class 11.
Got it.
Oh, and look.
And then we got Toby Price. He's cooking along.
Looking good, huh?
Yeah. Some great aerial footage. Love that they can get that to us.
I couldn't tell if that was a class 10 or what class that was. It's hard to say.
Go by so quick.
Yeah.
Still.
Might even be.
This is Daniel Goodrich. Class 16 coming through.
Class 16.
Yeah, class 16. Still lots of spectators out there. Now back to some in-car with Eva Starr. She's having a great day today. Keeping all four wheels on the ground. not seeing her like some of these other competitors having some challenges of their own. She's stable and making her way through. Her pink seats.
There you go. Now you can see the pink seats.
There you go. Yeah. What's the co-driver got going on right there? It comes into view. It looks like almost like an iPad of some sort, or a pad. They're taking notes, probably reading off.
Yeah,
What's
I
to
mean,
come?
we read from our GPS. We mark up our GPS and use certain icons to symbolize different things.
Yep.
I'm not sure how they're doing
How
it.
they're doing it, yeah.
Yeah. They're having a good run. She's in about 5th place right now, so that's a good position to be in this early in the race for her.
Gabe Matthews, 1880.
You can hear when he's accelerating once he gets around the corner.
Every second counts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it is a high wire act between being aggressive and being smart all at the same time.
Yeah.
Hopefully though, if you got some pre-run in, you have a better idea of what's coming down the pike, but still, Baja has a way of sneaking up on you sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially at race mile 372, it sounds.
Yeah. Did they say what type of booby trap
They
it was?
did not specify, but
Yeah. There's been times in my career where we've run across, they've dug out the race course and put like a telephone pole
Correct.
across perpendicular to it.
Wes has got a pretty crazy story about that too, and he hit that at full speed, something like that.
Oh, yeah.
He recovered from it, but it was pretty gnarly.
Yeah. And was he on the quad? Because that
Yeah.
makes an even
I
bigger
believe so.
difference.
I believe so, yeah.
With the vehicles, you know, they have that shock absorption and the truck takes a lot of the beating, but when you're on a quad, if you're competing on a quad like he
Whoa.
has.
We're going to go to some amazing footage of in-car with Connor McNeil of the actual power steering exploding without gloves. Let's see what happens here. Here we go.
Yeah, you could see that.
So Connor's got gloves on, but the co-driver doesn't.
And you could see that he couldn't even drive, you know, he couldn't even drive it.
Right. Yeah,
towards
exactly.
the
Let's watch
end.
it again. Steering just goes. Pow. I couldn't really tell if there was some sort of an impact that instigated it or if it just happened.
Yeah, I mean, it can just happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Wear and tear or just a lot of, you know, bouncing
It's
and abuse.
just what happens
Yeah.
when you're out there in these conditions. Pow. It's got to be a little unnerving in the moment, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh. And here we are, current time.
Yeah.
Looks like they're hooking stuff up, so hopefully they're getting somewhat close.
Yeah, he probably knew it was his steering right away based on how it felt.
So then what do you do in that situation? Just sort of you're at the mercy, just let it go and just kind of pump the brakes a little bit? And
It was
get
probably really hard to control.
So yeah, there's nothing you can do.
He was
but
probably holding it, like turning it as hard as he
Got
could
it.
to get off the course.
For sure.
But using a lot of muscle is my guess.
Lots of muscle. All right, 4-camera split. Here we go. Some in-car. Justin Davis, Gabe Matthews, Paul Barnhart, and Rob Mack.
Yeah, it's been really fun watching these guys today.
Mm-hmm. You get just a real honest appraisal of kind of what they're seeing here as far as you know, the size of their non-windshield, but you know, you look at Paul Barnhart and his vision, and then you look over here at some of these trucks, Gabe or Rob, and it's a little more compact.
from this perspective. All right, go to 8 cameras now. Oh, looks like Eva Starr now in the far right is on the side. It's pulled off the course. Hopefully she, maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, she is
Yikes.
stopped.
I can't tell. It looks like Roger Norman, his camera just kind of froze up, but I think he's still moving. Yep, there he goes. Yeah, so it looks like, I'm looking at Eva Starr up top, that camera itself might have been frozen, but
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll get to the bottom of it in a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a report on her soon. Hopefully it's something minor, like a flat tire. I'd like to see her get going again and finish.
Back to Rob. We got our race mile 184 for the trophy trucks here. Okay, so as you can see, Price, followed by McMillan. Chris Pulvardi in 3rd, Bedosla 4th, and Pudia 5th. Justin Lofton's come up into 6th, McCachran in 7th, Walzer in 8th, and Menzies in 9th. Bryce been a little quiet in the in the Baja 500 so far.
Yeah.
12 minutes back.
We had the brake issues.
That's true. That's true.
So
that didn't help.
Yep, it's cost him that much time. He was 11 minutes not too long ago.
Yeah.
And it's crept up a little bit. Hopefully his truck still, hopefully everything else is running.
Yeah. What does that do to your confidence too when something like that, when the brakes kind of go? I mean, how does that, are you more tentative, or do you push, or you just like,
yeah, yeah.
I feel like it would kind of get in my head a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes it does get in your head. So depending on what he's experiencing, it might impact the speed that he can go.
Right.
So, sometimes I've noticed, like, getting towards the end of a race when the brakes start to get hot or they start to get softer, they don't quite feel as reliable.
Right.
And so, so you start to brake sooner. You're not waiting until the 11th hour. And
oh, Tamara Myers, upper left hand, just passed someone. Yeah, and for a guy like Bryce, who really loves to push the envelope, so to speak, that's got to be frustrating, considering, the Baja that he had previously.
Yeah, it just depends on, did they get the brakes fixed, and are they perfect now, or is he still having kind of an issue? When you're building out your trucks in the shop, they're a lot more perfect than when you're fixing them on the side of the 500 course. So I'm not sure where he fixed it, but that could play into it too.
True. Well, as long as they finish, gotta finish, get those points.
Yeah. And the Menzies team is, they're going to be looking for the points.
Yep, no doubt.
You could see Tamara crossing Highway 3.
Just crossed it.
Yep. There's a lot of pits through there, so that's an area, because she's crossing the highway, that's an area where you have an opportunity to do a full pit support. Looks like she might be looking for her team.
Looking for it, right?
Yeah.
Just went off. No, I can't find you.
Yeah. Gosh, it actually looks like she's
lost.
Yeah.
Confused. Yeah.
It didn't look like she was even going the right direction for a minute.
For a second there. Here's Ava Starr. Looks like she's back up and running. So, not sure why she had pulled over, but at this point, she's back in it.
Yeah. I mean, if her co-driver is having to hold that the entire race to read the navigation, that would be really challenging.
Drive me crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roger Norman getting some fuel.
I mean, you run a lot of, 483 miles is a lot of abuse physically on your body. And so you want to be able to just relax in that seat as much as possible.
Yes.
And as a driver, oftentimes you catch yourself, you kind of go from this like intensity to being like, to recognizing that, oh, I need to relax,
Right. Right.
And so, but even as a navigator, if you're holding something like that,
Yeah.
you also have a long way to go, and
For
you need to
sure.
relax too.
That's a great point. I just, as a fan watching this sport, I've always just been so amazed at not only what your nervous system goes through, but I just don't understand how some of these drivers, the pounding that their bodies go through. And I know that they're all strapped in and, but you'll never escape that kind of pounding, especially, I'm going to pause on that. It looks like Roger actually may be doing a driver change. So to my point, maybe Roger's had enough and said, all right, yeah, he's at the BFG Pit 1 and got out. So who knows what's happening?
Yeah.
Is he going to be there for a minute? What's happening?
Yeah. I'd love to know who is co-driving with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here we thought, look, all right, so somebody's getting back in. Was that a different helmet? Hard to tell.
Yeah. We caught
Always great to see him, though, out competing every race.
Yeah. It's difficult, those driver changes, if that's in fact what they're doing, are difficult because, and it looks like they are, getting unstrapped and then getting strapped for the new person. It takes time. Some guys are just so good at it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's tricky when you got this helmet and your neck restraint, you're trying to find your belts and lock them down.
We were just talking about what the toll it takes on your body and how imperative safety is in the sport. And so, you may want to take your time, make sure you're secured properly than trying to shave a couple seconds off your race time.
Yeah, and if you get your 5-point seat harness adjusted properly, you really want it to be tight on your body. You want it to hold your body down because of that bouncing that you were talking about. So the tighter you are, and it, it loosens up as you go.
Sure.
Every bump you hit. So the tighter you are, the better it is from the start.
Got it. And if you're in tight like that, you're just obviously hoping that you got the great shocks. You're not feeling the bumps and stuff as much as you are. Like if you were loose, obviously you're kind of, then you would really feel it, right? So you want to be really secure in that seat.
Yeah, that and the neck restraints have made a big difference too. Those have helped tremendously. I mean, that was like night and day for me. I was in a limited truck class when I first started using a neck restraint.
Yeah.
And you do a lot of bouncing in those limited trucks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, after experiencing something like that, does it motivate you to want to try a different vehicle that's not so much? Or you're like, oh, well, I know this vehicle, I'm going to stay in it?
Yeah, no, I really was excited about moving to from a stock truck to a mid-size unlimited truck. That was a great move.
Game changer for you.
Yeah.
Back with Christopher Polvardi. He's kicking up some dust. He's moving.
Yeah, he is having a good day. Yeah. If his truck can hold up, he's in a really good position right now.
I mean, to see what he's done in his early 20s right now, and to think about where he could be in the next, be that another Rob Mack, after 30 years later, he's still going, still crushing it.
Yeah.
That's going to be really exciting to see him develop and evolve.
Yeah, and Christopher seems to have like such a personality.
He's got a great attitude about it all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he keeps it fun. It's nice to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think anybody involved in any sport, any competitor that has a drive to win, certainly that's always the goal. But how do you blend in a little bit of joy, a little bit of fun while you're doing it, as opposed to sometimes taking it a little too seriously?
Yeah.
There's, you've got $1 million Mason trucks. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of things that are invested that goes into just getting you from point A to point B. Well, sometimes from point A and then back to point A. But I think that's important to continue to find the joy in it, and to, even in these intense moments like we're seeing here, taking the beauty, taking what you get to do. A lot of people envy you behind that wheel right now, but you're out there doing it. You don't talk about it, you're doing it. So that's cool to see. All right, here we go.
There
Connor
they go.
McNeil back on our course and into the Baja 500 they go.
That's nice to see them running again.
Yeah. Oh, they've got to be feeling great, ecstatic.
Yeah, yeah. And thank God the fire didn't, you know, they got it out quickly, and thank God it wasn't a catastrophic type situation.
Right, right. Look at that. Well, again, more character building moments. Baja 500, you know?
It will shape you.
It will, whether you want it to or not. It has a way of doing that, but...
sometimes it's humbling.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. No, it's good.
Hopefully Connor can bring it home for the McNeils here, salvage something.
Yeah. Another young guy, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. He's got a lot of years ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to see him out there.
So for something like that, I mean, is there any particular advice that you can give to these young drivers, or it's really kind of just about, look, it's about experience, it's about repetition, it's about doing it, and you got to learn as you go, kind of a, is that it? I mean, I'm always curious about how you could really, how do you mentor somebody, I guess, maybe is my question.
Yeah, no, I think it is a lot about experience. I think as a young driver, they're more likely to take chances though.
Yeah.
And sometimes that works in their favor and sometimes it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, because we know that your vehicle has to finish, right?
Correct.
So it just depends. With the young drivers, I think they're definitely keeping some of the older drivers on their toes.
Keep them in check. Right.
Yep, keeping them in check,
Yep.
giving them some more competition. And
Rod Mack, what is that? Oh my
look
gosh,
good.
hopefully it's not a steering thing again. Is it? Is it another belt? What is he doing? Oh, co-driver's out.
Yeah. I think that he's moving his wheel purposely so that his
okay,
co-driver
got it,
can
got it.
see the...
See what the issue is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, hopefully
But that doesn't look... It's always alarming when
you're stationary and you just keep moving the wheel back and forth
Yeah.
and you're not moving?
Yeah, that's not good.
That's the last place he wants to be right now.
Yeah, it seems like some kind of a steering issue.
You'd be curious to get a little in-car audio right now, see what they're
yeah.
chatting about. Probably not, or you know, it could be a little not safe for work moments.
Got
you know?
just lost one spot. Someone just passed him.
Yep.
For a moment, I thought that it could be just even a flat tire, but I don't.
I think it's more than that.
I think it's more than that. Yeah.
Pretty wild.
He would stop, you know,
Yeah.
playing with the wheel at some point if it was a flat tire.
Well, we got Mac there in the middle on the left, but we'll blast into some of these other in-cars. Roger Norman's still stationary right below Mac. What else we got? A couple other cameras are just glitching right now, but they'll come back. Tamara Myers, she's full force.
Yeah.
Moving and grooving.
I wonder where the Class 10s are.
We've been talking a lot about how we've been continuing to add technology to desert racing and score and everything. And earlier in the broadcast, there was somebody from, I think it was either Japan or somewhere over in Asia. It was 2 a.m. and they were tuning in and they were rooting for Tavo and they're like, let's go! But really, really cool to see that we're reaching people all over the world right now. It's very...
That is awesome.
It's really, really awesome, yeah. So pretty cool.
Well, I think the Baja 1000 race is compared to Dakar, and I think because of that, you know, every country sort of that is an off-road enthusiast, desert racer, or enthusiast, they get interested about it.
Yeah, for sure.
So
right, well, that wasn't too much of a pause.
Yeah.
They got that sorted, and off Rob Cochran goes.
Yeah, we'll see what that does. You know, he was running about 7th before that, so let's see what happens to his timing.
Okay. Yeah, I believe the last timing leaderboard we brought up, I think, was around 184 for the trophy trucks. So we'll see where everybody stands once we get to the next one. We'll assess then.
Yeah. Toby showing back on there. He's at about race mile 226 right now.
Okay.
That's exciting because they're going to come out to checkpoint 1 just after race mile 240.
Okay.
And so they're getting closer. It's kind of a relief once you get closer to that highway.
Yeah.
And cross that highway. After that area, you start thinking about, you know, running through San Matias, through the washes, and then not too long after that, you're going to be heading up to Mike's Sky Ranch. So it's kind of a turning point in the race.
Yeah, does something happen psychologically at that point? Does your strategy change at all? You've already mapped it out, you know what you're going to do, but is there something that inside you says, okay, this was a big kind of tent pole for me in this moment. I know what I got left to do now.
Yeah, I think usually because it's about the halfway point. And so I think usually you're like, if you have a good truck, your truck's running good at that point and you're in the mix.
Yeah.
I think you kind of know that, you know, now it's up to me, like, you know, so to speak. Obviously the vehicle still plays a role, but it's a lot more up
back there.
to you,
Yeah.
and really, you know, conquering the rest of the miles and your driving ability.
Right.
Things do happen, but usually if you're going to have a failure, you kind of catch it
before.
Hopefully. Yep. And Connor's going pretty fast. You know, they're
cooking.
over 80 right now.
Yep. Just taking a look too at the bikes. Appears from the live tracking here, Arturo Salas, about 362 so far, followed by Beltran and Ortiz, but Arturo Salas still out in front. We'll see what happens once they cross our timing points. But Connor McNeil now trying to make up a little bit of time. Moving along there.
Yeah, on timing it looks like on the bikes that Justin Morgan has actually pulled ahead of Arturo. Did you say that?
I saw it at one point on the live track, but I will definitely defer to the Optima battery time point signatures that we have there. Yeah, so it looks like Morgan, Salas, and Beltran. Yep. 1, 2, 3 on time.
On time. And Arturo's probably first position on the road is my guess. But Justin starting behind him has made up time on him.
Correct.
That's what's going to matter in the end, of course.
Interesting. All right, back to 4-camera split. Rob Mack back in it, as is Thor, kind of glitchy there, but Justin Davis and Paul Barnhart are making their way. I wonder how Thor is at this point right now, how he's feeling. If you know, does it ever get uncomfortable? I would guess when you have, it's got to be very frustrating. But for a co-driver, you playing part therapist at times to talk these guys down, especially when you have kind of a series of obstacles that happen like that. I mean,
Yeah.
What can you say? I mean, hopefully you've got a good enough relationship where you know what to say, but to get in the head of some of these guys, boy, it's a whole other game when you're behind the wheel.
Yeah, the chemistry from the driver to the co-driver is so important. You know, as a driver, I always wanted someone to keep me calm. And people have different strategies, but I liked as much information as possible.
Yeah.
So it never upset me if they just kept sharing information on what they're seeing, thinking, and what they think, anything that could help me.
Sure.
I appreciated that. Some drivers might not like that.
Shut up.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. Zip it.
Exactly.
Tamara Myers here, just at a pit right now. Taking a little break.
Oh, she's like, that guy just got by.
What's happening here?
Yeah. Oh,
there's more
2.
vehicles going by.
Yeah, that's hard when you're getting passed like that, because you know you got to make up that time now, or
For sure.
that's how you feel anyway.
Well, that's their vantage point at this moment.
Yep. And there's at least 3. Seems like they're doing more than fuel, but
yeah,
we
something's going
can't
on.
see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, at some of these pits, if you don't really have any mechanical issues, there's no issues with flats or anything, what are you doing there besides fueling?
Yeah, so you know, they could be doing, at some point, they could be doing a tire change on the rear tires for her vehicle.
Okay.
That wouldn't surprise me, but I would think that it's really early in the race for them. Maybe before Mike's Sky Ranch would be a good time to do a rear tire change on a vehicle like that.
Here's Josh Klinsky. Their bright green truck, hard to miss.
Yeah.
All right, here we are. So we are moments away from our leader, race mile 245. So at any moment, could be a few minutes, but we'll see. But at any moment, we'll have our leader come through. Want to catch that? Back to Paul Barnhart. Cruising through. Good old Alan and Pudia.
Yeah.
So where exactly, where do we place Alan in this moment? Is this looking familiar to you?
Yeah, he is, I want to call it San Matias Wash. So he's at the washes that are just south of the Mike's entrance.
Okay. He's approaching it. Oh, he froze up on us.
Yeah.
All right, well,
it's kind of fun through there. You gotta, there's there's a little bit of some lines, not much, but there's some boulders in there. So you really gotta kind of, you watch out for the boulders, but go just as fast as you can through those washes.
So yeah, that could be fun.
Yeah.
Just don't hit anything.
Yeah, yeah. Yep, exactly. And you know, by pre-running, you kind of know where the boulders are.
Sure.
You don't have them all memorized, but you have a good idea.
Certainly the big ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look like Class 11s, the giant buggies sitting there.
Some race teams mark them on their GPS.
Okay.
There's a strategy you can use there.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Yeah. And then your co-driver can kind of call them out before you get there. That way you're prepared. Yeah, the GPS is so handy because you can't memorize everything.
No way. Yeah.
But this is race course that has been used a lot for the 500. It's a good transition to get back up and start heading north to get to the Mike's Road, and then to head over to the Pacific side.
Right. And then I would gather, just for instance, for
Rob McCachran here, someone with so much experience, has done this race multiple times, has an idea. He's still got a pre-run just to make sure that there's nothing too out of the ordinary, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I've
Just pointing
seen.
at something here.
Yeah, I've even seen situations where dump truck.
Oof.
Oh, so they're starting to head out to the summit right now.
There we go. Yep.
This is the road that starts to head out
Look at that.
there.
Yeah, I mean, they're right on it. We saw, speaking to Rob Mack, we were watching him just chew this up earlier, just cruising over this, but boy, do not want to go off to the right.
Yeah, and it takes a little bit, like they're not there yet. They've got a little ways to
Still
go,
ways
but
to go.
It does start to get rocky. You see some
Okay.
boulders on the right.
Okay. So in a moment, we'll have our leaders coming through race mile 245 in the trophy trucks, and then at race mile 380, we should have the bikes coming through. So we'll get to that in a moment. Until then, we'll follow Connor McNeil, navigate these rocks. Making his way. Here we go. That is a beautiful shot, a gorgeous day.
Yeah, so that's what they have to look forward to.
Yeah, going for that, going for that. It's just got to be that moment where, gosh, you know,
yeah.
I don't know, your shoulders drop a minute. You don't let up on the gas, of course, but just like, that's got to feel good. I don't know, something psychologically has got to happen in that moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Seeing that beautiful blue water.
Yeah.
Here we are back at race mile 245. We'll have a trophy truck coming through here any moment. Got lots of spectators anxiously awaiting.
Yeah. And I just got there's Rob, but I just got a text from Elise Norman. So Nigel Hook is who took over for Roger.
Nigel Hook, okay.
Yep. And then Joe Duria is also going to drive. So they've split it 3 ways.
Okay.
I think it makes perfect sense in that UTV class because, you know, it's 483 miles in that particular vehicle is a long way to go.
Right.
And you get pretty beat up, so.
So then at what point race mile would the third driver take over, approximately, do you think?
That's a good point. I'm gonna guess that if I were them, I would, you know, Nigel's in there right now, I would probably say after Mike. So once they get over to Highway 1 would be another, by checkpoint 2, that would be a good spot.
Okay.
That's right around race mile 360.
Okay.
You still have 360 to finish,
Yeah.
but really it's between 260 and 360, you're probably not gonna do a driver change.
Okay.
It's the whole, you know, Mike's loop and.
Doesn't make sense right there to do it.
Yeah.
All right. So back to our 4-camera in-car with Davis, Herbst, McCachran, and Barnhart.
Another update. It's Joe Duria, I believe, right now.
Okay.
And then Nigel jumps in at checkpoint 3.
Ah, okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
Now we know. Yeah.
Problem solved.
Yeah.
Yeah, fortunately, that Herbst
That's awesome.
in-car just keeps getting a little glitchy on us, but such is life. Back to Connor McNeil. Got some hand signals going.
Yeah.
Sharp right coming up.
It seemed like his co-driver's been using hand signals through the race.
Yeah.
So sometimes you default to that if your intercom system's not working.
Yeah.
But I think they just might use both strategies.
Sure. He might be dictating and saying it. There's a big old rock right
Yeah.
there. Again, going back to the, I say sometimes we have too many tabs open in our heads. We got to shut them down. But there's so much that these drivers are taking in a millisecond. The amount of information from
just from the steering, from the information, from their co-drivers, just from their surroundings, using their peripheral vision, what's coming at them. It's just got to be so. By the time you're at the other end of that race and the adrenaline is worn off, you due for a nap.
Yeah.
Due for a nap and a massage, hot shower, and a nice hot meal.
Yeah, I know. I used to look forward to food afterwards because the chances are you're not eating very much the entire day. But I think with all the adrenaline, it takes a little while to actually calm down.
All the endorphins are just blasted.
Yeah, and be able to actually go to sleep.
And especially if you win it.
Yeah.
You know, especially if you win it, you ain't going to bed for a while, right?
That's right.
So you want to stay up and celebrate. Woo! There we go. Justin Davis is moving. Yeah, when there's not so many obstacles in front of you and don't have boulders and rocks, you can let it rip.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just what Justin Davis is doing.
And Nigel texts me back. He's actually getting in a checkpoint too. That's exactly where I thought they would
Look
do
at
the
you.
driver change.
You know what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good spot. He's still going to have another 123 miles to the finish. That will be a fun run.
Yeah.
See, he gets the ocean view.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder how they decide all that stuff. If they arm wrestle or what is it? Pull straws?
Yeah. Well, he might be, and I haven't done the math, but he might be running through the night.
Oh,
so
okay. That's true.
So that's the downside, right?
He doesn't get to see the scenery.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure.
More will be revealed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Back to Paul Barnhart. It's his turn to navigate some more rocks.
Yeah, so this is the Pro UTV Open class, I believe. Oh, there's been
his way.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's about 14th right now in position compared to his competitors.
Okay.
There's been a lot of changes in that class.
Yeah.
Ronnie Anderson's in first, Brandon Sims is in second, Caden McCachran's in third, Craig Scanlon's in fourth, and Wayne Matlock's in fifth right now.
These are all going off of adjusted times here?
Yep. And Kristen is right behind her husband.
Aha.
Mm-hmm. And Roger's still up there. They're in eighth right now. So.
Okay. Good stuff. Here we see Thor Herbst. Got some. Whoa.
Oh wow.
He's sliding. He's moving. Whoa. There we go.
Looks,
Definitely, he's got some dust in front of him. He's after somebody, going right into it. Oof.
Yeah, looks like he's trying to take a left line to get past them, but there's definitely a lot of silt through that area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This might be interesting to watch.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to go up to the Herbst helicopter to kind of get an aerial shot of what's happening, more of a broader view.
Yeah.
Would be fun. Somehow we can get up there. That would be interesting to see. Hopefully the heli's with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that camera, unfortunately, glitchy a little bit. We'll go back to Josh Clancy here. No dust for him. Choosing the left line. Whoop.
Yeah, this used to be a little bit of a bigger class. He's the only one running in this class right now.
He's the only one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. We'll go back to Rob Cachran. Oh, there's a bike to the right. Wisely allowing Rob McCachran to go first.
He heard the sound of that motor
yeah,
coming.
Exactly. He's like, I'm pulling over.
I'm going to go as far off this course as I can see.
Wes and I were chatting earlier in the broadcast about what is it that just brings you back to Baja over and over again. So as a driver for Heidi, for you, what is it that brings you back to this sport?
Well, I actually love the people in Baja. I think it's a beautiful country. It's, I'm going to say, maybe underrated. People don't realize how beautiful it is and how majestic it is. And honestly, the further south you get, when you get, down south on that Sea of Cortez, there's parts of it that look like you could be in Italy. It's just beautiful. But the people are also just so friendly. And
good people.
Yeah.
We like good people.
Yeah.
All right, here's a shot of our race leader here, Toby Price, coming up on race mile 245. Physically in the lead.
Yeah.
He's got his helicopter trailing him.
He seems to be having a good day.
Yes, good day. Open air in front. So,
yeah,
to a certain degree, if we're talking 483 miles, he's just about the halfway point here.
There's Highway 3 right there.
Okay.
I think that's Highway 3. So he's about to cross over the highway, and then he'll jump into some sand washes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's slowing down a bit. I don't know.
There he goes.
If he's looking for a pit or.
Okay. And then he'll make this right, his right.
Yeah.
There he goes.
There's so many spectators through that.
Yeah.
You can tell that.
He's being cautious.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, but he looks really smooth. He seems pretty calm and collected.
All right. So we're going to go in just a bit here. We're going to be searching for Luke McMillan, who we believe is in second, followed by Chris Fulvardi. But until then, we'll keep an eye here on Toby. But I think any minute we'll have Luke coming through.
Yeah, and I think earlier we were talking about Luke, and at that point he was in 6th, and we were saying that he's, probably using some strategy. So,
try to go back here now. This drone.
I am curious where he's at physically, though, on the course.
He did his homework. We watched a pre-run video earlier of him going through. So, all right, first bike coming through. Race mile 380 right now. Soaking up that gorgeous view. That's a great feeling, I'm sure. And coming out as you hit the coast now, it cools down a bit. They just were in that heat, and now they're feeling that cool ocean air. That's got to be good.
It cools tremendously. Actually, even through the Mike's area, because they can actually get snow at Mike's. And so it does cool tremendously, and that's this course. Starting them at the early morning hours that they did is actually a good thing for the body temperature and what you're dealing with.
Looks like our drone is zooming in on some dust in the distance, so we've got action coming. This should be Luke McMillan. We'll get a tighter shot in a second here, but he is approaching race mile 245. And then again followed by Chris Fulvardi.
And if I'm doing the math correctly in my head, so that will be nice. they're also, you know, not going to be.
They still got a day. They got nighttime. they can go run some errands.
Go out
or,
to
you know.
dinner.
Yeah, exactly. They got some time.
Take a shower.
They didn't lose their Saturday.
Yeah. Have a half day ahead of them.
There we go. All right, here we go. I see somebody bobbing and weaving through shrubbery and whatnot. I believe that is Luke McMillan. Let's see if we can get a clearer shot in a moment. And he's moving. He's cooking. On the run.
This is a great shot because you kind of see it at a distance at first, and then you get to see it a little bit closer.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Moving through those.
It might still be Alan.
Let me see. We're trying to get color on that. No?
Yeah.
Let's see. What do we got? What do we got?
Might still
keeps pulling
be.
Just trying to give us some perspective here, but.
Is it possible it's still Alan and uncorrected time? Luke's just ahead. That.
Trying to see if it's all black and red there for Alan's truck, or looking for monster insignia.
Right now it looks like it's camouflage.
We're having a hard time getting a clear shot here, but I think once
from the highway,
it gets over on the highway, this will help. It looks like just the lens itself is blurry. That's a dark looking truck. Let me see.
Yeah.
Is that a monster on the hood there? Is that 10? Is that the 10 truck? Is that Alan?
So it's really difficult to tell, but
that is Alan.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yep, that's Alan and Pudia.
Yep. And so which is so nice with this new timing system, we can actually see that he's not in second.
He's physically in second. Right?
Yeah,
but
on corrected time. Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, good.
Back to in-car with Alan. Looks like he's got a little damage on the right there. You can see through the hood. Nothing crazy though.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of damage is to be expected at this point.
For sure.
It's definitely a battle, right?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, geez.
You could see how fast he came up on that.
I was just going to say.
Rider.
Yeah, I don't even think that guy was even prepared for that. And Alan's like, get out of my way.
Yeah, and really Toby kind of set the pace there. So that motorcycle rider had to know that there were trophy trucks coming. Yeah.
Yeah.
They really need to start, once they know, they really need to start paying attention.
All right, here we go. We got another shot at race mile 245. Could this be Luke, or is this Chris Pulvardi? Let's see what we got. All right, back to the Herbst.
Yep.
Nice. Clear shot from the helicopter. Hello. Cruising through.
Yeah, that looks like EJ, not. Uh-oh.
Looks like Chris Pulvardi is putting water all over the truck here. Wasn't Chris himself, but one of his crew. Something getting hot, something have to get cleaned off, maybe something built up.
I'm sort of speculating that Luke might be coming in because you can see in the distance the pit crew with the McMillan banner.
Got it.
So.
Yep, there he is. Let's see if he hugs in.
And
or
Pulvardi got out.
Are they saying go? Catch him.
Right.
Catch Pulvardi. Don't pit.
Right.
And then Pulvardi's like, I'm out.
And we didn't get a really clear picture on that other truck.
No.
Because it could have been Luke, it could have been Tavo.
True.
We don't know exactly who it was, right?
But it looks like Chris put the hammer down and was like, I gotta go.
Yeah. Yeah.
He just got out in time, yeah.
Yeah. There's probably some very interesting, radio conversation right there.
That's it for work.
Yeah. Christopher's like, I'm going to give this guy as much dust as possible.
Yes.
You're not going to see anything.
Yeah, I'm sure he's putting a lot of input in the wheel.
For sure.
Maybe unnecessary
Unnecessarily,
input.
yeah. I mean, he got off. Lead foot there. All right, back to Herp's truck. He's making his own dust, not eating any.
Yeah.
So I wonder now, Heidi, with Optima providing us with this new timing opportunity and adjusted times, we'll get real time now. A lot of times, once we get to the finish of each race, there's the celebration, but then we got to wait to the next day to see if there's penalties and points and stuff.
Oh, right.
Will this adjusted time situation give us a much more, I mean, penalties happen, so we don't know, but I'm wondering, are we able to up the celebrations a little bit earlier, or are we still going to have to wait until the next day, until Sunday?
I'm totally speculating, but I don't think it's going to improve in that area because on the on the penalties, they're looking at they're looking at the map and they're looking at the overlay of where the VCPs are, and they're looking at where you drove.
Okay.
And you have to hit every VCP and you got to stay on course. I think 50 yards on each side, something like that. Someone can tell us and confirm. But so I don't think that part is going to change.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah, that would be cool if it.
Wouldn't that be wild?
We're able to get to that immediate result, right?
You never know.
Yeah. And
Look
that
how
was,
far we've come, though. So.
I know.
We shall see.
So that was EJ back there, but I think he fell behind Thor of all things because Thor's been having a tough day.
He really has.
Not sure.
They're doing something to the truck. Looks like potential. Is that a fuel hose to the right?
It's a fuel hose. Yeah.
Oh, they're done.
They're all done.
Okay.
We caught the end of it.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Off they go.
You could see his pit crew in their fireproof, suits, full helmet, everything, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to be safe because can't mess around with fire.
The day that Thor's been having.
Yeah.
Put your suit on. Put your suit on, guys. No.
That's good to see him going again.
Yeah. Kind of going. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. Really going.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Slowly speeding up. High 50s.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
so, I'm trying to figure out exactly where they're at. Oh.
Back to Connor McNeil.
Yeah.
Still going through those rocks. Climbing away. Just shy of 25 miles an hour. Oof. I dropped it down now. But happy to see him back in the race.
Yeah, no, it's great to see him running. I mean, even when you're having a tough day, the feeling that you have when you finish is hard to describe. It's definitely a feeling of accomplishment. And so, I'd like to see them. I'd like to see them finish.
Yeah.
They obviously lost a lot of time.
Yeah.
But that happens. Cameron lost a lot of time. He's running again. I was getting text updates.
Oh, yeah?
But he lost about an hour and 15 changing that power steering. So that's a big hit.
That's a big hit for
sure.
sure.
But hopefully, hopefully they're going for the finish too.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do in those situations when you do take a big hit like that? I mean, a monumental over 60-minute pause is just got to wreck your spirit a bit. But you do it enough and you understand, look, there's more to this sport.
Yeah.
We're not giving up by any means. We're going to find a way to finish. And it's always a tremendous
example and test of perseverance.
Yeah, and he had a good run at the
Yep.
San Felipe race.
For sure.
I mean, if he hadn't had that penalty, he would have been third.
Did awesome.
As a two-wheel drive vehicle.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Yeah. Yeah. So he'll push hard. I think they're going going for a finish. So.
Just a bit ago, we saw the 110 mile. There's still vehicles coming through there, and then way up front, we got, well, about 2 minutes ago, Arturo Salas pinged at 385. And here we are back at race mile 110.
So.
There. Missed the number there.
Yeah, I think it was a Pro UTV, if I'm not mistaken. It looked like 3826 or something like that.
It was in the 30s, Could make out a 3. And there's more right behind that. Here's Eva Starr, 1919 vehicle.
Yeah.
He's still got that.
She looks really petite in that seat.
She does. She does. But we love to see it.
Yep.
We love to see it.
She's handling it quite well. Yeah, she seems to be, she's showing right now on the system that she's in 6th on corrected time. So last time I checked a while back, she was 5th. She's in 6th, but she seems to be running consistently. We know she has stopped at one point. She probably lost a little bit of time there.
A little bit of time. Still plenty of race to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty.
Yeah, where are they at?
9 hours and 11 minutes have passed since our first bike took the course. Oh, looks like we might be going back to 2:45 here. Yep. And
good.
Could this be Luke? Let's see. Or is it Chris? Let's see what happens here. Is that Blue? Could be McNeil.
Yeah.
Or Mac McMillan. Let's see here. What am I saying here? Yeah. Could be Luke McMillan. Let's see here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we have seen every camera shot go through here, or...
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough on this particular drone. It gets close and then it'll pull out, and
it's a little bit pixelated.
It's pixie, yeah. Well, once it gets close to the highway here, we get a little closer to it, so maybe that'll help us out.
Yeah, they seem to get their best shot.
Crossing over.
I know. It could be a McMillan. I don't see a lot of numbers.
No, and I'm wondering if is it red and black down there?
Or white and black, or white and blue?
I see a little bit of...
Oh, gosh.
Is that the one? Wait. Oh, man. It's white and black and a little bit of red. I mean, it could be Tavo. I don't know.
It's very hard.
The suspense is killing me.
I know.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Well, once they hit the next timing point, we'll be able to see who's come through.
We have a really wide angle, so we can see, a lot of the course right there and the vastness. But like you said, it would be nice to see it a little closer.
I feel like if I
put my glasses on or something, then it would change, but no.
I don't think
it's not going to work. No. Just won't work. Oh well. All good.
Maybe another one's coming though.
Let's see. Back to Rob Mack. Here we go. Calm, cool, and collected.
Yep, as he always is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, he's in a good position. He's in a good position to get a top 5 for sure.
Okay. Are you able to see where he's at adjusted time right now?
It says he's at 7th right now.
Okay.
So, and you know,
and he'll make up some time. He has a way of always climbing.
Yeah, yeah.
He will. I don't think he's going to stay in 7th the whole time.
Right. I don't think so either. And with, Toby still has, we know, half the race, right?
Yep.
So anything could happen, really.
1L.
Oh, here we
go.
That looks like
is that Bryce?
I think.
Yeah, it is. We got Bryce Menzies coming through at race mile 245. He is pitting.
It'd be interesting to see how long he's there.
Yeah, let's start your stopwatch.
Yeah, if they can get him in and out, then he must feel good about his truck.
Can't tell if it's pixelated, if it looks all beat up or not. No, there we go. Not too bad.
There, I think at this point in the race, and having had a few, we know he's had a braking issue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's had any other issues. I believe his pit crew is going to make sure that he's got a clean truck, as clean as possible, to go into the Mike's Sky Ranch loop, because that's a really difficult area.
Got you.
You can't get your pit support in there
right.
unless they're already in there.
Right.
It's really difficult anyway.
So they're pouring all sorts of stuff right now. We saw them take a whole cooler a minute ago. Looks like some...
is it running hot?
Coolant that they were taking. They're just dumping it all over the back.
Yeah.
Looks like he's lost some paneling there.
Yeah. Sometimes, if he's having a heating issue, sometimes you take off your paneling just to get more airflow and cool it down.
Yeah. Bryce had some tire issues. Polvardi had some heating issues and then got got passed. So I think that's what happened here.
If he lost his driver's rear tire, it could have just done enough damage to the fender to take it off anyway. This
is a great angle right here. You can really get a bird's eye perspective as to what's going on. And same thing with Bryce. They're trying to cool that down. Water bottle after water bottle. Usually out there that water's sacred. You want to put it in your body. Instead, they're putting it on the truck.
Yeah.
Got to get that thing across the finish line here. And they're just dumping everything all over that.
Yeah.
So Bryce definitely running hot. It's very, very hot on that side of the peninsula, so no doubt baking.
Yeah.
And these trucks are running full force. I mean, look, this guy's got a cooler in the background ready to go.
Oh, right.
I mean, how hot is that truck? Jeez.
Yeah. It's obviously very hot.
Well, we'll see what happens now. Polvardi experiencing a flat tire and heating issues. We'll see what kind of battle that ensues between him and Bryce. I don't know. We'll hopefully get an update here in a little bit. Better idea where we're at.
Yeah.
The placement. We'll hit leaderboard in a bit. But for right now, they are non-stop flooding that truck with water, cooling it down.
Yep. Yeah, you can.
I mean, look at that. So he's dumping in the upper left-hand corner. He's literally dumping water bottle after water bottle in the cooler. They take the cooler and they just completely dump it all over the back there.
Oh, wow.
Huh.
Yeah, that's.
Wow.
That's
a lot of water they've put on that.
Position you want to be in, right?
So what's going through Bryce's mind right now? He's like, oh my God, please don't not now.
Yeah.
We're at the 245, we're halfway through. My God, please not now.
Right, right. He's about to go in the mics, you know.
So
you don't want, well, it gets a little cooler, yeah.
It gets a little cooler,
but you're
right?
also going into the like difficult area, never, never, where people can't really come to get you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our minds were thinking alike.
Yeah. All right, so off he goes. There goes Bryce. And hopefully the truck is cooled down enough where it's going to get him to where he needs to go. And get him through Never Never Land, as you say.
Yeah, the never ever. Never never.
Never ever, never land. No Peter Pan out there. No Tinkerbell ain't going to help you. You're on your own, kid. All right, folks. Well, with that, as Bryce blasts out into Never Ever Land on his way to Mike's Sky Ranch, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to let Heidi take a break as well. We'll bring Wes back, and then we'll be back with more Baja 500 right after this.
Ultimate adventure tool with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
I mean, I'd like to go fast. As soon as I moved from Brooklyn, New York to Florida, and my neighbor had a bicycle with an engine on it, which I'd never seen in Brooklyn, and I got on that, and that was my need for speed. Never stopped from that moment. I love going fast. Baja for off-roading is a special place. I consider this like heaven on earth.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome back to the BFGoodrich Tires 56 score Baja 500. Wes Miller is back in action. How are we doing, bud?
Good, good. Nice to have a little break there.
There you go. Yeah.
I was actually watching you guys. Good job there.
Yeah,
and,
we passed the test, the Wes Miller test.
I believe so. So
cool,
man. We got a heck of a race going on here.
Right?
This is gonna be a good one, I think, all the way to the finish. Toby's holding strong.
Yes.
I mean, honestly, I feel like the race is playing out exactly how I said, where it's going to be pretty single file. I didn't see anybody really getting by Price or Impudia unless they made a mistake, and they haven't made a mistake yet.
Well, we'll see what happens here in just a moment. Race mile 280 here. Hopefully our leader that we're talking about, Toby Price, will be racing through and splashing people, cooling his truck down too at the same time, getting a quick
and
bath.
Speaking of cooling, it seems like that is an issue right now with both Polvarde and Bryce having issues. And we touched on this morning of how our top 10 qualifiers were all Mason trucks. So same platform, same chassis. So then as a competitor, it comes down to how do you gain an advantage? And that's where Toby Price, he's running the PWR cooling system, which is a bar and plate. And I think that's one thing that might be coming into his advantage. Jason Hurd was kind of pointing that out to me, that is something different that Toby is doing, and that how that could play into qualifying and keeping your torque converter temps lower, and then possibly through that San Felipe side of this race course, that may have been a factor in helping him maintain this lead.
Yeah, I think as he just keeps on doing what he's doing, he'll be in good shape.
And really, temps now, once you get to San Matias and get out of that really hot area, it cools off enough. I don't think temp will be as much of an issue. Where you really have the problem is, I think they're probably seeing ambient air temps of around 110 degrees through the Cabuzo Junction to like Saldana and through La Ventana, in that area, it gets pretty hot. They're probably about 110.
Well, here's a nice...
Trucks don't like that.
No, they don't, which we're seeing. But here's a nice little shot of some shade. So I'm sure the spectators are digging that. This dog definitely wants to move.
I think the dog maybe wants to be a hood ornament.
Oh my gosh. Talk about a booby trap here.
I'm going to say that
somebody get the dog out of there.
Yeah, there can't be a truck too close because everybody's pretty calm and they're not.
Yeah, I know.
You can hear a trophy truck coming from a pretty long way away.
And the dog can hear better than any of those people down there. So hopefully, oh, there he goes. All right, well, people are kind of getting up on their feet a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, we might.
Something's coming.
I'm going to say we got something coming. In fact, I almost feel like I see some dust. Or no, that's
hear
just
anything?
It was
you
just a sign.
Rumbling?
Yeah, I do. I hear a rumbling off in the distance.
Rumbling. That's wind. All right, well, any moment we should see Toby Price scream through here. Well, maybe not scream through, but he'll be moving. He'll be moving.
Yeah, and so another thing that plays into Toby Price's truck, the guy that owns the truck is Paul Wheel, and he is actually the owner of PWR. So that's a good advantage when the owner of the truck that you're driving is also the owner of a radiator cooling company. So they have some some cutting edge technology. I guess it's playing into what they're running in the package on their truck versus maybe some of the other trucks. Because I think most of the other Mason trucks all running very similar cooling packages.
Gotcha. Yeah, so far Toby has not had any issues with that challenge, so he's getting through that.
These are always interesting for me, like the water crossings. When it's hot out, I would probably charge into that because you want to get wet.
Get splashed.
But
get splashed, for sure.
Like in a Baja 1000 when it's colder out, you don't want to get wet. So a lot of times you want to just, okay, I'll lose a few seconds, check up, roll through the water. But at the same time, if you blast through the water, you know, like you can get in your electronics, like other things can happen. So some guys will try to hydroplane something like that or just blast through. Other guys will slow down and check up.
How fast you think they'll go through that? How fast you think Toby will go through that?
Oh man, he's Australian, so he's, you know, he's probably got a little bit crazy. I'm gonna say, well, nothing against the Aussies, but they are a little crazy sometimes. So as a dirt biker, you gotta love it of just getting a little wet and cooling off.
There you go.
So it's a nice little break. But I'm gonna say he blasts through it.
Okay.
And it doesn't look like it's very deep to me right now either.
No, we didn't look like it was deep at all. That bike going through, kind of pulling out here and getting an idea. This is always a great place for the fans and spectators to get up close and personal with the drivers.
And so this is right at Mike's Sky Ranch.
Oh, here we go. This is at race mile 405. This is our leader, physical leader.
And it's still Solace in 11X, right? No.
7X.
Okay, it's 7X.
7X. As we go through the Optima leaderboard here, ProMoto Unlimited, we got Morgan 7X bike.
Do we know what happened to 11X while I was gone?
Well, we do not. I'm looking here at live tracking, and it says that 6 minutes ago he pinged. So we don't know what that is, but yes, as of right now, Justin Morgan go at about 35 miles an hour and around 4 or 5 race miles. So.
All right, so I'm curious what happened to 11X then.
Yep, we shall see.
Morgan was hanging there all race. I think when I took break, he was that last. I want to say the last timing point that he went through was like 2:45 or something. I saw, and he was like 7.5 minutes back.
Right.
So keeping him honest, and you keep pressure on another competitor if they have a problem, and you're right there to pounce on it. And looks like maybe that's what happened.
You got to take advantage of that. Well, we are anxiously awaiting here up at Mike's Sky Ranch for our first trophy truck to come through.
So Mike's Sky Ranch is one of the kind of iconic spots for Baja racing. There's a cool little hotel that you can stay at. It's probably, I want to say it's like 17 miles or so up a dirt road. And you can go there. They got a pool, a little bar. It's really cool. There's a lot of nostalgia in there of old stickers and T-shirts and things like that. So.
Well, maybe we could get a shot over your shoulder, but we actually have our own replica to your right, Mike's Sky Rancho. I don't know if you guys can ping that. Well,
we actually do.
I'm still trying to nudge the boss for us to broadcast in there one day, but who knows. Nonetheless, pretty incredible replica off to our right. Those at home will have to use your imagination or make your way up to the real Mike's Sky Ranch.
So with the pro bikes, while we're waiting for Toby to come in here, there's another bike doing the water crossing. He might want to have his head on a swivel because he may have a trophy truck bearing down on him quickly.
He seemed to come through on a faster clip than the previous bike too. So maybe there is a.
But so where we saw Justin Morgan, according to the tracker, we've got.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that bike needs to get out of the way.
Oh jeez. Yeah. Toby not taking. He did not let up coming through there at all. Yeah, he blasted through.
So I am going to set a stopwatch and let's see the next time we see a truck come through there.
Come through, we'll see. This is how we used to do it just in time.
Correct.
Right? Our own little stopwatch here in the studio.
This is the OG way of keeping track of times, but I haven't seen our leaderboard update yet at 2:45, so I'm wondering if that timing point is working for the trophy trucks. So I'm refreshing it again right now, and I'm not seeing an update. So we might have to go a little old school here for a little bit.
You don't
but,
say.
But that's fine.
Okay.
That's how I'm used to doing it.
Sure. Well, maybe it's just in
But-
that one spot. Okay,
so
here we go. Back to our leader.
I literally was just going to talk about the pro bikes. So they just came out of Europan.
Mm-hmm.
You go into Santo Tomas from the coast, hop on the highway through a speed zone for a minute, and then you cut off and head from Europan towards Ojos.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where the 7X is going right now.
Got it.
And it looks like Tracker, he is like a couple miles ahead of, if that. I'm going to say like 1 or 2 miles ahead of 11X.
Got it.
So something must have happened to the 11X team, because he had a pretty good lead.
For sure. Yeah, I mean,
but
was up front the whole time.
But then sometimes the bikes are changing riders. I think most of the teams are running like 3 or 4 riders.
Yep.
And like the Justin Morgan's team, may have been saving their best rider for last.
Okay.
So it could be a case of maybe Solis's team's slowest rider is now on the bike, and Justin Morgan's fastest rider is on the bike, and they made up time.
That's interesting. Passing the baton, so to speak.
Yeah, with the bike being the baton.
Exactly. All right, so it's been about 2 minutes since Toby Price came through.
Yep. Almost 2.5 now.
We'll see who else comes through after him.
So Solis, it looks like it's just Arturo Solis and Carter Klein.
It's just 2.
So they got 2 riders versus Justin Morgan has himself, Mark Samuels, and Tyler Lynn.
Okay.
So they got 3 riders.
So here we are back at race mile 245. Let's see if we can make out this truck. Been a little tricky with this guy.
That's Baldy.
We're thinking it's Sam Baldy, yep.
Yeah, that's Sam Baldy.
So here comes Sam crossing the highway.
And last I had seen, Baldy was doing pretty well overall. So for Baldy to just be crossing the highway and for Toby Price to be through the water crossing at Mike's, that means Toby's throwing it down.
That's a 35-mile difference, essentially, right? Because we went from 280 with Toby, and here's Sam Baldy coming through at 245.
Yep.
And we're, 3.5 minutes already. So Toby is feeling confident right now. I don't think he ever doesn't feel confident, but you know what I mean. We'll await the next truck.
When we were talking about this earlier, Toby's got the experience and knows how to win races.
Yeah.
So, and he's done it internationally, which I think gives you a lot of experience and confidence. So he's raced Dakar, which, I would say arguably Dakar, not even arguably, the Baja 1000 and Dakar are the 2 most famous races. And, I'd say might be arguable which one is tougher out of those 2. Just because the 1000's a straight shot, Dakar is longer, but you have breaks in between.
Yeah. Have race will travel. Here we are back at Mike's Sky Ranch. At some point, we'll have our...
Let's see if I can get some tracker info here to see what we've got.
We got people starting to take position here now. You hear helicopters in the distance, so somebody's coming.
Yeah, so according to the tracker, it should be Empudia.
Okay.
Another thing that I pointed out earlier in the day was that Ricky Johnson in the 1L with Gus that they could be sneaky.
Sneaky.
And that right now on the tracker, I believe I'm showing him 4th overall. Physically on the course, and that would actually, where the tracker's reading right now.
Yeah, I see it. Just refreshed.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Yeah, you've got, on the tracker, you've essentially got Gus right. Well, no, that's not accurate. Polvardi didn't update.
Yeah, Polvardi, that's what I was looking at. Right. But either way, I mean, he's pretty,
yeah, you're right.
He's up in the mix.
Yep.
He's 100% in the mix.
Here we go, another bike coming through.
And he's got potential of putting it on a podium overall.
He was looking back right there, so there might be somebody. Yep.
Yeah,
exactly.
right here.
Here we go. He's like, Jesus.
I was just going to say, I guarantee Impudia tries to hydroplane that.
Yeah, you saw that guy on the bike just turn back and just be like, oh my God.
He didn't check for that. He accelerated for that.
Yep. Here we go, back to 245.
So, let me check I'm at, that was about 6.5 minutes
almost
probably.
7.
Yeah.
Between Toby and Alan at race mile 280. Old school style.
And then Toby would have started a minute ahead, so he's probably 5.5 minutes on time.
Mm-hmm. Got another truck crossing the highway, approaching race mile 245. Let's see if we can take a look at this guy.
For our leaders now, once you get through Mike's and start getting on the backside of Mike's, it's really tight and technical.
Okay.
So it's going to be important for those guys to get through there clean.
Got it. Whoa.
And the race is spreading out a little bit.
Is this a pit or is this an issue?
I'm going to say that's an issue.
Yeah.
They might be having an overheating problem and asking these guys for water to pour in the radiator or something.
I can't make that out. Is that
It's
7?
concrete. That's Kevin Thompson with Harley Lettner. Yeah, so he's hopping out.
70 truck.
Got flat.
Oof.
I think he's got a flat right front.
Yikes.
It doesn't. They may have TPMS sensors, and maybe they could see that it was starting to go down because it doesn't look completely flat.
No. It's that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. They got that built-in jack.
Yeah, that tire did not look that flat. So I'm going to say they have a TPMS sensor, and it let them know it was airing down.
There's a pass. So Kevin Thompson just got passed. So was that? On the tracker, that was Ruben Torres, what was behind him. So it might have been Torres that just went through. We're not 100% on that. But, okay, here we go.
Okay, so there's Luke.
Luke comes through 280.
So this is 9 minutes.
But he's
since Toby came through.
Since Toby, and then about, 2 since Alan came through.
Yeah, and so Luke, though.
Oh, okay.
Luke,
apparently we missed one, and then Luke came through. So we missed somebody.
Polvardi then, probably?
Must be. Must have been Polvardi coming through. So
maybe.
Luke physically is 4th. It looks like Thompson is back on the move.
Because according to my math, I would have Luke on time ahead of Impudia. Because he started.
Oh. 1, 2, 3. We're going to have a replay here. Let's take
a
look.
He started 4 minutes behind Impudia, and that was about a 3-minute gap.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's see who this is. Tavo.
21 truck.
Yeah.
Yep, and then we're going to, in just a minute, then we'll have Luke come through.
So you've got Price, Ampudia, Tavo, and now McMillan coming through physically. Those are your top 4 physically right now.
And all physically within
there he is.
About 9 minutes of each other.
Yeah. Well, Luke is
when we
right
start,
behind Tavo.
When we start mixing adjusted into there,
yeah,
it's real close.
Where's our next timing point?
So
where do we find our next timing point?
Luke started a minute behind Tavo.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to say that wasn't a minute.
No way.
So he's probably ahead of him. And then I have him ahead of Impudia on time too.
But where's our...
Yeah, I'm going to check for you right now.
Okay. We had the map. We pulled it up.
294.
So they're coming up on it. So, you know, very soon, Toby Price is going to be hitting that any second.
Yeah. So that'll be past Simpson's Ranch.
Okay.
But still heading back towards Valle de Trinidad.
Okay.
But we should have, I mean, Toby should be close to going through there.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully we can get a new leaderboard after they come through 294.
Mm-hmm.
And now that'll really tell us where everybody's at. Because I think Price is physically leading and on time. But I think between Impudia, Tavo, and then Luke McMillan,
here we go.
That's going to be real close. So that's going to be RJ. No, that's Pulvardi.
94. That's Pulvardi.
And I think pretty close behind him is going to be the 1L of Gus and RJ.
Correct. Is that? Wait a second.
That's like Luttrell or something like that.
Not sure who that was.
I think.
Spectators anxious. I can't say that word today. Anxiously. Jeez Louise. Anxiously anticipating the next.
I keep anxiously awaiting for an update from 245 on here.
It's coming. Don't worry.
But I'm going to say 294 works, and then that will let us know where everybody's at.
Okay.
Either way, we got a heck of a race going on right now.
No doubt.
And
shaping up to be a great Baja 500.
Toby's doing a great job so far, though. He hasn't, he's been leading wire to wire, been running a clean race.
Some in-car.
But he did the same thing at San Felipe.
Yep.
So he just, I hope he put a rabbit's foot or, some sort of lucky thing in there.
Something.
Went to a voodoo priestess or something,
Yeah.
Put a little chicken blood on the hood, whatever you got to do.
Santeria, you never know.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Connor McNeil in the 242 car.
Us racers can get a little
superstitious
at times, yeah.
Only had a couple. Only get dressed on the right side first, something like that. Or are you more lefty?
My co-driver had a lucky. It was like a nut and bolt that he would zip tie the bolt onto our car, and we actually won when we put it in.
There you go.
So then I went and let him take it out.
Worked.
Hey, whatever you got to do to win.
Exactly. Christopher Pulvardi. Making his way through.
So that's dust. So this is backside of Mike's right here.
Yep.
And kind of heading towards Simpsons.
Brandon Walsh. Where's he at, Wes?
That looks like he's on his way to the summit to me. So
lots of rocks.
They were pulled over for a while, and they didn't look like they were in a rush. So I think they're a ways back.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's on his way up to the summit. So they got a long way to go still. Speaking of UTVs,
oh yes,
we haven't really talked about them a whole lot, and I haven't looked recently, but while I was on my break, there's a really good battle going on between Phil Blurton, who is in the new Maverick R. It's a brand new car that he built.
Okay.
He is in the Pro UTV Forced Induction, which is your turbo class. He's got a pretty good lead there, but he's battling for the overall.
Okay.
And then you have Ronnie Anderson and Brandon Sims in Pro Open that are right there.
Mm-hmm.
They're just behind Blurton. I think it's Anderson and Sims.
Okay.
But then we
Here
also
we go.
have...
Here's our leaderboard moment. So at Race Mile 184 in the Pro UTV Open.
So we got McCachran, and then, and wow, it looks like he has a 38-minute lead.
That's massive. Go Cameron.
I don't know. Unless something happened, I would be surprised that many people fell that far back, but maybe that's correct. But the other thing was Rodrigo Impudia. So you got another brother of Alan, is racing Pro Stock UTV, and he was like 2 minutes off of Blurton. So you had the leader of Pro Stock, Pro Open, and Pro Forced Induction were all within a couple minutes of each other battling for the UTV overall.
Got you. Well, we saw there too, you had Kristen coming up, nipping at the heels of her hubby.
Yeah,
there's only about 40 seconds separating them.
Yeah, Wayne and Kristen, their crew actually messaged me, and through pit 2, they were 1 minute apart.
Yeah, that's great.
So those two keep each other honest.
That's a very curious relationship.
Yeah, there's got to be some awkward moments sometimes, I think, where, I know Wayne.
But they're making it work.
They're good friends of mine, and I know, Wayne's super competitive, and it's got to be tough getting beat by your wife sometimes, but I know he's her biggest fan too. And I think Kristen likes to rub it in a little bit on him. So.
All good, man, all good. Here's some rumbling in the distance. Could be a helicopter. Nope, here we go. Coming through a bit gingerly.
So that's the other approach, and I think this might be Gus. Yeah,
that's Gus. Okay.
And I'm not sure who's in the car at that point. I believe RJ was starting.
Here we go. We have another Pro Stock UTV powered by Optima batteries at race mile 112.
Yeah,
so here we got a battle.
So Rodrigo had a big lead there, and that's when he came through. Blurton was a 231, and then I believe like Ronnie Anderson was a 232, 233, something like that, and Brandon Sims was right in there as well.
Right.
But
look at third, fourth, 5, 6, 7th. I mean, it's just seconds between some of these people here. It's still, that's a real good tight battle happening there.
The key though is that Impudia has checked out on them.
42-minute lead, over Wells.
And what's cool is that class, you're only allowed to do so much to the vehicle because it's a Pro Stock class.
Right.
So that's a pretty good indicator for the quality of some of these stock UTVs.
Right.
And for the average person, like if you wanted to get into this sport, you could get a vehicle like that and come out and race and not have to do that much to the car.
Wow.
It's not like you're out having to build a trophy truck.
Right.
You kind of, some bolt-on parts and you come out and race, and he's competing for the UTV overall.
Here we are back at race mile 405. Standing up, stretching the legs maybe, taking in the view. Beautiful, beautiful shot there.
He should be doing pretty well overall, but it doesn't look like he's pushing very hard.
I wonder if something happened. Almost looks like he's slowing down.
Yeah.
What is vineyard area? All right.
Was that actually really a racer, or was that somebody just out cruising on the
Was it a bogey?
Course?
We might have had a bogey out there. Is this what it's like?
Because that didn't look like he was going race pace to me.
No, he didn't at all. All right, so we'll sweep the countryside here, searching for other competitors.
This is a cool area. You can see that there's some vineyards in there. They actually grow wine, and you've got just south of there is the Santo Tomas winery. Really nice area to just, if you have some extra time after a race, you're down there vacationing, go do some wine tasting, go eat some nice food. as well as watch off-road racing.
Nice. Well, it's been a minute since we've done some social media check-ins, so let's take a look at what we got at race mile 380. There we go. A lot cooler in that area as they blast along the coast. Some cool drone shots.
What's nice is it's clear.
Yeah.
And they don't have, sometimes it gets socked in with fog.
Right.
And it can be like pea soup fog where you can hardly see, but they've got a beautiful day.
A little bit of wind too from the sea, or from the ocean, just kind of blowing that away. Clear view. Always good to see. Alrighty, awesome. And looks like we're trying to get back to Santiago Creel.
I was just looking at our trophy specs to see on the tracker, it looks like Justin Davis is leading.
Okay.
And that sounds about right to me. He qualified second, and it looked like some of the in-car we've seen with him that he was running a good pace. Connor McNeil, we know, is a little off pace because he had that power steering issue.
There he is. Yep.
But, you know, they got it up and going again. But it looks to me like they're in the kind of La Ventana area. I'm going to say they're just south of La Ventana. There's kind of a little fast graded road section. It looks to me like they're on that right now. I heard you guys earlier talking about the hand signals.
Yeah.
Like they
communicate.
might not have comms.
Yeah. Woo. He's got the towel out. It's dusty. Wiping off the visor.
And I believe Brent Fox is running second.
Okay.
At least that's what the tracker is showing us right now.
Creeping up on 10 hours since the first bike
and then
took off.
Brent Fox and Jordan Brenthal are both really close together. Well, I just got a new update and they're not as close as I thought. But,
Psych.
But
in car with Justin Davis right now.
But it looks like that it's Davis, Fox, Brenthal is
Trophy
what I'm
truck
showing
spec.
for trophy spec.
At race mile 184.
Unless
Optima.
Hagel is not
at 184. We had Hagel in first, followed by Davis, then Fox in third, Brenthal in fourth, Thor Herbst in fifth, Dami in sixth, Marsal in seventh, Beal eighth, Herbst in ninth, and Hancock rounding out the top 10. We got a pause here with in-car on Justin Davis, but jump to something else in a sec. There we go, back to Connor McNeil. More hand signals and such.
Again, we can't always trust these trackers, but right now it's showing the 245 of Hagel. They may have had a problem because it looks like with the tracker, they're off course just a little bit and that they've been there for a little while.
Okay.
Right now, according to tracker, I'm showing Dale Eberts in first place in class 10 in the 1077.
Okay.
Followed fairly closely by Caden McCachran. So Caden looks like he's having a good run.
Nice.
And he won San Felipe. So
whoa.
Bryce.
Yeah, that's Bryce coming through, making himself known. Race mile 280. Lindsay up in this piece.
I think Bryce has just got to try to salvage points out of this race at this point.
Yep. Back to Connor McNeil, making some good pace here now.
you're going to have those days where things don't go your way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just for Bryce to have a brake issue is obviously missing a quarter panel on the truck, so not sure what happened there. But you know, when things don't go your way and you're still going for a championship, you just got to salvage the day, get as many points as you can, and get out of the race without it turning into a complete disaster.
Amen. Well, we're going to go back to some social media highlights here, some trophy truck action. And don't forget, keep them coming at Score International. Yeah, look at this. It's like you got Pavarotti and I think that was Luke. Chewing in there. Luke and
that was when
Pavarotti
Luke was right
at
behind him.
Yep.
When he just pulled out ahead of him out of the pit.
Silty.
It looked like Pavarotti was waiting for a bottle of water or something, and then got word that Luke was coming and decided, I don't need the water, I need track position.
It's time to go. Yeah, and then just blasted. Here's another one. Very cool. Class 11 coming through.
Getting run down in your Jeep by a stock bug.
It's a different perspective when we kind of jump to different classes sometimes, but
that is one of
the variety.
That is one of the things that's cool about this sport, though, is you've got something for everybody.
You do.
So
that's awesome.
If you're a complete glutton for punishment and you wanted to destroy your back, you go right around in a stock VW bug.
Sure, why not?
I don't know how they get around these race courses, to be honest. But
especially when they're going through rock scrambles and these massive boulders and just how they're getting over it and washing.
Big rain ruts and silt beds.
It's crazy. To each his own.
Yeah.
We love you. We're glad you're here. Good stuff. So yes, thanks again at Score International for our social. Keep them coming, folks. We really do appreciate it.
I've been looking at tracker info here, and for the UTVs, I'm showing Caden McCachran, Wayne Matlock, and then Phil Blurton. Phil Blurton started in the forced induction class behind, so on adjusted, that's going to give him an advantage. So it'll be curious if we can get a leaderboard through 245 of where everybody's sitting there, but that's going to be a really good race for the UTV overall. And it looks like they have worked their way into either second or third in, there's kind of that ongoing battle between class 10 and the UTVs. And there's either 1 or 2 10 cars that are, I think, ahead of the UTVs at this point.
Did we get any updates at the 294 timing point
right now
and see where if we've got any nothing through that sector in that area?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
And
we refresh it?
Yes. So I just refreshed it. I'm still not showing anything, but Price, he's got to be through there.
We know Price is way, by now, absolutely. He was we last saw him.
Yeah, he came through Mike's 28 minutes ago.
Yeah. So he's definitely in the 300s mile markers now. Well, we'll have.
Yeah, they should be coming through 294. Or, well, honestly, I think some of them should have already been through 294.
They've got to be through them already. We'll see. See what we can find out here. We got a Empudia fan just walking straight down the course here. I guess it's still quiet. Oh, it's just a bike. Quick little refresher. Off they go. You hear the bike going? Have you ever stayed up at Mike's Sky Ranch before? Oh, out the way.
Yes, I have.
You have. Okay, left truck.
So that's Rob Mack.
There's Rob Mack coming through. Screaming through.
You know, we saw he pulled over and it looked like he had a steering issue. So I'm not sure what that was. And he either just passed somebody or somebody's about to pass him because there was another truck right behind him. Being that it's Rob Mack, I'm gonna say Rob probably just passed someone.
Most likely. There's Rob again. Well, yeah, well, Heidi and I were talking about how the last time we were talking about him, he was in 7th, but I firmly believe he's gonna move up. He just has so much experience and poise and drive.
So where he's at right now, the rain ruts are really bad. And this is, you're climbing a mountain up out of Mike's Sky Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really technical in there. And a lot of the course isn't much wider than the truck.
Yeah, threading the needle through here.
Yeah. This is always an area that concerns me with bottlenecks.
Okay.
Because once you get a little further up here, you're on a trail that's cut in the side of a hill, and you've got a drop off on your right-hand side and then an embankment on your left. And if somebody were to get stuck there, there's no way around.
No way around it. Oh.
Okay, so someone did make a pass on Rob.
I'm thinking he's taking offense to that.
And
right in this place you're talking about, if someone's like, I'm gonna try it.
It almost looked like Rob was like, hey dude, why didn't you tell me he was behind me or something? Because you don't want to get past here because it's really slow.
Yeah.
And it's hard for someone to get around you. But
kind of a gutsy move on that driver, right?
Yeah. Well,
no risk, no reward.
You want to make a pass if you can, because once you get past where they're at, there really isn't an area to pass.
Right.
And if Rob's not on pace, so this is making me think that, we saw him having steering issues before.
Yeah.
If maybe he's having some power steering issues and he can't drive that truck 100%.
It's possible.
That's what I think might be going on, and that this is a really rough technical area.
Yeah. But I mean, that was so close. I mean, he blasted through them.
It does look to me like he's getting more feedback in the wheel than he was before.
Okay.
Before he was just like so calm with the wheel and not really giving much input.
Yeah.
But it's tough to say exactly what's going on there. But generally, Rob doesn't get past unless he's having an issue. So this is what I was talking about, where you have the drop off on the left or on the right and the embankment on the left. And if somebody were to have a mechanical problem and get stuck there, there's no way around.
Yeah.
So this is for sure an area. I think the lead trucks will get through there, but some of your slower trophy specs, where you have a guy that maybe doesn't have as much experience, could either make a mistake and get crossed up and block the course, or you have a mechanical problem and then everybody gets stacked up behind them.
Yikes. Yep.
You can see all the exposed rocks. This is one of the slower, more technical areas of the entire course.
Yeah. Curious. I wonder whoever that driver was that passed him, I wonder if it was just like, I need to get out in front of him. I don't want to be sitting in dust the whole time going through this area. Huh.
Yeah, it looks like maybe his steering's not as responsive, so it's possible that they're having pressure issues with the power steering.
All right, some fun in-car with Paul Barnhart. And some cool aerial shots here.
It's one of the Herbst trucks.
Yep. That's at race mile 245.
I think that would
Which
be EJ.
Herbst is it? Yeah.
Because the leaders are coming through that area, I believe.
Mhm.
So I'm going to say that that would be EJ. And then Thor would be a little bit further back. Because we just saw Brenthal come through there. So the specs to me, according to the tracker and how it's looking from what we're seeing, is Justin Davis. And then it's tough to, according to the tracker here, of who's second and who's third out of Jordan Brenthal and Brent Fox. Those two are kind of neck and neck.
Yep.
And then...
Yeah, from the tracker, you've got EJ and Thor back to back. You have EJ at 4th, Thor at 5th.
Yeah.
But
so it looks like Thor is working his way back after the issues he had in the beginning. So, you know, hopefully he kind of settled in and
got his composure.
You know, and now he's in a flow and regained his composure and, you know, no more flats.
No more flats.
So
no more obstacles, no more challenges, hopefully, at this point. Just run the race. Yeah.
One thing we were speculating on Rob Mack with his truck was, you know, earlier I felt like when we had the in-car, you could hear the portals kind of whining.
Yep.
And that in the last shots we saw, it wasn't as pronounced.
Right.
And there's a possibility that maybe that's Baldy.
Yep, Sam Baldy just came through.
That he's in rear-wheel drive. So maybe since the front portals aren't whining so much, that they've lost four-wheel driving and is running in 4. That could explain Rob kind of backing it down.
Okay.
Obviously, Rob's not running full pace because he was doing really strong in that truck before. You know, I think at the point where we saw him pull over, he was within 5-7 minutes of the lead and was 6th, 7th overall.
Yeah.
We were showing.
Yep.
So he has obviously the driving ability, and I think that truck can be competitive. Just I think he's having to manage some situations at this point. That's another Herbst truck right there.
Yep.
So that's going to be Thor, I would believe.
Yes.
I can't read 219 on the side of that, but I'm going to say that that's what is on the side of that.
Pretty sure. Yeah, we saw EJ earlier. So that would be Thor coming through.
So with 2 flats and the issues he had, I'm going to say, 2 minutes
competing.
or so behind him right now. He's
still in it.
Close.
He's still in it. All right, and behind him, let's see.
That's our first Class 1.
There we go.
And I wanted to talk about that. So the Wilsons are leading Class 1. And then I'm showing, I believe, Quinn in 2nd and then Gone in 3rd.
Yeah.
Although
Tracker says Cody, Reed, Wilson, Quinn, and Gone.
Yeah.
But we don't know if
but
that's
I have
accurate.
Park House kind of off in a weird spot, so I don't know what his tracker's reading right now. But I believe it's Wilson, Quinn, Gone.
Okay.
Because I saw a picture of Reed. It looked like they were off in the weeds, broken.
Well, while you investigate that, we'll head to a social media plug with Rob's son.
So this is a pit by La Ventana. And he's driving one of the factory Polaris cars.
Right. Quick pit.
One of the questions I had about this race is, can factory Polaris keep their momentum going and keep their win streak going? So far, Caden won the 250 and he's leading the 500, although there are some guys that are going to give him a run for his money. I think Blurton, looks like Matlock are both kind of right there, and I'm not sure where Rodrigo and Pudia is, but if he's still holding pace, he might be in the mix as well.
Sure.
For UTV overall.
For UTV overall, yeah. Mike, back to race mile 245. Let's see what we have here.
I looked at the tracker again, and now I am seeing Cody Reed in the lead.
Okay. Yep, I saw
so so it may be Cody Reed, and that's that all-wheel drive Class 1, which is a pretty cool trick
He pinged about 2 minutes ago, and that was right around 260 or so mile marker.
Yeah,
He's further along by now.
I'm showing him. He's in the speed zone on the highway west of San Matias, about to turn and head up Mike's Road. That's check 1 right there. Old school days, the checkpoints was actually how they kept track of if you went around the course. So it's pretty much a free-for-all to get from checkpoint to checkpoint, and then you would have a stub can on your dirt bike or quad or truck or buggy, and they would put a little stub in there, and they'd have different colored, like basically raffle tickets.
15X bike. Yep.
That they would put in at each checkpoint, and that's how they knew at the end they would check your stub can. So things have changed a little bit.
A little bit.
With
is an understatement. Yeah.
All these timing points that we have powered by Optima, and then with the Stella trackers and Starlinks and all that, it's changed quite a bit.
Yeah. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. So we just saw the 15X bike go through race mile 405. Looks like we're back to race mile 245 here. And we're zooming in. Another truck coming through. Is that Marsal? Not sure if that's the spy truck. So off they go. And still hot, getting hotter out there. Haven't seen any more water being poured. At least. I'm sure it's still happening though.
Ideally, you want to be trying to get out of this area as quickly as possible.
Sure.
So there's Gone in the Class 1. And I believe they are third in Class 1.
Let's see. Well, tracker-wise, it says Gone in fourth, but again, it's up for speculation. Nonetheless, in the top 5.
Oh, yeah, I think maybe Quinn was ahead of him, so he might be fourth. But all the Class 1s are fairly close together. Or top 4 anyways.
Let's see who's next coming down the pike. You can see some dust in the distance. Someone is on their way. Still pretty quiet out there. And the dust is approaching. You can see it moving though, so there's definitely some wind out there. It's not lingering for too long, but
that area is, there's actually windmills. So it's almost always windy through that pass.
Mm-hmm.
So you get the wind coming up out of the mountains or down out of the mountains into the lower
into this area
elevations
here.
by San Felipe. That looks like a quad.
Is that
maybe?
I was just going to say, is that a quad?
I think that's a quad.
It's been a minute since we've seen some quad action here. Oh, then bada boom.
There's another quad.
Pulling over, getting some fuel.
Got a long way to go with a lot of trucks and buggies catching him.
Right. Slamming as much water as he can in the moment and get back out there. There he goes. Oh boy, there he goes. Looks over his shoulder. Back in it. Here we are back at race mile 245.
Another quad.
It's quad time.
So, yeah, exactly.
Let's quad it up. Ew. What a journey.
What is he doing with his left hand?
What a journey.
His jersey's
that's
ripped.
Material.
Yeah, his jersey's ripped on that side. It looked to me like he was shaking his hand or something. Yeah. Okay, so here's 317. This is Toby, right?
Yeah, this is Toby Price at race mile 317 coming through.
So I'm going to update
good
our leaderboard because
stays to the left.
Yeah. No updates through 294 yet either.
Okay.
So 317, he's getting close to the, okay, this is right by the crossover road. So he's coming into the power station at Valle de Trinidad and then making the cutoff. You make a left and then basically go maybe 5-10 miles and then he'll be on the crossover road, start heading to the coast.
Copy that.
So
got some guys on the phone, it looks like. This gentleman that's on the side here with the quad.
I feel like Toby's got to be pretty happy with how the race is going for him so far. You know, this is pretty much got to be going exactly to plan.
Yeah.
And what's nice is I don't feel like he has anybody really pressuring him. So he can kind of relax a little. He doesn't have someone right on him.
Yeah, so no need to go too aggressive.
Just relaxes the pressure a little.
Yep.
And that's going to be key for him because I think after what happened at San Felipe, those nerves are going to get a little higher as he keeps getting closer to Ensenada.
Yeah.
So not having somebody really pushing you will be nice.
Yeah.
So that's a Lawrence equipment truck right there, I think, which is it's a 19 Industries or 19 Motorsports, I think is what they're calling the Herps trucks now.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see once he...
19 Industries.
19 Industries. We'll see once Toby Price gets to like around the 380 area when he's by the coast, if he's going to just take that moment to even create more of a lead or if he'll just stay relaxed and play it smart. We'll see.
So I was mistaken on the Class 1s. I had said that I thought Cody Reed, I saw a shot of him crashed but on social media, but it actually was Alberto Varela.
Oh. Truck
and
coming through?
The 19 Industries, that's Ryan Arciero's chassis, basically.
Cool.
So.
Back to Connor McNeil. Still in it.
Yeah, they've had a tough day.
Yeah.
So to whatever they had to do on the power steering, I don't know if they put a fresh unit in or something, but
yeah, they were working that.
They had a fair amount of downtime.
They did.
So, you know, but sometimes that's how it goes. You just gotta then you go into finish mode.
Yeah.
You know, you start these races with the best laid plans.
Sure.
But that's Baja has a way of making things a little tough on you sometimes.
Yeah, very humbling.
When you can salvage a finish, though, it still
means something.
Yeah, it means something for your team. And it's inspirational of, okay, we faced adversity today and we overcame it. And we were able to work as a team and come together and still get it to the finish.
1000%.
And really, if you're competing for a championship, you got to get those finish points. So the gap from the amount of points that you get for where you place versus what you get for a start and a finish, you can overcome a bad placing in one race generally.
Yeah.
You cannot overcome a DNF.
Right. Here we see Roger Norman's.
It's like they're putting a fresh tire in the rack.
Yep, got a fresh tire. I don't believe it's Roger driving anymore. I think they switched to a new driver, but nonetheless, quick repair.
Yeah, so Roger's teamed up with Nigel Hook, who is a Guinness World Record holder for powerboat racing. And I believe that's who's in the car now, because we saw them doing a driver change.
Yeah. Here comes the second truck coming through, race mile 317.
So it's been a little while since we saw Toby come through here.
Yeah.
And that means he's been able to gap out Alan just a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is nice, because that allows you to take that pressure off.
Yeah.
I feel like you can, yeah, you don't even see Toby's dust.
Yeah, that's a great shot right there. You can see so far off in the distance, there's no dust. There's nothing
and
there.
Where he disappeared, there's a levee that you go over, or like a dike.
Right.
And then after that, it's really big sand whoops, and you have a couple different lines through there.
There he goes. So we'll see if Alan can close the gap just a little bit. But until then, we will settle back here at Mike's Sky Ranch, race mile 280.
I think, when we started, this was Toby's race to lose. And every mile that ticks away, he's getting closer. So I think this is Ryan Daniel in the two-wheel drive Jimco. That actually used to be Robbie Pierce's truck. And he's relatively new to this, so that's pretty good. It looks like he's having a fairly clean run there.
All right, back to some in-car with Paul Barnhart.
So that's a Pro R in the Pro Open UTV class.
Okay.
But that kind of looks to me like he's heading into La Ventana.
Okay.
Which means he would be pretty far back from the leaders in that class. But it's still a great shot here.
I know you're, tight with the community, but do you have any favorite UTV drivers? People that you're rooting for, people that you really like to see race? Who comes to mind?
I'm friends with a lot of them, so I just want to see. Yeah, I want to see a good race.
Yep.
And
It's not about favorites.
I can't really pick favorites out of it.
Sure.
I'd be upsetting somebody out of that if I said that. So
better lead you out of that question instead of into it.
But it is really cool to see how competitive that class has become.
Right.
And definitely with companies like Polaris having a factory team, and just if people look at the amount of time and effort and dollars that they have put into that program, it's pretty impressive.
Right.
So there really hasn't been anything like that in a very long time. I can't even remember. Yeah, I guess when you had factory motorcycle teams, but I don't think they even put the effort into it that Polaris is. So that's Tavo, right? Yeah, so this is Tavo.
There's Tavo. This is their third truck now coming into Race Mile 317.
Correct, and this is where we just watched Impudia come through a few minutes ago, so he's not too far off.
They're changing a tire, or something's going on down there in
Yeah,
the rear.
right rear.
And then who's behind him?
Okay, that's Luke.
Yep.
So Luke's gonna make a pass physically here.
Sees
Okay,
that.
yeah, he got him.
Oh,
no, he's gonna pit. So,
no way.
All right, that's pretty cool.
Wow, that's a great moment there. That was a quick pit for Tavo.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly they were doing on the right rear corner there, but so I'm gonna say both of those trucks were fueling. Tavo's got to be pretty happy because you see Luke go by and you're like, oh man, and then
he pits,
and then you get him back because he pitted.
Yep.
And,
all right. Well,
and
looks like he's
Luke's
back
taking off now too. So
we got a little fight going on here.
They are, yeah, those guys are really close. Luke started a minute behind him, so unadjusted, they got to be
very tight,
neck and neck.
Very tight. Yep.
And they're really not that far off of Allen.
Right. That's a fun little moment. All right.
Yeah, that area is just outside of Valley T, so you get a lot of spectators there, and it's pretty fast, graded roads coming into there, and then you make that left and start heading over towards the crossover road, and it actually gets pretty rough and whooped out. There's some big sand whoops through there.
See if anybody pays the price on those. Hopefully they won't.
Those trucks would. The suspension packages and 40-inch tires, they get through that pretty good.
They're just fine.
The class 11 might have a hard time.
There you go. All right, back to Christopher Polvardi.
And he is almost to that spot, so he's really close as well.
Yeah.
You could see there was a chase truck off the side. And I'm gonna say,
listen to that motor hum.
He should almost be to where that drone is.
Up. Come on. He's still clipping along at a high pace here.
He definitely throws it down.
Yeah, love to see it. Loved it.
He's one of the new young guns in the sport.
Yep. So now he's coming in.
Okay, he just made that turn right there.
Yep.
So where we saw the other team's pit is exactly where he's at right now.
But he ain't pitting.
Correct.
He's not pitting. Now he's chasing him now.
So I wonder.
So physically fourth.
I wonder if he's already pit, or once you do this little bit to get to the crossover road, there's a field there that guys will pit at as well. So he may be holding off and pitting at that spot.
Mm-hmm.
But I would think he'll probably have to, because the other trucks took fuel, he would have to take fuel somewhere around there.
Yeah. Race Mile 317, well populated. Hopefully some pretty cool social media moments happening down there. So if you're down there and you can hear us, send them over to @Score International. And here we are back at Race Mile 245. Trying to grab that number there.
Should be fairly close to seeing the lead 10 car and lead UTVs start to come through 245.
Back to Mike's Sky Ranch. That little stream slowly getting shallower as vehicles splash through it. Thankfully, everybody seeking shade when they can find it as well. Even though it's cooler, it's still hot up there. Any favorite memories from Mike's Sky Ranch? Your time spent there? And
it's just nice when we would stay there pre-running sometimes, and after you've been pre-running all day to go have a good meal and maybe a cold beverage.
Yep.
Not a bad spot.
Cool. Alrighty, well, I guess you guys listened because we got some social media coming in. Let's take a look at what you got. So here we got a quad, some quad action. Whooping it up. Woo!
Looks like up in the Valley T area. All right, here's Wayne Matlock doing a pit stop.
Yep.
So from what I heard, their pit in this area, that Kristen came in like a minute after him, and her hood was so bent they had to rip the hood off to be able to fuel it.
Jeez.
So I'm wondering if we might see that here.
Huh. Did she hit something?
So,
what happened?
Yeah,
we don't know.
I didn't hear on what caused it, but I'm pretty sure it didn't cause itself.
Nope.
I'm going to say she probably got into a bush or
Yikes.
maybe ran up the back of another vehicle that pushed in the hood.
Right. Very cool. All right, back to Connor McNeil. So far, so good. Everything seems to be running as it should. Clipping along.
Speaking of the Matlocks, I just got an update from them. So they're through pit 3. I'm not showing what race mile that is, but probably somewhere close to 245. And Kristen was ahead of Wayne at that point, and looks like they were about maybe a minute and a half apart by the time they got their pits done.
Got it.
I think they're both running pretty well. I believe though that you got Caden McCachran and Brandon Sims ahead of them in class.
So also just taking a look at the tracking here. At this point, the bikes have been out there now for about a little over 10 hours, and looks like Ortiz is up front physically, followed by Fernando Beltran and then Holt.
Yeah, so
Justin Morgan, though, hasn't moved for 1 hour and 4 minutes.
Correct, and Solace hasn't updated in a while either, I don't believe. So I don't know how much credence we can put into that.
True.
Because Morgan and Solace both had they had a pretty big lead.
They were battling each other. Yeah.
Both of them would have had to have either crashed or had mechanical problems to have dropped that far back.
Yeah. All right, back to Eva Starr. There she goes. Hard to miss in the pink. She's having a great race today. Flip the camera around and see her in action.
Again with the UTVs, looks like Caden McCachran is physically first and on adjusted first with, and he's ahead of, I believe, the 1077 of Dale Eberts, who would be first place class 10. And then Brandon Sims, I think, is second to Caden.
Got you. Back to race mile 280. Back to Rob McCachran. There he goes.
I was going to say the audio didn't sound like it matched for a second there.
He does look like he's putting in a little more effort on the steering now.
He,
for sure.
I think he's on the faster roads now where he's gone through the more technical stuff, and he'll be getting fairly close to that field where the power station is, where we saw the pit with Tavo and Luke.
Right. 317.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think he's too far away from there right now.
Yeah, he's moving. Here we are back at race mile 245.
So that's probably one of the lead 10 cars.
Yep, back to 317 here. And looks like someone just came into pit.
Yeah, that's Gus.
Okay.
So.
And the 1L.
Yeah, the 1L, they are pitting, same place Tavo did.
Both tires.
Okay, so that's what happened is they're just putting fresh rears on.
Got it. Yep.
So that's probably what they were doing with Tavo as well.
Got it.
I think we just caught it on the tail end of it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're doing fuel, fresh rears. Truck looks good.
Yep. Fully intact.
All in one piece. Yep.
Maybe a sticker replacement here and there, but doubtful.
They're having a solid run.
Yeah, as always.
So
Gus always does so well. Alrighty. Everybody backing away. And the stop sign goes green. And off he goes.
I'm kind of curious who's in the vehicle right now, because I don't think Gus is doing a ton of the driving at this point.
No.
He's more driver of record and does a little bit of it. I know RJ was going to drive a fair amount, and then they've got Victor Valenzuela, Nico Ambriz, and Andres Rodriguez. And I'm not sure who are drivers and who are co-drivers out of that.
Got you. What's going on here?
I think that's
little
the
pit
Mango
moment.
truck. They were a ways back. That's the truck that got nerfed by Thor.
Yeah, Gary Mangus.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Looks like the co-driver's getting out. Or maybe not. Trying to see from that angle. Okay, getting back in. They're not moving too fast. And it's like somebody's getting out. Alrighty. And then, not sure what's going on here. All right, back to 317 here. And that looks like Bryce.
Yep.
Bryce makes his way through that pit. Off he goes. Not sure if he did pit or not, but trying to make up every second that he can. Just finish this race. You got a little quad chasing him. Back to Gary. Yeah, they're still there. Something's going on.
Yes, that's actually an old Herps truck. So, which would now be a 19 Industries. So, Ryan Arciero is kind of running that program, and they actually named it 19 Industries now as a way to give credit to the original Herbst truck, which was the number 19 truck. Yeah.
Cool. Well, something's going on, because there's no movement down there. There's no urgency.
And again, they don't look like they're in a hurry.
There's no urgency.
Okay, so here's a UTV.
Ripping through.
That's Brandon Sims. So Caden McCachran should have already come through.
Right.
And then Brandon Sims should be second. Let's see what we can see on a tracker here.
Let's go back to the 4-camera split here. Ruvalcaba, we've got the POV from him, and then kind of OTS action over the shoulder there, and looks like Paul Barnhart is pitted. Rob McCachran on his way. Hopefully it's just nothing mechanical for Barnhart, just some quick updates, some fuel, maybe some tire action, and they'll be on their way. Rob Mack making good pace. Freezing up a bit here. Kind of hard to get a sense that we're kind of glitching in all different areas here, but looks like Rob Mack's back.
He's on his way heading into Valley T, and then he'll head over to the crossover road. It looks like Toby, when they hit the crossover road, they pass it, go on the north side of it, and it's a pretty technical little section. Toby's almost through most of that, and then he'll be on the actual crossover road itself, which that road runs from Valley T over to the coast, and it's more of a graded road. It's winding through the mountains, and it's got some drop-offs on the side, so you gotta be a little careful, but it's actually more kind of rally car.
Cool.
You can have some fun through there. And Toby's clicking these miles off.
Yeah.
He's looking good. He's running solid. He's
having a great race.
He's running the type of race that he needs to win.
Yeah.
And I do think it works in his favor of just not having Allen right on him.
Right.
So he can, the closer he gets to the finish, kind of the more he can reel it back in and not have to be on the ragged edge.
Yep.
Now he's got to almost feel like make those other guys catch you and earn it.
Got it.
Don't throw it away and hand it to them.
Exactly, and potentially even make them make a mistake to a certain degree. Or
exactly.
Right? They're trying to catch him, but at what cost?
And they're catching some of the dirt bikes, so they got to work their way through those guys, which can get sketchy.
Right. Speaking of bikes, here we are at the Race Mile 405. Let's see if we can get an idea. Is that the 9X bike?
Yeah, that's Eddie.
Okay, Austin Eddie coming through in the 9X.
Looks like, they lost a pretty substantial amount of time to the leaders, and the leaders came through there quite a while ago. but
yeah, Ortiz is pinging a minute ago at 436, and you got Austinetti at 405 right there.
Yeah.
So.
Trying to get an update right now.
Yeah, so I mean,
so I wonder what happened to Morgan.
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't updated in an hour and 15 minutes, so we might not be getting accurate information there.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, according to the tracker, we're showing Ortiz at 236 in the lead with Beltran, but I really wonder, where's the 11X and where's the 7X for real out
Where's
there?
the 11X and where's the? Yeah, it's a cliffhanger, folks. Well, we're gonna leave you with that. We're gonna head to a commercial, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back with more Baja 500 right after this, as well as a leaderboard powered by Optima for the Pro Moto Unlimited. We'll see you in a few, folks.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Experience the ADS advantage. Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. See, ADS doesn't just build world-class race shocks. We can also outfit your off-road rig with billet suspension components like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension.
Here we are back at race mile 317, back from break. You can't see it yet, but guess who's here? It's Heidi Steele. Say hi, Heidi.
It's great to be back with you guys.
So that was Rob Mack, I think, coming through.
Coming through 317, yep. Okay. Very good.
Yeah, we saw that shot of him earlier. I said he was coming into Valley T. Well, now he's in Valley T.
Surprise. Here he is.
So he is doing the cutoff over to the crossover road right now.
Nice.
Honestly, with him pulling over, and it looked like he wasn't 100% with how fast Andy went by him in Dan's truck. He's going pretty good still. So
yep, looks like he's clipping along.
He's still in the mix there.
Yep.
So this, you got some whoops right here, and then you got to check up because there's a dirt levee he's going to hit here in just a second, and then that's where he goes into the big sand whoops.
Yeah.
So right here, if you hit this just right, you can kind of drag the brakes and get air over it and then land on the downside.
Nice.
Looks like he kind of did that.
That's fun.
And now he's into whoops.
So we've been talking a lot about the 7X and 11X. Where are they? They are back on the tracker now. If anybody is, on the live tracking at home,
Well, so I have them on the leaderboard.
That's Justin Morgan and Arturo Salas.
And give me a second, I'll pull this up. Through race mile 446. So that is almost back into Ojos. I mean, they're on the home stretch right now. We had Justin Morgan on the 7X in the lead.
Correct.
With Arturo Salas on the 11X, 10 minutes and 30 seconds back.
They're like 37 miles from the finish.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
and
coming
a
up
lot
quick.
of that is speed zone. So,
which seems very frustrating.
Just don't throw it away.
And anticlimactic to come into a speed zone on the way back,
Well,
or is it just like
if you're in the lead, you love it.
Sure,
because nobody can catch you.
That's true.
If you're not in the lead, you don't like it because you can't make up any more time.
Yeah, you can't pass. That's
so yeah, it's all a matter of perspective, I think, how you're looking at that one.
True. Noted.
What I've noticed about Rob is it seems like about every 15 to 20 minutes he moves up a spot.
Yeah.
He's
we were
just
talking about that
been-
earlier. We knew he was going to climb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but then when we saw him at Mike's, he got passed by I think Andy at that point was in Dan McMillan's truck.
Okay.
And they blew by him and checked out.
Oh, wow.
Which that kind of led us to speculate a little bit of maybe Rob wasn't 100%. Because we had seen Rob pull over and they were playing with the steering. So I'm still not 100% sure because it looks like he's going pretty good now. My gut is I don't think.
You don't think he's at 100%?
I don't think it was 100% when Andy went by him.
Got you.
Yeah,
I don't think Andy would have blown by him that fast if Rob was 100%.
So here's the 259 car at race mile 245.
Yeah.
And that should be Matt Winslow.
It's like they're going to throw a fresh spare on the rack.
For some reason, this doesn't look like a normal pit to me.
It's a makeshift pit.
It
looks.
There's hustle.
I think they're just replacing that tire, although they're throwing into the car too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else is going on down there? Got the jack. Up it goes.
They're fairly far back from the leaders in the spec class, so they're probably having a day.
Having some kind of an issue for sure.
The rear panel's gone. Yes, for some, everything goes smoothly, and for others, it's a whole other experience.
Lead trucks should be getting to our next timing point, which is race mile 358. and that is after you take the crossover road, you get into a speed zone on Highway 1. It's right in that area before you cut off the highway and then head over to the coast. From what I'm hearing, hopefully that timing is going to work. Apparently there's 2 issues with the other one, so we weren't getting leader info from those, but we're hoping that we should get updates at 3:58.
Okay.
So I got my fingers crossed that we should get.
We'll get our adjusted times.
All
our
of our
splits,
adjusted
everything will be
times
good.
and splits through there,
Okay.
and that's going to give us a real good idea of how this race is shaping up.
Nice.
I think this, it's Toby's race to lose. Alan's keeping them honest,
Accountable. Yep.
and then you've got a few other guys in the mix, but it's Price and Impudia, and if both of those guys don't have issues, I don't see the rest of the pack catching them.
Yeah.
and really, I think Impudia is going to have a tough time catching Price unless he has a problem.
Yeah.
How am I seeing on tracking? I got Bryce in third. That can't be right. Could it be?
I'm showing.
I don't think so.
I'm showing Pulvardi in third. So something.
I'm gonna go off of the Optima
Yeah.
board for that one.
Yeah.
So have you, on your break, have you checked in with the other half at all? Have you got any updates from the team?
I did.
What's going on?
I was super disappointed to learn that they had some type of a motor issue.
Okay.
And so he actually asked for a trailer. So they're done. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's rough.
That's disappointing.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Well, there's always next year.
He had such a good run at San Felipe that, we've got the 400 coming up next.
That's right.
Yeah.
Get him then.
It's never good to have a DNF for points, but maybe in that case, maybe at the 400 he'll really try to win and not hold back.
Yeah.
Well, they'll have less prep work on certain parts of the truck potentially.
That's true.
Yeah.
When you don't put a ton of miles on. And the 400 is always a fun race because it's a mini 500 pretty much. And I feel like that the pace is just a little bit faster at it. But I always thought the 400 was a fun race.
Yeah, yeah.
Looks like Connor McNeil is having some fun here. And looks like they're
Probably some
still
sort of a
working.
steering issue or something.
They're still working on this truck here. It's not just a flat tire. There's something else going on down there.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, and to me it looks like he's pulled over in an area that, he has people helping him, but I don't think it's his regular chase crew.
No.
Looks like something happened.
Or I kind of think because those guys have tools and everything, it's probably his chase crew, but this isn't a scheduled pit. So like they probably knew they were having a problem. They were doing a visual here, and then we're like, oh shoot, we're having a problem. We need to stop and look at what's going on.
Like a mobile chase crew.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not like a dedicated pit where you would be expecting to stop, where you would have tarps set up and everything ready to go. It's more like, okay, this is a makeshift pit. Let's work on this thing here.
I mean, everybody's out of the truck. They're trying to get their eyes on it. Yikes. It's a great shot from the drone, though.
Yeah, it is a great shot.
Coming in there tight. Let's see. Branch is moving. It's a little bit windy, but it's still stabilized. Good control. So we appreciate that.
Something definitely broke, and they're trying to.
Yep.
makeshift it together.
Looking at the tracker here, I think we might have a little bit of a inner family battle going on or developing between.
Which family are we talking about?
Well, there's two, to be honest. You have Tavo and Gus's team, and then but also the McMillans, because I think that we saw that pass of Dan McMillan's truck, which I believe right now is being driven by Andy. We obviously know Andy can throw it down. And when he went by Rob Mack, he looked like he was throwing it down.
Yeah.
And
sure.
On the tracker, it's a little tough to tell because of when they adjust, but those two are pretty close. And I'm showing them right there with Bryce as well. So that might shape up to be a good race between those guys.
Cool. Back at race mile 317. Looks like that's the only truck going through there at the moment. Let's see what they're doing with these straps. Towing something? What are they doing? Getting more leverage on something?
Looks like
they're trying to pull something forward and hold it in place with the ratchet strap.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the holes in the chassis oblonged out or something, and you got some play, so you're trying to take that play out and hold it forward. It's kind of tough to speculate. But. So here's Sam Baldy. He's having a good run. I'm pretty sure that's our top two-wheel drive truck. And again, that's a truck that they built themselves, which is pretty cool. Not too many guys out there that have built their trucks themselves for their program.
Yeah.
Back to Rob Mack.
Looks like he's going pretty damn good right now.
Hey, smooth. He just keeps chipping away. He just keeps chipping away.
I think he's heading into the field where you come in and then you cross over the crossover road. And then you get on the north side of it and it starts getting pretty technical. That's what that looks like to me right there. I'm almost positive. So he should be coming into some spectators, and he's going to make a right-hand turn right now. He's going to cross the crossover road where all those spectators are.
We call that the grassy knoll.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it looks pretty dry right now.
The dry knoll?
Yeah.
The dry knoll?
It's in this summer. It's pretty dry there.
He's coming in for a pit. Let's see. Fresh tires, fuel. What's going to happen here? And they go. Yeah.
So when the other guys pit at the turnoff to this, and then I said there was the field where some of the other guys would pit, and we were speculating because Polvarde didn't pit where Tavo and Luke did. I'm going to say that Polvarde probably pitted right here. So there you got the Jimco guys are doing, I think, the majority of the pit work for this
heavy lifting
for this team.
That's good because they're the most familiar with that truck, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And that was pretty quick.
And that was
water.
You get it.
That was a pretty good pickup for a shoe to throw into that truck, I think, too.
So we're looking at here.
I don't know all the details of how that came about with Jimco getting Rob in that truck, but if you want somebody to prove that your truck can perform, that's a pretty good driver to throw in there, as well as help with testing.
We just got some intel that we've got a broken lower control arm on the 259 truck. So that is what they're trying to repair right now.
At race mile 245 in a 483 mile race, I'm going to say a ratchet strap's not going to hold your front end together.
Yeah, and it's tough to have a heavy duty welder that's, can weld strong enough out here.
This is where being part of the BFG team or something, and possibly being able to go to a BFG pit and they have welders and fix something there can come in handy.
It takes a village, as you can see. It's happening.
In the background, I thought I saw a Can-Am come through. That may have been Phil Blurton. So that's about where I would be expecting him.
Okay.
But he would be our lead Pro UTV forced induction and still kind of in the hunt for UTV overall, I believe.
Well, speaking of leads, in a little bit, we are going to be seeing our Pro Moto coming through here back in Ensenada. So we're patiently waiting that. We got the camera queued up. And in the meantime, we will continue to check what you got, Heidi. I see you pointing.
I know. I'm thinking that the motorcycles are coming into the finish line right now.
Yep.
We also should have Toby Price coming through our next timing point.
The next timing point, right.
So
398, is that what it was?
Fingers crossed, we're going to start getting a new leaderboard for the trucks here, and we'll know where all the timings stand.
Sure.
Yeah, Toby should have been through it already.
We'll check back in a sec.
It will be interesting to see, you know, who gets the overall between trophy truck and motorcycles. The trophy trucks have been getting it lately.
Yeah.
Warming up the flags down there.
It just, the bikes used to always win the overall, and then nothing against the guys on the bikes right now, but it just seemed like the pace kind of fell off when the factory teams really pulled out of it.
Those were the Johnny Campbell days.
Correct. And well, yeah, there's a lot of good guys, but yeah, definitely Johnny Campbell was one of the guys. But at the same time, the trophy truck speeds keep creeping up too, and the all-wheel drives have really kind of upped the game for the trucks, and so it's tough for a dirt bike now, I think, to beat like an all-wheel drive Mason in one of these events.
Yeah.
1,000 horsepower, is that what we're talking?
Definitely.
Or more.
Or more.
Yes.
I mean, that's rough.
And then, you know, the guys on the bikes, their body just takes so much abuse. Yeah.
Well, I feel like every time we do this, I say that I think, in my opinion, everybody that races a truck or a buggy should have to race at least one of these races on a dirt bike or a quad.
Yeah.
Just so they understand what it's really like to get beat up, and the amount of training and just everything that kind of goes into it, as well as the risk that you're at of, you know, when you crash on a dirt bike or a quad, you got some real consequences.
You don't.
Versus
there's no cage around you.
Correct. You know, you're probably going to end up with a plate in your body
at some point.
There's
metal coming
bone.
in. Right.
Versus, you know, you can still get hurt in a truck, or a buggy, but it definitely there's more forgiveness there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Cameron has that appreciation, but I don't know how many top truck drivers have that.
Yeah, I think, well, Toby Price does.
Yeah.
Yep, that's true.
Yep.
You know,
we just got word that Alan Impudia has stopped on the race course. So.
Okay.
Wow.
So how far away is he? Is this the curse?
Well,
could the curse of Toby Price be floating to?
So we just got data. Toby Price came through race mile 358 in 6 hours, 48 minutes, and 13 seconds. So let's see who comes through next. But if Impudia is stopped, that's not
here
a
we
good
go,
sign
folks.
for him.
The flags are going.
So is that the 7X?
Let's see. Let's see if that light goes off. We can see.
All right, we are back up to the ramp. Here we go. Our first Pro Moto Unlimited. Justin Morgan.
Brad's got it.
And Tyler, number 11X. Unreal. You know, every single time we try to estimate. So actually, no, this is Arturo Salas. Excuse me, we were watching tracking. I don't know how this happened. My co-host Ava Hernandez, that is her boyfriend. She is super stoked. They ran out of fuel, and I heard one of the riders had to push it 3 miles to get fuel. I apologize for that. Our tracking, as you've heard through our hosts up in the studio, have been having issues. Unbelievable. This young rider and his team have been dominating lately. Hero Racing, Gio Spinelli, and the whole Hero Racing team putting this together. He kind of stepped back and supporting these young riders coming out. But Arturo Salas on the bike, coming here across the finish line. Absolutely epic. He's got Baja pits backing him up. He's got that Honda 450 underneath him. They worked for this one. That shows how fast they are. They ran out of fuel, and we'll find out here in a minute how far he did have to push, but rumor has it was like a 3-mile push to get fuel. One of his other riders, Arturo, got on, and this kid can ride, making up a lot of time. We'll bring him up here to the ramp. Your unofficial champion in the Pro Moto Unlimited division, number 11X, Arturo Salas El Chingon, the young gun brother. Congratulations. Absolutely epic. Yeah, tracking's been a little messed up. We didn't even know you pulled back into first place, but tell me about your day out there. You guys endured a lot. You guys had some issues. I think there was one of your riders ran out of fuel, and you're here. That was you? Tell me about that real quick.
Dang, so we had a full service pit, and heading out of it, I mean, I saw a little bit over an inch, leaving a little bit of gas. So I rode the Mike's loop like never before. I felt amazing. I had a really big gap, so I just kept pushing. About 5 miles out, I ran out of gas, and I just started pushing and pushing and pushing till as far as I can get. And I saw these fans up in the mountain, and I just started screaming, gasolina, gasolina. And by the time I got there, they're already getting a hose out of their motor and whatsoever. So I just pushed my dry brake in and try to get as much gas in. And unfortunately, we got passed by 7X. They were ripping out there as well. So it was about another 2-3 miles to get to my pit was at. And yeah, we just got there, and I gave it over to Karen, and Karen brought it over to Ojos, and I just got it back at Ojos, and somehow I got back in the lead.
Okay, so you didn't push it 3 miles. How far do you have to push, actually?
Oh, no, I did push it 3 miles.
The 3 miles, so that was true. Dude, you are an animal. You're like on your way to be a legend. It's too soon to call you a legend, but in my book, you're a legend. That is just a stellar effort. I mean, it just shows the determination of these pro motor riders, and you coming down here, and you know this whole Hero Racing team. You got some great people backing you up. You've been on some killer teams the last couple of years, but nothing better than this, except for the guy that filled you up. You got to have a talk with him. He's not having lobster tonight. He's probably going to have tacos. No champagne, maybe just a Tecate.
It was, wow. I was just like, I saw the dust coming in and another helicopter. I'm just like, shoot, I got to get going. I don't want to get past. And, I mean, we just were thinking about the points towards the end of the year, and then I just wanted to get here, and we made it. So I'm very stoked and very thankful for everybody that's helping me out. All the sponsors from Hero Racing. I don't want to miss anybody, so I'm just going to thank Hero Racing to start off Baja Bound, and everyone else that helped us out. I really don't want to miss anybody, so I'm just going to say thank you to everybody, especially everyone that supports everybody out here and having a blast out here for sure.
Well, bring your list to the podium because we're going to do this again tomorrow.
I hope so.
All right, well, congratulations. So pretty much, and I heard one of your riders got off. He was all right. We actually caught it on camera. There was just a small get off, I think. I'm not sure what happened out there, but so you guys had a small get off, pushed it 3 miles in the Pro Moto Unlimited division, the fastest riders on the planet. Right now, you are unofficially first place. You got champagne, you got the flag, you're up here first place.
Okay, just wait for him. Oh, I thought you were giving it. Yeah, no. So actually, Carter was the one that laid it down, but he didn't crash or anything. He actually saved it, and the weight of the bike beat him. So bike safe, he was safe, the rider's safe, and so yeah. I just want to say a few words in Spanish. Nomás quiero agradecer a todos los que me están ayudando, a toda mi familia, a todos mis amigos, a todos los que me apoyan. Muchas gracias. Estoy muy agradecido con esta oportunidad y pues muchas gracias a todos.
And tell me about your riders. You had a couple other riders with you. You want to name them too?
Yeah, definitely. Carter Klein right here. He's an animal out in the desert. He pounded some whoops out there and he handled it. Also, Karen kept it on too. He's a great new member of the team. I'm very happy to have him on board. And yeah, we're just happy. The whole team came together in such a short time, starting to San Felipe, and now we're here. So this is unbelievable. I was just riding. I'm like, this feels like a dream. Seriously, this actually feels like a dream.
Every race you say that, but that's what it is, especially when you win a score race. But right now, unofficially, you're going into round number 2 with the top points, so you're well on your way to that World Desert Champion once again. You've done it before on another team, but this is your own team.
This is ours. This is ours, not mine. This is not me or anybody. This is a whole team effort, so this is a big we for us.
Yeah, and don't forget to thank Gio.
Gio's the man. He's the man. He's the best. Wow. I have so much things to say about him, but I'm just gonna make it short. I'm super thankful. He gets no rest trying to get everything dialed in for us, and I'm just very thankful, as well as Carter and Karen for him, and the whole rest of the team as well.
And it's kind of special right now. Ava Hernandez, she's been helping me out. Her debut, her first time up here on the ramp, helping me out, doing interviews all weekend long. She's just getting started today, but she crushed it yesterday. She was so excited. She was telling me about the fuel running out and everything, but got to be cool. You come up here, and you got your family down here? Is your mom and dad down here too?
They're actually, I think they're still driving from Ojos Negros, so yeah, they should be a block away or something like that.
They're chasing. I'm sure they'll be here for the champagne pop. And well, congratulations once again, man. You and your team, absolutely stellar. We're looking forward to the rest of the year, and looking forward to seeing you win that championship.
That's the plan. That's the plan. We want to keep it on 2 and just, yeah, we'll be here for sure.
Well, your plan's coming together. Well, congratulations. Let's hear it one more time. Arturo Sales, otro mexicano loco aquí, campeón en la Pro Moto Unlimited. El Chingon. You want to say something? What section did you ride, brother?
I rode 76 to 260. I was the one they got the video of crashing.
Okay, so I heard it was a small get-off. I mean, it was good to hear that nobody got hurt.
Yeah, no, it was got a little squirrely and then kind of saved it and just fell over. So got lucky for sure.
There you go. All right. Well, you want to thank anybody from the team? He didn't want to hit the sponsors, but you want to read them off for him because it's very important. These people supported you. They put a lot of effort into getting you guys down here too.
Yeah, Baja Bound, Lifestyle Garage, Takamoto Co., Monkey Business, Factory Effects, IMS, TM Design Works, O'Neill, Maxima, Dunlop, Trail Tech, Nitro Moose, Scott Stabilizers, Colton Udall at Champion Adventures, Works Connection, AHM Suspension was working great all day. Thank you to Brandon. Vase Power Sports, FMF, and everyone else that helps on the team. Couldn't do it without them.
Well, you guys crushed it. Congratulations. First time on the team, and you guys just won a Baja 500. Unofficial. It's still unofficial, but you are holding some champagne, so that's pretty damn special.
Yeah, we're stoked for sure.
We got to wait for Karen. I want to wait for Karen for sure to pop the champagne.
All right, yeah. Well, you guys got to do it down here. We can't do it up here, but congratulations once again, Arturo. You are well on your way to being one of the fastest riders. You are the fastest rider right here at this race. It doesn't matter what happened in the past, what's happened in the future. Right now, you are the fastest guy in this World Desert Champion.
I'm pretty speechless. I don't know what to say to that. I'm just another guy that likes to ride dirt bikes.
Well, you do it good. It seems like the bike like you too. Congratulations, you guys. Go enjoy and definitely hang out with your family and friends out there and celebrate. It's going to be a great night for the Hero Racing team. Congrats. You got something else you want to say?
No, just thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you, man. We couldn't do it without you guys. Good to have you down here. Congrats, boys. I love you, Carter. I love you. Carter's got fans out here. Lots of fans out here. And we talk about how hard it is to race around this course. The Pro Moto Unlimited division is like, that is the top notch of bikes. These guys got it done. You want to say something? Ava Hernandez over here. You want to say anything real quick?
Arturo Salas, you killed it. I'm so proud of you. As soon as I heard the news that you came in first, I was in tears. I was tracking you. I was waking up every 30 minutes. I couldn't sleep, but I'm so proud of you and what you're going to continue to accomplish down here in Baja. I love you.
Boom, mic drop. Mucho amor aquí la rampa en Ensenada. Arre Ensenada. ¿Quién gusta las motos? Perfecto. Congratulations, you guys.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, Rat's got, nope. He's trying to say something to us. We love you, Rat. Great job. Congratulations to the 11X team, the first place unofficially.
Looking at the timing info, so race mile 446, they were 10.5 minutes back. And then at race mile 483, they were only a minute and a half back. And I think they ended up winning by like 2 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So, or maybe 3. So they were coming.
Yep.
And, I think when we saw he had a 10-minute lead or so, and then he said he ran out of gas. So, I think they were the faster team today, and they deserved that win, and they earned it. So to come back from the adversity of running out of fuel and come back and win it, hats off to them.
Let alone pushing your bike for 3 miles in the heat. I mean,
come on, you gotta get a little workout while you're riding.
I guess, yeah. As if it isn't challenging enough. And still finish.
It's like CrossFit, you race a little, you push the bike.
Really? Is this the new Wes Miller workout? Yeah, well, maybe you.
I don't want to do that workout.
Why? Come on. Jeez. All right.
So
what you got?
We got some pressing news here. We've got our first updates on the trucks.
Oh, okay. What you got for updates on the trucks?
Through race mile 358, Toby Price came through in 6:48.13. Tavo came through in 6:53.02.
That puts him in
Toby,
second.
He's second.
Graphics are
We'll
up.
see when the other guys come through, because someone that started further behind him could actually be ahead of him on time.
Got you.
Yep. But that puts him 4 minutes, 49 seconds behind Toby.
It is. As you can see here, our Score Trophy truck, race mile 358, powered by Optima. We got Price and Vildosola right now, going at it. Vildosola behind.
Okay, and Polvardi just came through. 7 hours. So he is basically 7 minutes behind Tavo and 11:48 behind Toby.
Got it. And I'm just getting word that Luke McMillan is out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so Impudia, we heard, was stopped.
Right.
Impudia's
out. Luke
and now Luke is out. So, I mean, is this the point where people start dropping off?
Right.
Well, I mean, you run this pace, you know that you're going to have some people that, they have a mechanical issue or they make a mistake and put it in a ditch or put it on its lid. So I'm curious to see what happened with both of those guys. But unfortunately for them, it sounds like Luke's race might be over.
We don't know if Impudia is completely out, but something's going on.
Yeah, they could have been pulled over changing a tire, or who knows.
But
so let's see what happens. But
and as it unfolds, again, Rob's might capitalize on that, because it seems like he
Rob Mack in 4th place,
bumping up a spot each.
What do we say? He was in 7th. We were talking about it. Now he's in 4th. Rob Mack in 4th now.
Yeah, he's in 4th or 5th.
And the 1L of Gus and RJ, I think they're right in the mix too. Remember I said that they might sneak in and get on a podium.
This is good. This last 150
happen.
miles is getting really interesting now. Well, that's cool.
So and there's still some racing here to go. They got to do the whole coast.
Yeah.
And then one of the gnarliest sections of the whole race is from Europan to Ojos. It's tore up in there, and there's a lot of rain ruts. There's a lot of little spots. I'll rip a corner right off of a truck.
We'll see if Toby can make it through.
Yeah, not a lot of support through that area either.
Yeah. If you have a problem in between Europan and Ojos, nobody's getting to you for a while.
Right.
That's a really tough retrieval area. You don't want to break in there because you'd be spending some time.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't want to drive a chase truck in there.
No way.
It's pretty gnarly.
You had mentioned that some unfortunate news had come through for Cameron. What happened today?
Yeah, so ultimately it sounds like he's had motor issues of some sort. So when I was on break, he had called for a trailer. So I'm not sure what mile marker he ended up at. I'm guessing like 186-ish.
Okay.
But it sounds like, power steering and then that, and it's taken him out of the race today.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well, as we also were saying, he'll be raring to go for the 400. So sometimes it happens.
Well, and They broke fairly early on, so that means you have other than they're gonna have to do a motor swap, the rest of the truck should be a pretty easy prep.
That's true.
Yeah.
So if you look at the bright side.
Yeah,
let's keep it positive.
You always gotta look at the bright side. You know, where's the silver lining of blowing a motor?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Is there a Baja school for that? Where you are taught how to find a silver lining? Because I don't know if that's wired into some of these drivers.
I think it's Baja forces you to figure
you have
it
no
out.
Choice.
Because
you have no
You're
choice.
conditioned.
Yeah. It browbeats you to the point of you find a silver lining somehow.
Submit.
Yeah.
Well, the crowd is patiently waiting for our next bike to come through. Should be relatively soon. I didn't think the gap was too massive between the 11X.
No, it wasn't. I don't know why we haven't seen the 7X
really
come
lagged,
through.
yeah.
Because when I was looking at the leaderboard, it shows. So this is a ceremonial finish,
right?
And I believe our leaderboard timing is stopping at the actual finish, which is out at the bypass road.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm wondering what's going on here, because it shows that Justin Morgan's 7X team finished there, but we're not seeing him here, and it's like, why not?
Yeah.
And I'm
More
also
mystery. Huh.
And I'm also talking to one of the sponsors of the 11X team, and I'm hearing some conflicting news as to who may have won this race.
Huh.
So I don't want to speculate too much, but why haven't we seen the 7X? And because according to here, they finished.
Look at this.
Basically, a little over 2 minutes apart.
Yeah, you got 7X. Yeah, that's not right. And you got
the trackers.
This tracker's a little funky right now, but and we explained that earlier, that they went away and then they came back. So
yeah, I'm showing 11X finishing in 13 hours 36 minutes, and then 7X in 13 hours 38 minutes.
Huh.
So that should be. It should have been about a 2 minute 20-second win for 11X.
So who's third then? Ortiz? Would that be the third potential bike coming through?
We don't have him finishing yet. So
no, but I mean, as far as like behind.
It looks
7X,
like he would be third.
He would be potentially. So if something happened to Justin Morgan, then we could potentially expect Ortiz to come through at some point.
But we're showing Justin Morgan with a finish time. So that's
that's Salas. Arturo Salas, 11X has got his finished.
No, we're showing Justin Morgan at a 13:38 for a finish time as well.
All right. Well then.
So they're the only two that we have finish times for, and they're 2 minutes apart. But we will see.
But we never saw him come through. Okay.
Yeah, we got word that it was unofficially Arturo Salas in the 11X. They gave him the champagne and the checkered, so I'm going to go with that one.
Yep.
Until we hear different.
Okay.
But it is weird that we haven't seen 7X on the finish.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to go back and check the trucks and see what we got going on now. So at 3:58, looks like only the top three have come through so far.
Okay. I guess to your point, once they do finish, there is a bit of a speed zone that they come through, but it wouldn't be this delayed.
No.
Well,
right?
You have to go from the actual finish to the ceremonial finish,
and
you literally go through town,
right.
And part of me wonders were they angry over something with the finish and didn't want to go to the ceremonial finish?
I don't know
that's
how
the
you
only
could
reason that would.
How could you go this far? Oh, I just got word they're making repairs on the 7X so that they can make it down to the ramp.
There you go.
So they finished and now they're fixing it. There you go.
Wow. Okay.
And that would maybe explain the 10-minute gap being eaten up after he ran out of gas. So maybe they had a mechanical issue, limped it to the finish.
Wow.
That would make more sense because it didn't add up in my mind.
Yeah, because they were pretty neck and neck as far as speed. So, you know, for the 11X to run out of fuel, have to push it 3 miles, and then make up that much time without 7X having an issue.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting when they do get it to the ramp there and to the finish. You know, hear what he has to say.
All righty.
So stay tuned, everybody.
Yeah, I guess. Well, we're not going anywhere. Grab your popcorn.
And it looks like 13X Ortiz still has about 17 miles, 15 miles maybe to the start finish. So that's going to be a little bit.
All right. Well, let's get back to some more race action here at Justin Davis here at race mile 317 coming through. He's still got a ways to go. But we will come back to Ensenada when appropriate. And until then, we'll take you out in the field here. You can see down further in the distance some dust, so somebody's cruising through there as well. Yep. Checking back in. Here we are.
Just got some interesting news. So Toby Price is in the lead, and Paul Wheel owns that truck. Right. From what I was just told, Paul Wheel just got in and is going to drive it to the finish.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what happens when you own the truck?
That's what I just heard. So
how's Toby feeling about that? You know he wanted to cross.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean,
that's rough.
When you're driving someone else's truck, sometimes you got to go with the flow. But that is probably something, an agreement that they had was, hey, go out there, throw it down.
Yeah.
If we have a pretty good lead, then I'm going to get in and finish is kind of what I'm thinking the mindset would have been there.
Or is it just like, Toby, don't
Don't
do it. I'll take it.
It could have just been the plan all along.
Yeah,
you know,
we'll find out.
We weren't privy to what their inside team plans were.
Very true.
But you know, they only had a 5-minute lead.
Yeah,
it's not a lot.
6 mile gap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we see the flag people getting ready here. Checkered flags are being raised, so we'll have.
And
Bryce coming through.
Just came through on the scoring, and he's 20 minutes back.
Okay.
And 8 minutes behind Polvorde. Which means that's not good news for Luke and Alan and Pudia.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
All right, look at this, guys. Well,
they
didn't want to fix it, so God bless him.
Is that a chain in his hand?
Wow.
If you want to finish Baja 500 on a bike, you got to push it. Oh man.
Strap.
I'm curious how many miles he's had to
Unbelievable. All right,
Yeah.
down to Rat. What you got?
It looks like he's holding his chain. Maybe it wasn't fuel. I heard out of fuel. That's a tow strap. You can't get towed. 7X. We'll let him bring up. There's a little discrepancy going on, folks. I was expecting him to come across the line. This is a ceremonial finish as well as in the morning for the start. Just outside of town up on the highway. That is the official finish line. And we heard that was the official finish. So as of this point, and we've never done this before, but we got Justin Morgan on the bike. He was unofficially first and your champion at the Baja 500 across the finish line. Arturo was behind. He had an issue, and I think he ran out of fuel on it's just a little road section on the way in. So, yeah, we already gave out some champagne, but this is the first time in my 9 years that we gave out 2 bottles of champagne unofficially. And we'll talk to Justin here in a minute. We'll let him get his toe strap off there. So you were unofficially first across the finish. You started back, so right now unofficially you are the champion of the Baja 500, and we just found this has been a big deal down here real quick. So bear with us, folks. There's a lot going on. Like I said, this is a ceremonial finish outside of town was the actual timing loop that they had to break to win the race, and that's where it shuts off their time. And as of this point right now, Justin Morgan was the fastest Pro Moto Unlimited to break that timing loop. So congratulations, man. You unofficially won the Baja 500. I've never done this 2 in a row. This is kind of crazy, but hey, things happen. But you made it across the finish. Any racer knows it doesn't matter. You cross that finish line, that's where you are. Congratulations to you guys. One hell of an effort out there. You guys absolutely great battle. We got to watch it on the live feed.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be really close on time. Yeah, we had an issue with the bike about a couple hundred yards, maybe a little more than that, before the finish line, the real finish line. And yeah, I don't know how it's going to be on time, but it's going to be close. But yeah, we had a good race. The bike was awesome all day till the very, very end there. I don't know, not really sure what happened. Probably either a loose connection. I don't think it's out of gas. I'm not sure yet, but a lot of pushing. My friend Alejandro helped me, local guy. I just gave him a jersey yesterday, and there he is in the middle of town. I see him, and he's helping me push it, and yeah, pretty awesome.
Unreal. You guys, this is official. Between you and Arturo, you pushed these Pro Moto Unlimited bikes to win unofficially 2 first places further than anybody ever. But it was only a minute, like we got from timing. It was a minute between you guys, so it's all unofficial. But right now, my unofficial is you are the winner of this race, man. I mean, you got to be stoked. You guys pushed so hard out there. You worked so hard for it. You guys came back this year swinging, saying, hey, we're coming out. We're going to win. We're going to put the 7X bike on the top, and you just did just that.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. You know, that's why we race Baja. It's super big challenge, and it isn't over till it's over. You know, I always say that, and today was a great example of it. So, yeah, no, we're just real thankful to be here. It's fun doing the whole series again, and yeah, I can't wait till the 400.
Yeah, well, let's get this thing sorted out first, man. You got some other business to do. We're going to talk about who's getting that big award tomorrow. And I know you guys, the whole SLR team, Mark Samuels, he supports you. You rode with him for so many years. He puts his team together. You got some great sponsors. You want to thank some people real quick?
Yeah, well, first I want to definitely thank my teammate Tyler Lynn. He rode really good all day, and it's his second Baja 500 ever, and he's only 23 years old, so it's pretty awesome having him on the team. He's real fast, and it's good to have some new blood on the team. So, but yeah, SLR Honda, San Diego Powerhouse, Fly, Alpine Stars, Monster. You know, everybody who helps the team out. You know, we really appreciate it, and yeah, so we can go have fun. It's pretty awesome.
So, any other problems out there beyond like the finish line? Was it a pretty smooth running day for you guys? I mean, it wasn't smooth. Nothing smooth about racing down here in Baja, and you had your hands full for sure.
Yeah, I think Tyler had a crash up behind Mike somewhere, and bars were pretty bent and everything, but he got back up real quick and pulled it together and was able to put some time on the other teams, and he did great. So, yeah, other than that, pretty smooth day. Started a few minutes back, so had some dust and fog in the morning, and went through a lot of tear-offs and new goggles every pit. But we made it work, I think.
Yeah, pretty rough. We guys sent you off at 2:30 in the morning, so you start in the dark. It's kind of a reverse for most races. You start in the dark, and the fog, yeah, going out of town was pretty gnarly, and that's a super dusty section all the way to Ojos.
Yeah, definitely. As soon as we climb up a little in elevation, the fog bank was there, and I was hoping it wasn't going to be, but yeah, 3 in the morning. It's usually there in June, so yeah, it was a challenge, but it was a lot of fun.
Well, congratulations to you and the whole team. I'm sure Mark's on his way in. Everybody's on their way in here, helping you get this bike to the finish line. Where's your co-rider at? Is he up here too?
I think he's trying to still get into town with the truck. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, well, you're going to get a bottle of champagne too. We got the flag. We'll find out. Like I said, it was a minute. You started back, but you made up all that time and got by him. So it was just within a minute, which. That's how racing should be. I mean, if it was easy, you've come out here and you've dominated, especially with Mark Samuels for so many years, and you guys would dominate. But to have to really work for it, you guys definitely worked for it. You pushed it all the way.
Yeah, no, hats off to the 11X team. They're awesome riders, awesome team, putting in a ton of effort, and really cool to see them doing so good. And then also, you know, there's a bunch of other Open Pro teams that are trying real hard and doing great too. You know, 13X and 8X, 9X, you know, it's a pretty stacked class this year, so it's real fun to be back.
We're stoked to have you back, especially top of the box. Congratulations. We'll send you down. It's time to celebrate, and hopefully those guys are making their way into town.
Yeah, they'll be here in a minute. Cool.
Congratulations, Justin Morgan. 7X. What a battle it was out there. A little bit of confusion. Yeah, like I said, this is the first time we ever done that, and like this was the unofficial start. This was basically just a ceremonial start as well as the finish, so we could do it right here in beautiful Ensenada. The start's outside of town off a highway. We do that for safety, so when they're coming in, there's a speed zone all the way in so they can, and on the way out, and we restart them there in the morning. But I mean, super cool to see this battle out here. I'm sure I would like to be down there. I'd like to be a little chupacabra sitting on the seat hearing the stories that's going on down there. But absolutely epic. This is the BF Goodrich Score Baja 500. You never know what's going to happen. Stick around. We got lots of racers out on course. The battle are going to commence. We're going to catch it right here live. We're going to send it back up to the boys in the booth, and we'll be back as the interviews come through.
Awesome, good stuff, Rat. Well, wow, never a dull moment here in the Baja 500, but congratulations to Justin Morgan and team. Very exciting. Here we're taking a look here, roughly around 380-mile mark of the coast, and at some point, I think Tavo is going to be ripping down that road any moment now.
Yeah, we saw that shot of the Toby Price Paul Wheel truck coming through there. Like we said, from what I understand, Paul Wheel is behind the wheel at this point. So
hopefully he'll bring that truck home in one piece with no issues.
And he's fresh. So we were talking about this, he's probably really excited, he hasn't got settled in yet. But on the other hand, he's also not fatigued. So, if he could counterbalance those two feelings, then
the truck might be a little tired.
He's an experienced driver too, so I think he knows, keep your head on you, and don't throw away a lead that you got that Toby worked so hard for.
For sure. Yeah, that's a good point. He doesn't want to let that go to waste, and he knows his truck. So
definitely.
In the meantime, drink in this gorgeous view of the coast.
Yeah.
Has an Australian ever won the Baja 500? Or even a score race?
I would be guessing, but my guess is no.
Here's the 745 bike, race mile 405.
Yeah.
So I think that's an interesting question. Anyone, if you want to message me or
does anybody know?
Let us know.
Has
an Aussie ever won a score race? I feel like one should have at some point.
At this point, right?
Well, but not overall, I don't think ever.
Ask Surrey.
Sure. So that would be that'd be kind of a cool story.
Yep.
Looks like we've had 5 trucks through race mile, trophy trucks through race mile 358.
Okay.
So Toby, Tavo, Christopher Pulvardi, Dan McMillan, and Bryce.
Okay. And do we have any kind of an update on Alan Impudia, I wonder? Is he moving? I'll take a peek in the tracker, but
I'm not showing that Luke or Alan have crossed race mile 358, and we've heard they've stopped. So.
Here we go. So at race mile 358, we have our Score trophy truck powered by Optima. We got Toby Price in the 46, followed by Tavo Vidosala, and then Chris Pulvardi, Dan McMillan, and Bryce Menzies rounding out our top 5. And these are our adjusted times as of right now. So big thanks to Optima powering that up.
I think Andy's throwing it down in that number 23 truck.
In that McMillan truck,
I wouldn't be surprised to see him close that gap a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's going to be fresh on his game. Definitely knows that section, I'm sure, incredibly well.
Definitely.
This is a section that we've run for years.
So here's a helicopter. So we got a truck coming through this little coast section here.
And it looks like somebody's on a bike.
Like just north of Coyote Cowles, basically. Yeah, it looks like Tavo.
This is. We're laying bets that it's Tavo.
It's a pretty fun straight right here.
Yeah, just
it's
hammered
starting
down.
to get a little bit of whoops in it right there, but you don't have to let off.
No.
He obviously isn't.
No.
And then there's like a little community
Slowing down a
that's
bit.
right on the coast here. Yeah, you got to go through a gate and then
Yep.
come back to the left and up this hill and back to the right.
Cool. So there goes Tavo at race mile 380. So he's on course right now. He's got a little more than 100 miles to go, but closer and closer.
I don't know what you thought, Heidi, but I love this section where you're running along the coast.
Look at
And it's
that
really
shot.
beautiful, and then the whole way back into Santo Tomas, it's just so fast and flowy.
It's
and
really
it's like
fun.
rally racing through there.
Yeah.
The only thing that's sketchy is like pre-running or even in a race sometimes there's blind corners, and I've had some really close calls with oncoming traffic of like locals in there.
Yeah.
More pre-running, so you kind of be a little careful while you're pre-running in there. But race day, you can throw it down because you're not too worried about it. But it's
you're kind
super
of like-
fun through there.
Kind of like winding back through these, like this little hill terrain, and it is a lot of fun.
Yeah, you get the car to rotate a lot through that stuff, even with an all-wheel drive.
Yeah, yeah. It also just feels good at this stage that you're starting to see the finish. Like you have the end game in mind, and so that's another thing I think that kind of makes it exciting.
But Wes, you did still say that towards the end it does get a little technical, right before we get to that finish, right? So you have a little let off here, but then it gets a little gnarly.
This section of the coast is super fast all the way in Santo Tomas. You come down a hill into Santo Tomas, which is a little town that's on Highway 1, and then go through a speed zone, and then you get to a little town called Europan, and then you get a chunk of about 40 miles of, I don't know if I want to say hell, but
Kind of like mountainous.
It's technical,
ridge.
and it's just, I feel like it just beats you. Because especially if you're soloing it and you've been in the car for a while, you've basically been in a truck or buggy all day, and then
just hammers you.
There's some real high frequency whoops in there that are really peaked out that you can't get on top of, and it's just they beat you. And then there's a lot of like kind of rain ruts and just stuff that you got to watch out for. And and you just can't go that fast, and all you want to do is finish at that point.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, I just want to finish this race, and especially like you're leading, and like, come on.
Yeah.
So, but you just gotta stay calm and don't overdrive it through there. And really, I think for Paul, now that he's in the truck, it's just stay calm, don't throw it away.
Yeah. Back to race mile 317 here.
Looks like we have one of the Hertz trucks.
Yeah. I think that might be Thor.
All right, here comes Christopher Polvardi. And let's see.
He's not too far off of Tavo.
No. He's blasting.
Problem that he has is
he's smoking.
Tavo started 2 minutes behind him.
Gotcha.
So not only does he have to run Tavo down, pass him, he's got to put 2 minutes on
2 minutes on the
Tavo.
clock, yep.
That's going to be
Make
a
up.
pretty big task, I think.
Yeah, if you were in that driver's seat, how would you play your cards?
Would you go all aggressive right
Chris?
now? As Chris, would you just be like, look, I'm this far. I got to go for it.
I think a third would be his best finish. I think take what comes. If one of the other guys has a problem and you get bumped up, great. But for him to make any time on those guys, he'd have to push so hard, he'd risk throwing away a third.
Yeah.
And does he have team members in his ear kind of saying like what we're talking about, like, Chris, just let's get a solid third, finish strong, or blah blah blah?
Honestly,
Or
Chris
go for
is
it.
experienced enough. I don't think he needs it.
Got it.
But you can see he's got a helicopter right there, and they're in radio contact of each other.
Right.
So I think if the helicopter saw him starting to drive erratically or something, or push too hard, they might tell him, hey man, chill out.
Right.
But for the most part, I think you kind of stay out of your driver's ear, let him do his thing.
Let him do his thing.
If you got an experienced guy behind the wheel, which Polvardi's young, but he's been racing almost his whole life.
For sure.
So it's not like he's new to this.
Yeah.
So
Well, if
there's
anything,
the Wilsons in the Class 1.
There's Class 1 coming through at race mile 317. I just wonder sometimes, like, they're giving them updates, letting them know who's in front of them, who's behind them, what the gaps are, things like that.
They definitely are doing that.
Keeping him abreast.
Yeah. And if I was in Polvardi's shoes too, he had a solid finish at the at the San Felipe race. He finished 7th.
Right.
So, you know, that's a good spot. There's probably 3 or 4 guys that were in
But
that
he had an
top
issue.
Well,
7
if
that
he
are not
wouldn't
doing
have
so well
lost
this
that
race.
rear drive shaft, he would have been second or third.
Yeah.
And they lost that drive shaft, I
Yeah.
think 3 miles from the finish or
Right.
something like that.
Right.
So he would have had a podium.
Yep.
So that's where I kind of feel like, you know, you're doing great. Get a podium under your belt, and then, you know, like keep working your way up the podium.
Sure.
But you gotta get that first podium.
Get that podium.
Yeah.
Get that finisher.
And the guys that finished ahead of him in San Felipe, there's probably about 3 of them that are gonna either DNF or finish behind him this race. So he could, you know, for his points, it makes sense to just have that solid 3rd or 4th finish.
Right. So I'm curious now, going back to the motos, the bikes, Unlimited, who is next to cross? It's got to be coming sooner than later. Or how big?
Adrian finished, I think, but we haven't heard from him yet.
Okay, so we'll see. At some point, we'll probably have another bike coming through. Slowly but surely.
Yeah, I was looking to see how Polvarde finished at the 1,000 last year, because he was running really strong for a while, but I believe he got an 8.
Okay.
So I feel like we're pretty correct on our assessment that he hasn't been on a podium.
Yeah.
And wasn't he racing trophy truck spec when he got the 8th at the 1,000?
No, I think that was the 400. That was the
400?
debut of his new
of the new
truck,
vehicle. So everybody wanted to
Okay.
see how it was going to go and how he'd adjust to it.
At the 400, he was racing an inferior truck.
There you go.
It's like a chase.
Got a little traffic on there for
Sorry.
one of our dirt bike guys.
Sorry.
At least he pulled over and got out of the way fairly quickly.
Off he goes.
That is a perfect example of you never know what you're going to come across though in Baja.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I think you push a pace, but you always in the back of your mind got to think, okay, there might be a cow or a donkey or a truck or something on the backside of a blind rise or a blind corner. So I don't know how you were, Heidi, but I always kind of try to set up wide for a blind corner where you can see around it as quick as possible.
Yeah.
So if you got to dart inside or outside and miss something, you leave yourself a little wiggle room.
Absolutely. Yeah, you've always got to think about what your options are and leave your options open.
Yeah, because if you come railing around the inside and you can't see, and all of a sudden there's something there, you don't really leave yourself an out.
There's no option at that point.
In those blind areas, you kind of want to leave yourself an out as much
All
as
right,
you
so here comes unofficial third. We're going to go down to Rat. Rat, take it away.
We got number 13X, third across the line. Ortiz, I think, is on the bike, yeah? Oh, Sergio's on the bike. All right, we'll let you get your helmet off. Relax. Adrian Ortiz is the rider record, but Sergio's on the bike bringing it in. It's always a team effort between all of these riders, battling it here at Baja's Best. Third Pro Moto Unlimited across.
We're having some technical issues down in Ensenada, but yeah, I just got done talking about it, and there you go. We have the Ortiz team coming through, unofficially in 3rd place, so congratulations to them. Nobody pushing a bike up the ramp. That was good to see.
Yeah, it looks like according to our timing, we've got 5 finishers. So Morgan, Salas, Ortiz.
Pause on that, Wes. We're going to go back to Rat.
Okay.
We're at the finish line. Happy to be here.
And on the box, unofficially 3rd place right now. Yeah, we had a little madness going up front. I'm sure you'll hear about it in a few minutes, but super stoked. So how was your section? Any issues out there? You just pretty smooth runnings, just bringing it home?
No, it was pretty smooth. Pretty fast, actually. So I had the coast, so it was really fast. Hopping over to Ojos Negros was pretty technical, but it was nice. I had a good time, and just happy to be here.
We're happy to have you here. Welcome back to Ensenada. We got tacos and beer for you. You want to thank anybody? I know you guys got some great support on this bike.
Yeah, I do. First off, I want to thank Ortiz Trucking and Ortiz family for putting this together and having me on the bike with them and being able to do it again after the 250. And besides that, we have Ortiz Trucking, Ortiz Films, IMS, G&G Trucking, San Diego Powerhouse. Bobby built an awesome bike. Vargas Trucking, Vase Power Sports, Jeff. We have a bunch of sponsors back here too. SD Lighting, BHL Plumbing, Biggie C, Becca, CNE Welding, Daniel Shop, Imprenta for our graphics, which you did an awesome job. Vulcan Society did the design as well. And also AHM for suspension. We rode really nice. And any other sponsors that I missed, thank you guys. We're stoked to be out here. And I know Alvaro has some other sponsors as well he'd like to thank. So,
Alvaro, you want to thank some people?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody that makes this possible. All my uncles, the whole pit crew. They did an awesome job this race. Everything went smooth, and we were pretty fast. And yeah, we just had a good race. Kept it on 2 wheels. Made a couple passes because we started in the back. It was good.
What about that chase crew and the family out there? Come on, don't forget them.
No, they did an awesome job. Without them, this wouldn't be possible either. We can't just come out here and ride. We have to have someone be out there for us, taking care of us, and they did an awesome job, and I'm happy, especially the Ortiz family and everyone that's around them. Thank you. Stoked.
Well, you took care of them. You brought it up here on the box, unofficially 3rd place. Congratulations. It's a long series. We got 2 more races. The championship has not been won yet, so good luck to the rest of the season. Great job today, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys at the Baja 400. You're going to add a guy, or you're going to be the same 3?
Most likely just the same 3. It's nice. I mean, we get quite a bit of miles, and we're able to the less brains is a little bit easier, so it's awesome.
Maybe hold out to the 1,000, maybe add another guy for that one.
Yeah, and hopefully we're out here for the 400, but stoked to be here.
All right, great work out there today. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
So he'll be coming through that 405.
Yeah,
so
409 is our next one, right?
Again, congratulations to the Ortiz, and now we're making our way back down helicopter to the left. We're back at race mile 317. Got some, can't tell if that's a truck or a civilian or a competitor. What do we got? I see a bike out there. That might be a
chase truck.
Yep.
No,
you can see how windy it is out there. Wind is ripping through on these pop-ups.
It looks like it ripped through that easy up.
It literally did. Literally took it out.
Although
all right, back to 380.
Wind is generally a welcome thing by most racers.
Yep. All right, so let's see who we have here. This
Bryce,
is probably Bryce.
Yeah.
We got Bryce Menzies coming through.
That yellow pattern he has on his truck now almost makes the front of it look yellow.
Yeah. No more royal blue.
Yeah.
There goes Bryce. And he'll go up and over the hill.
So we didn't get to see Dan McMillan's truck come through there, but I'm curious where he's at physically in relation to Bryce.
To Bryce, right.
See if maybe we can tell from the tracker where those guys are at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so according to the tracker, Dan should be a little bit behind him, but we should be seeing him come through fairly soon.
Pretty quick, yep.
And, you know, that's where Andy's in there. Let's see, you know, through our last timing point,
yep,
he actually had Bryce on adjusted.
Okay.
So could be, just looking at the tracker here, he should be coming very quickly.
Yeah. We'll see as the drone makes its way back if there is dust on the horizon and another trophy truck coming through.
I'm very curious what happened to Alan and Luke, because they both are, neither one of them are moving, and you know, they seem to break around the same time, but completely different parts of the race.
In different areas?
Yeah, one was at 3:17ish and one at 3:44.
Right. Huh.
It's got to be a heartbreaker for both, but
both
especially in Pudia, because to come off the win in San Felipe, have the lead in points, and then to have a DNF, that's catastrophic for your chances of a championship now. Basically, it takes you out of the running. So, you know, if you had a problem and you were able to fix it and salvage, say, like a 5th or something, then it's like, okay, you know, it wasn't our day, but we got 5th. We can come back from that. You can't come back from a DNF.
Right.
Yeah.
So, at race mile 358, Score Trophy Truck, powered by Optima, we have Toby Price in first, followed by Tavo Vidosel in second, Chris Polvardi in third. Dan McMillan, Andy McMillan driving in fourth, Bryce Menzies in fifth, McCachran in sixth, and Romo Jr. in seventh, Poole in eighth, and Baldy in ninth.
So you might know, Heidi, but I believe that Poole is in a two-wheel drive. So I think we've got a little two-wheel drive battle there between Baldy and Poole of who's going to be the first two-wheel drive trophy truck.
Yeah.
Those bragging rights.
Well, it's
yep.
On a course like this, I think you're at such a disadvantage to the all-wheel drive trucks that, you know, to even just be competitive in a two-wheel drive, there's something to be said for that. You got to be one heck of a driver to stay in the mix with these all-wheel drive trucks on a course that's technical, where you have a lot of corner-to-corner speed.
Right.
You know, a course like, say, San Felipe, it's more wide open, and it's not so corner-to-corner. There's a lot of corner-to-corner, and that's where the all-wheel drives make a lot of time.
Yeah, yeah. And Poole's driving Geyser Brothers truck, which, you know, they make a great truck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, those used to dominate for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not sure who we have here on the bike. They are screaming through. And if the drone spins around, I thought I saw a helicopter off in the far distance, so maybe we'll have a truck coming. Let's see what happens. Yep, there it was. All right, so this...
That's going to be Dan's truck with
McMillan.
Andy driving.
Yep. So he will catch that motorcycle very soon.
And Toby should be going through 409 pretty soon. So we're about to start getting more updates on the trophy truck class, right?
Right.
Yeah, we'll have an updated timing leaderboard.
Tavo Senior. So we stand corrected. We're just been told it's Gustavo Vidosela down there.
I looked away, but that sure looks like a McMillan truck to me. Hard to tell.
I guess hard to tell. Yeah.
That red helicopter, though, kind of looks like one of Gus's helicopters. So it's possible. Very possible.
More will be
I was
revealed.
looking at the leaderboard on my laptop and didn't look at the truck that closely. So.
Well, maybe in 25 miles at 405 we'll get a clear picture. Oh, it's been confirmed. It was definitely Gustavo. All right, here comes another bike. And we will wait to see who is next at race mile 380. That beautiful blue ocean. Good living down there.
Yeah, those bikes getting caught in this section by trophy trucks is gotta be a little sketchy.
It's got to be a little intimidating.
Well,
it's such a fast section.
This straight right here, literally the trucks are probably doing like $120, $130 down that thing, and these bikes look like they're going maybe 50 or something.
Right. He's getting smoked.
So yeah, there might be close to 100 mile an hour difference. In speed.
Right.
Which that's like you don't want to be caught by something going that much faster than you.
No, thank you.
No.
Well, we patiently will float in the air here until our next competitor comes through. But a gorgeous day down on the coast.
Yeah, I think next at some point here we should see the 23 of McMillan and then 11 of Rob Mack.
Right. So as a spectator, is it relatively easy to get to this area?
Yeah, it is.
It's a big open area. It's well known.
Yeah, the easiest way, you come down the 1 through Santo Tomas to Inandira and then just drive up basically what's the race course right now to where they're at.
So here's race mile 405 and we are just waiting for Toby Price to come ripping through. See some helicopters on the horizon there, up top, and soon he should be on his way through this area. Nice.
That reservoir is new.
I just saw that. I was just going to say.
Yeah, is that water?
As well as that clearing on top where the spectators are. Because this is in Europan where over to the right's the highway and you're coming, well, the dirt road right there they're coming at us on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
we always love
I haven't been down there in about a year and they've done some construction.
Put some work
there.
in.
Yeah.
We always love that restaurant on the side of the road, Acambaro.
Acambaro, yeah. Yeah, it's a nice place to take a little break, grab some tacos and.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tacos.
Like, get ready to beat yourself up going to Ojos.
Looks like they're getting ready to plant right there. Like they just.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Here's McMillan.
This is McMillan, right?
Yep. So, Andy McMillan, though, however, behind the wheel in the Dan McMillan, driver of record at race mile 380. He's tearing through.
Yeah, just throwing it side to side.
That's what you do. Look at that. Aggressively coming through there.
He looks
All right,
really fast.
Here's our trophy truck leader, Toby Price, at race mile 405. Well,
so
not necessarily Toby. Yeah, exactly.
Paul Wheel.
Paul Wheel's behind the wheel on this one right now.
You know, and he's looking good.
Yeah.
It's Paul's no slouch. I mean, he's a great driver as well, and you know, we talked about watching the other guys having the cooling issues too, and I think, you know, that might be a little trick up their sleeve that they have with owner of the truck also owning a radiator cooling company.
Oh yeah. Hopefully Toby will be able to get from where he got out to the finish.
Here's another great angle.
Time.
Right.
Yeah, he should, because it's kind of slow from here to Ojos.
Yeah.
And he can just go up the one, although traffic on a Saturday afternoon.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
he clipped him.
He actually hit him, yep. It didn't look like there was.
What does he do? Look at that.
Oh.
Is it stuck?
I think he's stuck.
Oh, boy.
Shoot.
Talk about a gotcha.
Hopefully they can radio that back because that could be.
Well, guys, what if that literally damaged his truck and it didn't happen, obviously, but if he didn't react in time, we don't know.
You could have slashed a sidewall right there because they definitely grazed.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
you could see a little bit of contact.
Yep.
You could see, I think it was the white vehicle move when
it definitely shook.
Yeah.
But I mean, what if he didn't react in time?
That's definitely,
that could have completely destroyed their chances.
I guarantee his heart rate went up a little.
Yeah.
Because of that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Might be if we had in-car of their audio, there might be some bleeps needed.
I don't
for
see
that.
why they. I mean, maybe it's stuck. Like you could at least put the thing in neutral and push it.
Well, sometimes a spectator will be in the way and they just freeze and panic too. So it's tough to speculate exactly what happened right there.
Yeah.
But it did kind of look like they were made. There's some pretty deep rain ruts there, and if you're just in a little pickup like that, you can get high centered really easily.
Yeah. Well, there was no. I mean, it wasn't like there was any lights on the white truck. It didn't brake or anything, or didn't try to move. We saw nothing. It was completely stationary.
So we have Tavo behind him. Hopefully, I actually hope that they can alert the next drivers.
Yeah.
Just so there isn't any big accidents.
Well, geez, we'll find out, won't we?
Yeah, I think there's been dirt bikes kind of coming through for a while, and they probably weren't expecting the first trucks to be coming yet. Sometimes what will happen is that they try to get up the course to a better spot to watch.
Look at these lines.
And then they, in their haste, high center on something and then get stuck.
Yeah.
So
right.
Luckily, it looks like he got through it clean.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't seem like it's affecting him at all.
Hopefully,
seems good so far.
The other, it looked like they just kind of glanced off of each other.
Just kind of scraped it a little bit and off they went.
Yeah. So now you come down this hill and it cuts back in that ravine to the right.
The dog down there. Yeah, still seems to be moving.
So this is all pretty fast, but you do have rain ruts in here that can take you out.
We're going to go to a replay here in a little bit as to what just took place. Here it is.
He's high centered. You see he was straddling that rut. I think he was high centered on his axles, so he probably couldn't get out of the way.
I mean, it looks like he's really sunken down there.
Yeah.
Wow.
There was nobody warning. Like sometimes people will
yeah,
get
there's
out of
nobody
their
waving their
vehicles
arms or something.
Well,
right.
And there was a bunch of people standing right there.
Yeah.
Someone should have been like, hey.
Yeah, yeah. But like you said, maybe they weren't expecting the trophy truck shot.
But they'd have to know that someone's coming through at some point.
I was just seeing the shadow of the helicopter. His helicopter would have let him know.
Yeah, yeah.
So the helicopter would have seen that.
The sound.
I mean, that's why he probably just went to the left and went around. I don't think he meant to rub, but you just don't want to risk hurting your own
vehicle.
I mean, you don't want to damage someone else's vehicle, but you don't want to definitely while you're leading.
Yeah.
The Baja 500 that you might win your first race.
Exactly.
You don't want to damage your truck.
No.
Just because you're in a bad mood because this truck's in front of you.
Yeah.
Right.
And he had to get off course, but you don't want to get too far off course because you can't always see what's in the shrubs.
Yep. Wow. Well, never a dull moment, as we keep saying.
Yeah.
The 500 this year is. All right, so here's going back to the finish for Pro Moto. Rat, take it away. Oh, we got a leaderboard coming up. I stand corrected. Pro Moto Unlimited. We've got Justin Morgan, 7X, in first, Arturo Salas in second, followed by Adrian Ortiz in third, Fernando Beltran in fourth, and Eric Holt in fifth, powered by Optima Batteries. So there you have it, folks.
And that was a really solid race between 7X and 11X. It seemed like both of them had a few little issues. Probably running out of the fuel for the 11X really kind of took them, I think, out of the win. But great ride by 7X and Justin Morgan's team.
Yeah, it was an exciting battle.
Yeah.
well earned, even with all the running out of gas and other mechanical issues and snafus.
Yeah, in the first half of the race, they were battling also against Austin Eddy,
Yep.
9X. And
Correct.
he had a gas issue too,
Yep.
well, it appears.
Yep. Is that 177 on the quad here?
Yeah.
At the race mile 405.
And he's going to have Tavo coming pretty soon.
Oh, they got the
truck
there.
off.
Oh, yeah, it looks like they towed him out with that other truck.
That's great.
So that's good.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great news.
You get some really big rain ruts here. Like last year at the 500, you guys may have seen,
See if we can
but
take
a
a look
lot
at
of
that
guys
truck.
were actually rolling over trying to get around a ravine right around this area.
I know some trucks have actually gone off the edge up here, right?
Yeah.
It gets a bit more peaky.
Adler really got squirrely there at the 500 last year. I think it was Kevin Adler.
That's
but
right. That's right. I remember
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that got a little dicey. So, looks like something else is coming. A lot of the attention is turned that way. Not sure what kind of vehicle it is, but we'll find out. But glad they got that truck out of there.
Well, we're we're expecting Tavo to come through soon, right?
Yeah, I mean, at our last timing area, he was just under 5 minutes back. So he should be coming pretty quickly.
Looks like
I
people
would
are
say
getting
that
set.
people are running to get views of things, that something's coming.
Yep. Spectators on the right are just on the edge of the road. You may want
Yeah.
to slide over a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're watching these races, remember the drivers are pointing it in a general direction.
Yeah.
General in quotes.
Yeah.
And then the truck's floating a little bit.
It is.
Well,
And
that's
you're
what I
kind
mean,
of-
is just like you're keeping it pointed in a direction. It's not so much that the thing's glued to the ground and it's going exactly where you want it.
That's where I intend to
another
go. I don't know if
18
that's where I am.
inches this way, another foot
correct.
that way.
Give or take a couple feet.
Highly unadvisable to turn your back and take selfies.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we'll see where we're at. We can see some dust kicking up down there on the right. So somebody's on their way. There we go. We'll slowly zoom in here. You can see some helicopters following along. So what do we got?
Okay, so Tavo came through 409.
Okay, so
and the gap has stayed basically the same. He gained 5 seconds, so he's 4:43 back off of
here we go.
46 a price.
So yeah, the 21 truck. You got Tavo Vidosla coming through.
I mean, that's not a huge. It's not a huge gap.
Nope.
So.
4 minutes 43 seconds behind.
So a flat tire with a slow tire change.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So hopefully.
So there's not a lot of wiggle room, but you know the team of Price and Wheel, they've been looking strong all day.
Yep.
Yeah.
The battle continues here. Nice side by here.
This drone in this area has been really awesome to watch. You get a really good purview of their.
And one of the things I was just going to say is, whenever you race through here, there's so many different lines all over the place that you really gotta kind of mark this well, because I mean, like right there, you can see there's different kind of roads going all over the place, and a lot of times they'll put VCPs to keep you off of some of the roads, so it's really easy to miss a VCP.
Yeah. And here's an example too of discernment. You either go left or right.
Yeah.
You know.
And so you could see that big rain rut right down the middle of the road that he straddled right there.
Yeah.
If you get cross-rutted and drop a wheel into that,
you're screwed.
You know, you can damage your steering, break a steering box.
Yeah.
There's a lot can go wrong. These trucks get through those pretty well.
Right.
In fact, it's amazing what you can get away with versus, like, say, a UTV or, you know, on a dirt bike or a quad that would make you crash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The width of the tires help on
So,
these vehicles.
In a moment here, and here's another example. Look at that. Look at those lines. So we're going to toss to Rat here in a minute, covering the 4th place moto finish. Go to a split screen here in a sec.
We got 15X
there we go.
coming up right here unofficially. 4th place, Eric Holt on the bike. So who do we have over here? He's over here. Who do we have on the bike? You take your helmet off. You're here, man. Let's relax. These guys probably got some beers for you. You're all good. We got Cooper Ashton on the bike. Coop, good job, man, bringing it in for the boys.
Thank you. It was a good ride.
No problem. Yeah, a little bit of dust, but not too bad. You kind of had a little bit of in between the next rider. So, but some good battles out there today. Tell me about your day.
Mine was pretty smooth, honestly. I got the bike about 10 minutes off of the next place guy and just rode my own pace the whole way. So
Just got it to the finish, man. Felt good, no problems at all.
yes, sir.
Who built the bike?
Eric here, pretty much.
Eric, not pretty much. He's let's talk to Eric Holt. Congratulations, Eric Holt. Congrats, rider record, man. You guys got it in here. You got to be pretty stoked, feeling good. Baja 500 under your belt.
Yeah, we're stoked. We kind of got a new team together this 500. So Brian was with me last year, and but we got Cooper Ashton and Damon Wolslayer that's riding with us now. So we got a really good team. We're just working on tightening everything up. It was a dogfight all day long. These guys were scrapping. Everybody was going fast, and yeah, we just got to thank everybody that made it possible.
Definitely some scrapping going on. So how was your section? You left at 2:30 this morning. The fog was setting in. I heard you guys couldn't even punch out of it. It was all the way up over the hill.
Yeah, for sure. The fog was thick. The dust was heavy, and it made it difficult to make any moves. Everybody kind of just stayed stacked up till we got to Ojos. But
how many goggle changes did you have?
I just ran one set. I got off at Ojos. I broke my neck at the 1000, so this is my first ride back, and just working up on getting more miles, but I'm feeling pretty good.
Oh, you did? You're feeling good back here racing, man. That's pretty quick, like 8 months later.
Yeah, for sure. We're stoked to be back.
You want to thank anybody? I know you said a lot of other people, but you got some great sponsors backing you and your whole team here.
Yeah, I got to thank Norman Racing, Mike Meza for giving us the bikes and the means to come down here, and then all the companies that help us out. Takamoto, Kenda Tires, Nitro Moose, DDC Sprockets, Blood Lubricants, IMS, 100%, Climb Gear, and yeah, just everybody that makes it possible. We couldn't do it without them.
Well, congrats on a stellar, unofficial 4th place finish. Looking forward to seeing you guys. You're coming back for the 400, right?
Yeah, we'll be back for sure.
Same riders?
Yep, same team. Maybe 2025 Husky.
Oh, there you go, changing it up a little bit. Who's your other rider over here? Do you have another one? What was your name?
Brian.
Brian, how was it? You rode the middle section.
Yeah, I got on at 185, and then I rode all the way to the coast, 355.
How was Mike's? Pretty warm up there.
Yeah, it was pretty warm, but it's a good time. It's a lot of fun up there. Nice, twisty, turny, technical. Some rocks to get you as well.
Definitely lots of those up there for sure. Well, congratulations, you guys. Go celebrate. You guys well deserved. And still, this is unofficial. You never know what's going to happen. Baja Racing, lots of infractions, VCPs, speeding on the highway. So congrats to this team, and they'll be coming back next year and next race for sure.
And go ahead.
Okay, so we've been watching Polvarde, and from 3:58 to 4:09, he went from 6 minutes 58 seconds back on Tavo to now he's 5 minutes. So he basically made up 2 minutes in that section.
And you were saying earlier how you went about doing that was essentially a flat tire for Tavo and a slow change.
Well, I mean, he's only 9:44 out of the lead.
Yeah.
Which one little problem for Tavo and Toby's team, and and he's right there. He's in striking distance. It's going to take a problem, I think, but there's still like the section they're going through. A problem can
problematic.
Happen. It is a problematic area.
Exactly. And
so, I think we're going to probably go Price, Tavo, Polvarde, unless something happens.
Okay.
But he's coming.
Okay.
Tavo better pay attention and not have any problems.
So again,
he's there.
Is his team saying, "Hey, look, Chris is coming at you right now. He's creeping on. He's gaining time," or does he not want to hear that? Does it motivate him, or does it just anger him?
I think you don't get in Tavo's head. When it's 5 minutes, he's far enough back that he's not right on you. If he gets within a minute, then I think they would say, "Hey, Tavo, dude, you got to pick it up."
Sure.
Absolutely.
Here we are back at race mile 380, and
so this should be Gus.
This is.
It should either be Gus or Dan, right?
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen Dan come through yet.
Oh, this is Baldy.
That's Baldy.
This is Baldy.
They already
came through here. Yeah, they already came through. So this is Baldy.
Yeah. Okay.
We were thinking we're at 4:09.
Yeah. Yeah. So I wonder if our battle of the two-wheel drives between Poole and Baldy, if Poole has already come through. Be interesting to see when we get the scoring from 4:09.
Sure.
Where are they at?
All right, we pivot back. We see more dust on the backside of that hill, so maybe somebody's on their way.
Oh yeah, I see that.
It's a big puff of something creeping over there. Well, good to see that there's no parked vehicles on this part of the track, on this part of the course here. Get those off.
It definitely looks like there's dust on the backside.
Yeah, something. All right, we're back into our 8-camera shot. Some in-car action.
Curious what's going on with Rob's truck right now.
Yeah, looks like
he's had a good run.
The hood's off. They're doing something, or maybe they're can't totally see, but they're on top of the truck. There we go.
Yeah, that's not good. He was making up time.
Oh, he's getting out.
Yeah, that's not good for him.
Oh boy.
So they've been having steering issues with that truck. I wonder, we saw earlier they were messing with the steering. They were having issues with the power steering belt in qualifying when they did their sight lap. I think they lost it twice.
Yep.
I kind of wonder if that's a reoccurring issue that they got going on here. But yeah, that's disappointing because.
What's that?
Okay,
That's a
well,
belt.
I'm going to say
There's
it's
another
exactly
belt.
what I said it was.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there goes the belt. So is there something different with those Jimco trucks? How does this belt keep happening over and over again? Is this something they're going to have to really take a look at?
I don't know that it's a Jimco specific thing. I think it's actually a steering box issue that they've been having with quite a few trophy trucks.
Okay.
So
it seems specifically.
From what I understand, it's something they're still kind of working the bugs out on the steering on it.
Well, it's kind of disappointing to see that
Yeah, that's very
definitely
frustrating.
super disappointing because I want Rob to have a clean run in this truck.
For sure.
Me too.
Because he's at, I want to say San Felipe, he started in the back because they missed qualifying or something.
He crushed it.
And he was like really pushing through and then had problems. And then here, I think he was for sure going to be top 5.
Yeah.
And, and then now you've got this. And
yeah, here he was making up a lot of ground.
He really was.
Now this is just a huge setback.
Yeah, he seems to get in these positions where he's got to make up all this ground all the time, and it's just got to be so frustrating.
When you get to race mile 380, you don't have enough room to do that with 100 miles left in the race.
Right. Well, it looks like upper left, Connor McNeil is going in reverse, and now he's going forward. Maybe they just got off track for a sec.
We've got Bryce through 409.
Okay.
He's just under 10 minutes off Polvarde and 1939 off of Price.
Okay.
So he's a ways back.
Yeah.
I think Bryce, unless something really crazy happens, he's salvaging points at this time.
He'll finish. All right, back to race mile 317.
Is that Impudia?
I think Impudia is darker. Truck tends to be more black.
I just kind of saw that pink, it looked like.
Let's see if we can get a little closer.
I don't think that's him, but
I don't see any
this is
monster insignia on the hood. But
well, and where we're at, I think Impudia was past this.
Yeah.
So
I think so too. But speaking of,
we got any movement on his tracker?
I'm just trying to find it right now.
That could have just been a trophy truck spec.
Okay, so there is a UTV, and the red factory Polaris, that should be Craig Scanlon in that car.
Here's Bryce.
Yeah.
He's coming through. This would be 405.
Yeah, I think Craig Scanlon's having a good run today.
Yeah.
Seemed like Caden was out ahead of him, but was close behind.
Well,
they're on the same team.
I saw an update on Wayne Matlock, and they lost some rear CVs and then lost a rear differential. So Wayne was running right there with Brandon Sims, so he's going to be out of the hunt. But I want to see if I can get an update on.
Here's our race mile 409 update here. Score trophy trucks. We have Price, 46 truck in first, followed by Tavo Vidosala second, Chris Polvarde in third, Bryce Menzies in fourth right now. So going off of all those adjusted times you guys just spoke of, thanking Optima Batteries for that, keeping us accountable and on track in real time. And also going back to Alan Impudia, the tracker just refreshed. He is moving, but he's only going 24 miles an hour. It could be just an area that they're in because a lot of the other people in that area aren't going too fast either, but it appears that he is moving. I don't believe he's on a truck being towed or anything, but so we'll see how he advances. Oh, it looked like, that's Bryce?
It's more Bryce, yeah.
That's Bryce still. Took a different line here.
Yeah, it's where you come down the hill and then make that right and loop back.
Here he goes. So which way? He's going to head left? Yeah.
Yeah, you'll go left here and basically go over that rise and then you cut back to the left.
Little interruption here. Okay, we'll go to the other angle. And we'll see who's next to come through.
Yeah, we're expecting Dan to be the next one through at 409.
Okay.
But there was a pretty big gap between them. So
yeah. So hopefully we'll hear from Dan in a little bit.
So let's see if Andy was able to make up some time there.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see once he crosses over.
Did look like Andy was pushing pretty hard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also a good time too. You guys have been great about it, but keep sending in any stuff that you guys are recording out there in the field. Tag at Score International. We'd always appreciate the videos and photos coming in. And we will continue to patiently wait. Andy McMillan coming through in the Dan McMillan truck. And
I was just checking on our UTVs.
Okay.
Caden McCachran still having a strong run, so he's got
That's
that factory Polaris Pro R up front. And I believe Brandon Sims is running second.
Okay.
With Craig Scanlon running third. And then the one I was kind of curious is I want to see where Phil Blurton is in the turbo. But I'm not, okay. Yeah, it looks like Phil Blurton's lost some ground to those guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking Phil must have had a problem.
Okay.
Which is probably going to take him out of contention for
Right.
UTV overall.
We're going to toss really quick to some trophy trucks blasting down the coast thanks to social media. Let's take a look. You saw the bikes going through, looking back. They know Toby's right behind him. So he's blasting through. That's at race mile 375. Take a look at it again. Some more footage down on the coast. And this coming up here should be Tavo. Same place, race mile 375. Here he comes. Oh, he's whipping through. Nice, nice. Now it's Christopher Polvardi up next. His turn coming through race mile 375. Here comes. Nice. You're the lead foot, revving the engine.
That's got to be so fun in one of those all-wheel drive trucks to go through that section, just because it's full rally car through there.
Yeah.
And you know, you're really rotating the truck through that, throwing it in. You know, I think we saw that shot of Andy driving Dan's truck where he was just backing it in.
Yeah.
That's
Whipping his tail side to
fun.
side.
All right. Is that the 1L truck? Could
Yes,
that be
it is.
Gus?
So they're having a strong run.
Yep. Gus is doing great today. Dosla Sr. making his way through in the Legends class.
It looked a little slow for a moment, but I think it's just the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes the aerial shots just
Appear
they
as
don't
if-
do justice to the speeds that the trucks are going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of all about the angle. Sometimes it looks like they're going fast, and then other times they'll make it look slow.
Right.
That's right.
Well, he's made it to race mile 405, just shy of 80 more miles left to go. Here's another angle of race mile 405. It's a little chunky there, but makes his way through. Looked like that white truck is now completely, oh, there it is. Now it's down on the side. So Gus taking the same line.
Looks like Alan's moving again.
Yeah. So there he goes.
Oh, Dan stopped. like, I don't know if this is right. It looks like Dan is stopped at race mile 391. Would that be right?
Let us investigate.
That's what I'm seeing.
391.
Whew.
Doesn't
look like
0 miles an hour 0 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't.
And we're showing
look good.
Poole ahead of him, and
yep, Tracy Poole's up there,
about to go by him.
and then Sam Baldy followed shortly after that.
We'll see what happens here.
Would be a strange place to pit.
You're not going to pit there. That is an area you could blow a corner and end your day, though.
Yeah.
Gus decides to go far right, threads the needle right over the. Oh, he's going to go up.
Yes, there's a lot of lines through here, and
he's taking this route.
A lot of them I feel like are kind of either or.
Well, Tracy Poole got by Dan or Andy.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too.
Yeah. So something.
And it looks like Roma's about to go by him as well.
Something catastrophic or something,
Well, as Gus makes his way through, we'll bring up the leaderboard for the Pro Unlimited and make our way. So we have Pro Moto Unlimited, Justin Morgan in first, Arturo Salas in second, Adrian Ortiz in third, followed by Fernando Beltran in fourth, Eric Holt in fifth, Austin Eddy, the 9X team, in sixth, and Grant Kaywell in seventh, rounding out our top Pro Moto for the seventh place, powered by Optima. We will take a moment here, we'll do a quick break, and we'll be back with more race action of the Baja 500.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Experience the ADS advantage. Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. See, ADS doesn't just build world-class race shocks. We can also outfit your off-road rig with billet suspension components like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension.
Hey, if you're looking for some good dirt in the off-road industry, what's happening in the racing, all the different classes, check out Score Journal. They're always covering all the different aspects and the current events and giving tech tips.
Make sure you read the Score Journal. It's the best magazine out there and it keeps you up to date with all Baja races.
Hey, Score Journal. It's the best way to get your news, get your information, catch up on all the off-road gossip.
I want to remind you guys, take a look and give a read to the Score Journal, the best place to pick up any news that's going on down here in Baja.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
I mean, I'd like to go fast. As soon as I moved from Brooklyn, New York to Florida, and my neighbor had a bicycle with an engine on it, which I'd never seen in Brooklyn, and got on that, and that was my need for speed. Never stopped from that moment. I love going fast. Baja, for off-roading, is a special place. I consider this like heaven on earth.
I got that right turn, we're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
All right, here we go. 8-camera shot. We've got some great in-car going. See our drivers still doing their best, making their way through the Baja 500. See Eva Starr over there. She's looks like pulled over for a quick pit or something's going on. Let's see what's happening here.
So something that we're seeing on the tracker here is it looks like Dan McMillan's truck, they've been sitting there at 0 miles per hour for through that whole break.
For too long.
And you know, we've seen 3 trucks go by. Tracy Poole, Roberto Romo Jr., and Sam Baldy. So
and we got,
it
and
really
speaking
seems
of Rob,
like
he's
something
going to
catastrophic may have happened to his truck there.
And Rob should potentially pass him then relatively soon.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
so we'll get an idea what's going on.
Far away from him at all.
Yeah.
So we may see there
He's
should be
creeping up on
some
him.
dust of a dirt bike, which that might have been what we were seeing right there.
Okay.
But he's going to be rolling up on where we're showing the 23
Andy?
McMillan truck on the tracker. So we might get a little shot at what's going on here.
Yeah. All right.
That would give us some insight.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And so also, you know, we talked about Impudia and Luke being down. Both of them are going.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm showing Impudia is right behind Rob. Not right behind, but he's the next truck.
He's the next truck.
behind him.
Yeah, exactly. And then Tracy Graff.
And
58.
Yeah, and then Class 1. Still got Cody Reed out front. That's in the Illumicraft all-wheel drive Class 1 buggy.
Did he just? Sorry, I thought I saw him. I thought he just passed something. He went by so fast. Keep going.
So they've been leading pretty much the whole race, I believe.
Yeah.
But Brad Wilson's not that far behind. So those two are running pretty close. They're maybe 2 miles apart is what it's showing right now. So let me see who started first out of that, because on a adjusted, that can be really close. Wilson started ahead of Reed. So
yeah,
Wilson actually have to pass Reed and then put a minute on him.
So just a little bit ago there when I kind of stuttered, I think Rob just passed Dan.
I think that is possible. It looks like he's coming up on a dirt bike now.
Yeah.
I think he just smoked him. Yep.
I kind of feel bad.
Yeah, he would have, because that's what we're showing on the tracker.
Yep.
So did you
There's
see
the bike.
what was up with?
He went by so fast I couldn't even tell, but I saw a truck to the left.
Yeah.
It did glitch a little bit, but so what is this bike going to do now?
You
got Rob McCachran behind you.
Arm up to say, hey, I know you're there. I thought he did.
All right.
Yes, there we go.
He moved over.
But sad for Rob, because he had been like gaining ground and getting, higher and higher. But then we saw that he had some kind of a issue. It appears to be maybe power steering related, but we know they changed a belt. So he's back running again, but he fell back a few spots.
Yeah.
About 3 spots when that happened. And he was close to top 5 at that point. He was about 6. So
yeah.
And speaking of McCachrans,
Cameron,
Caden is killing it. You know, he won San Felipe, and he's got a pretty good lead right now. He's almost to Highway 1, coming over on the crossover road. He is ahead of the Class 10s, and looks like right now you've got Caden McCachran, Craig Scanlon, Brandon Sims, and Mitchell Alsop. That's your top 4 UTVs.
Sounds good. Now we're back at race mile 405, and we are looking at, let's see here. This is, here we go. Now we're back at 380.
So I think that's Justin Davis right there. That should be our lead.
That's our spec leader.
Yeah, that's our lead spec. And he's been leading the majority of the day now.
Correct.
And I think Thor Herps is now second, so I'm gonna look and see if I can find him on the tracker.
Here we go. So these are the times to the marker right now at race mile 3:58. Davis in first, followed by Thor Herbst, Fox, and then Brenthal in fourth.
And according to the tracker, it looks like that's kind of maintained.
Okay.
So that should be Quinn, I think, in that class 1.
Okay. Just coming out of race mile 380.
Wow. Thor has come back.
No, that's actually Cody Reed.
Oh, Cody Reed. Okay. You were saying?
Thor's really come back from having, a tough morning.
Yeah. Well, and we're giving him a little bit of a hard time of, hey, calm down, take care of the truck, manage this, get your points.
Yeah.
Now he's in second place.
Yeah.
So good job, Thor.
Yeah. Note taken.
But man, if he didn't have the 2 flats, he'd probably be in the lead right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
But he's kind of in striking distance of Justin Davis.
Yeah.
378.
So race mile 377 versus 370.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
That's not too bad.
Not too far.
You're in striking distance.
You are.
Yeah.
Any mistake by Davis or problem, and he'd be right there.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, and we'll do some ride-alongs here. Listening in. All right, just looked like Roberto Romo Jr. coming through race mile 405. So that's cool, and saw some great in-car there. Everybody looks pretty poised, moving through. Rob's looking good. And
the 46 of Toby Price is almost to our next timing at 4. Well, he almost. He just came through. There you have it. So 8:41.20, first through race mile 446, and that's basically now the course has come back together.
Yeah.
And they're backtracking the start. So he is almost to Ojos, and man, I don't want to jinx him, but really, in my opinion, if you get to this point, there's so many speed zones and things that a lot of the miles that are left in this race aren't actual race speed miles.
Okay.
So keep it calm.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Rub that rabbit's foot that I hope you have in your door bag or whatever, and hang in there. But you know, I think we might see an Aussie win here.
Let's see. Well, we just
I mean,
go ahead.
What's going on here? You got Aussies dominating Supercross and motocross. Now we're gonna have potentially one win.
You never
Baja
know.
500.
Anything could happen. We got a Herbst truck going through just a little bit ago. We saw Sam Baldy come through race mile 405 and up and over the hill. And we got Herbst making his way.
So that's Thor. Like we were saying, I mean, he did a good
Still
job
going.
of kind of coming back and making time here. And from what I understand, we've got Justin Davis leading, and we saw him come through this section about 5 minutes ago.
Not too long ago. Yep.
But Cody Reed came through, who was the lead Class 1, and I'm being told that Cody Reed caught and passed him.
Huh.
So you could have
here we go.
Now Justin Davis is in his dust and is going to get slowed up,
right,
and give Thor an opportunity to catch up, and we might have a race to the finish here.
Yeah.
Well, here we see on our leaderboard here with adjusted times, race mile 3:58, we got Davis in first, and as we're speaking about Thor Herbst in second, followed by Fox, Marsal in fourth, Brenthal in fifth, EJ in sixth, and then the 209 truck in 7. So those are your top 7 right now in the Trophy Truck Spec, powered by Optima, and things are looking good.
Yeah, and another interesting thing is I think that Polvardi is catching Tavo. So it looks like
he has been. So
he's been increasingly creeping up on him. Yeah.
If he sticks with what he's been doing through the rest of the timing, it's going to be, because he made up 2 minutes, and he's only 5 back.
Right.
So if he makes up another 2-3 minutes, he's going to be right there.
Yeah.
And let's see what Thor can do as well.
And so I'm looking at the tracker right now, and it's showing Cody Reed and Justin Davis. Well, now it's showing Davis ahead of Reed. So I think that Justin Davis is still ahead of Reed. But if Reed is able to get around Davis, that's really going to work in Thor's favor. Because if Thor can get the leader into some dust, and he's got clean air like this, he might be able to sneak up on him.
Yeah.
And I believe Davis started ahead of Thor, so let me check. Yeah, 100% he did. So Davis was our second qualifier. Thor was 6th.
Wow.
So he's got a couple. I mean, he doesn't even have to be in his dust, and he could take it on adjusted.
On time.
Yeah.
That's such a pretty section right there. These are awesome shots.
Yeah. These.
We used to call that section Chupacabra.
Yeah, that sign that he just passed said "Warning Chupacabras," I think, if I remember correctly.
The Chupacabra zone.
Going back to my comment about Tavo and Christopher, so Tavo actually started behind Chris. Chris started 3rd and Tavo started 5th. So he started 2 minutes behind. So that's going to be hard. Chris would have to pass him and then get 2 minutes on him or more.
It's going to be a big ask.
Yeah, with not a lot of miles to go for them.
Nope, not that much.
Yeah, because they should be closing in on our next timing loop, so we should know what their gaps are.
Yep.
And really from there, there's very minimal areas where you can make up some time.
The Price vehicle is approximately 33, maybe 34 miles from the finish. And then right behind there, you've got Tavo and then Chris. And well, Tavo's about 43 miles away. Here we got the trophy truck, race mile 409 adjusted times. Price in first, followed by Tavo Vidosola and Chris Polvardi in third. Menzies in fourth. Romo Jr. now in fifth. Poole in sixth, and Baldy in seventh.
Wow.
So yeah, changing of the guards here.
On the tracker, we're showing Price is in Ojos. So so he's in a speed zone. He's in Ojos.
It's
hang in there, man. Like,
oh, here's the next marker. So this just happened, 4:46. Yep. So he's at 8:41, 8 hours and 41 minutes change for the Price truck.
And Tavo should be getting pretty close to that timing point.
Yeah.
And I show Polverde he's relatively close, but I mean, he's a few miles back.
Yeah.
According to this, Tavo's 4:39 and Polverde, he hasn't updated for 5 minutes, is at 4:35. So he's probably like 2 miles off of him or something.
Just updated. Yeah. Oh, it's still.
Which is
his
close.
Still off.
He's close. Yeah.
And then Bryce, and then Gus.
Yeah. Here we are back at race mile 317. Tons of tires over there. We got lots of
most
spectators.
of our leaders in the faster classes are through here now. It's like a class 10. Yeah.
1079.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like an Aluminacroft there.
Might have been Diaz, if that was 1079.
So in class 10, the 1077 has been leading the majority of the day from what I've seen.
Whoa. Quad was in the way there for a second. Got out of the way. We will regroup. Oh, here we go. Now we're back out race mile 380. And who do we have here?
I'm guessing another spec truck.
It could be Sam. That's not Sam Baldy.
No, he's already come through.
He already came through.
Yeah.
It's a black and white.
I think the last one we saw come through was
no hood.
Thor.
Minus front panel.
I can't get a number off that car.
It's a spec truck of some sort.
Yep.
Yeah.
200 and something.
All right. Looks like that hood is gone.
So for class 10, I think Francisco Vera may have taken the lead. And he's an old quad rider that I used to ride with. So and
yeah,
a local, I believe he lives in Ensenada, so he should know this area pretty well.
Oh yeah.
And he's in the 1000 car, so I'm pretty sure he won the points championship last year.
So at this point, looks like the Price truck is approximately 31 miles from finish. And then behind Price, obviously, is Tavo Vidosola at 41 miles, but for some reason, Polvardi's truck has not pinged in 7 minutes. So we'll see where he ends up, but Tavo's still got a good cushion in front of him.
They're really close to that next timing area.
Right.
So we'll
have
have
a better idea here.
A really good idea of what our differentials are.
Yep.
I think that's
the next 5 minutes probably.
And I think that spec truck right there is Ethan Hagel. He was doing fairly good for a while. When I was checking, earlier.
Yeah, we were showing him as a leader.
Yeah, so
exactly.
Something happened that took him out.
You got 2 trucks coming through. This first one here at race mile 380. Let's see what spec we got. If it's a spec, let's see. And
it looks a bit
that
wider,
is
but
850L.
Oh,
is that a Legends? That's a Legends
that was
class.
like 85L or something like that.
Yeah.
That's Clay Lawrence.
Looked a little bit wider on that
Yeah,
front, didn't it?
It did.
So I believe that's a 19 Industries truck.
Mm.
Comes another
Oh,
one.
here we go. And this.
Brenthal.
Is that Brenthal?
So that's probably third
Jordan.
in trophy spec, I believe.
Hmm.
And I still wonder, because that truck qualified really, really well with Abdali Lopez driving it. And then they dropped out of the lead after starting first right away. So I'm kind of curious what happened there.
Mm-hmm. Could be Jordan Brenthal at race mile 358. He was in about 5th position.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's who that was.
We'll see who is next to come through race mile 380 in a bit. In the meantime, continue drinking in that view. And here comes somebody in the distance. We'll zero in on that truck. That vehicle's moving pretty fast here. Let's see who we got. Oh, that is. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we can get a number on this.
It's Park House.
Is that Park House?
it's like a class 1.
Yeah.
127.
Yeah, Cody Parkhouse. It's in a class 1 there.
So he's in third place right now.
Yeah.
As
Yeah, I believe it's Reed, Wilson, Parkhouse.
mm-hmm.
All right. We're going to take a quick moment here and jump to some social media you guys sent in. Let's take a look.
So out here, San Mateus, had a good base going, had fun. Yeah, was having fun. I think we ended up tearing a CV boot, lost that CV, and then trying to limp it into the pits, lost the other one on the other side, tore the rear diff up out of the car. So changed rear diff, 2 axles, and getting back together now. So back on the road.
Good luck to you, buddy.
Thank you.
That was a close call there with Ryan Hancock and another competitor screaming through there.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, so here's an update here with race mile 446. We have Price, followed by Vidosala and Chris Polvardi.
Okay, so Polvardi is making time.
He is making up some time here.
Because the last one, he was 5 minutes down. Now he's with 3.5, basically.
Yeah, just over 3 minutes.
He's looking good.
But it's going to be really hard to make up that 3.5 between now and the finish line.
Toby Price truck is 28 miles from finish. And Vidosala is at about 35. So here comes another driver through Sky.
Probably a stock UTV.
280.
Yeah. That was a pro stock UTV coming through Mike's there. One of the Maverick R's.
Nice. Some in-car action for you.
I show Price on the tracker as clearing the speed zone out of Ojos now. So I mean, he's really,
So
really
close.
on the home stretch.
Yeah. Looks like Rob McCachran has frozen there, but our other people are following suit as well. Connor McNeil, though, still moving, in spite of some earlier car troubles. Back at race mile 380. And we have, let's see here. That's the spy truck. That's Marcel. So off he'll go. And all things considered, Mr. Price and company are looking good. They are on their way. Some quads coming through.
I think Toby and Paul are looking really good right now. It's going to take a lot. Well, not a lot. It'll take one little thing
mistake
to break, but
looks like we got a truck coming up on a bike here too. So looks like the bike's going to make its way over to the right there for a moment, especially in this patch. This is not where you want to be.
No.
Dude, let him over. Oh, geez. Let's see if that Herbst. I think it's another Herbst truck.
Yeah, it's another Herbst.
You know, he really wanted to gun it down that thing too.
So that's probably EJ right there. And he's partnered with Ryan Millen. So they were ahead of Thor, and I feel like those two run a pretty consistent pace. So I wonder, I'm kind of thinking he must have had some sort of a problem. It's like somebody blew a corner right there.
Something happened here.
He just went really wide.
Way too wide, yeah. Back at race mile 405. See if we can cut to that other camera maybe. Looks like the drone's freezing up here. It's all right. We'll go to this. Race mile 380.
So is that Luke?
Well, he's chasing down another bike.
Kind of looked like Luke.
Let's see. Get closer. Oh, there we go. Just missed him coming through. Slight hiccups. That's the way it goes sometimes. Dusting the crowd.
That was Luke.
Well, it's good to see that he's running again.
Still going.
Yeah.
Do we have an update
like
on?
we were saying before, I mean, you got to get it to the finish.
Yeah.
So you get those finishing points.
Sure.
Absolutely.
If you want to have any shot of a championship, so it's you just gotta. Sometimes the chips don't fall your way, and you gotta do what you gotta do to get it to the finish.
Well, it looks like Toby's only 25 miles.
25 miles away. Alan's still making his way. He's about 73 miles out. He's got Ruben Torres ahead of him.
So
all right, here we go. 10 truck coming through. Race mile.
So that's Impudia.
Yep, there he is. Just talking about him.
His truck looks perfectly clean. Like there isn't one flaw on the hood or the fenders.
Yeah. Jeez. Is it starting to get more silty up there? Why are we getting so much dust now? I mean, you're always getting dust, but it seems like it's getting really dusty up there.
It's just Alan. No.
He's got a little more wheel spin because he's pushing the skinny pedal a little harder than most people.
I think it does get softer through there. The dirt is a little bit like silt-like through there.
It can get really dusty in there, and the more vehicles come through, it does kind of churn it up.
Sure.
But there is a little bit of wind, so
you can see
it's blowing it off. So I don't think it's too bad.
Yeah. That was a cool follow there for a moment.
Where it gets tough is, we had an early start, so they're coming through here in the day. But generally when they started later, you'd come through this at night a lot of times. and the wind would just die, and then the dust just sits, and you get in these little valleys, especially in there, and it just gets socked in with dust, and you couldn't see it all.
It's like a whiteout. You can't, all of a sudden you have to kind of come up to almost a stop.
Hey Wes, if we could we maybe go to your computer for a second and take a look how close the price truck is?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Give you a moment to kind of lock it in, and then we'll pull it up just to let people at home. There he is. Okay, so maybe we can go to, there we go. There's the 46 truck.
So right here, there's the 46. This is all race speed to where this group of bikes are, and then probably right around this area, actually I think it's like right there, you get into a speed zone, and then speed zone all the way back to the finish.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have a whole lot of miles, maybe 10 more miles at race pace.
Right.
And then, you know, once you're in the speed zone, you're on 37 miles an hour.
Nothing you can do.
It's pretty much over at that point. Everyone's going to be running the same pace.
Yeah.
So you just got to get it there. And
so hopefully Paul Wheel will take it home.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to jinx him, but I feel very good about the position he's in. And I think he does too.
Yeah.
Cool.
Got about 11 miles of racing and
you can see Tavo there on the right.
Yeah, you see Tavo right here. He's in a speed zone. The town of Ojos Negros is right here. So this is a speed zone as you're going through some houses and stuff. You get out of the houses and then run down this straightaway, but usually that's still speed zone there. So, and then when you make this left is generally when you come out of the speed zone.
How long is like generally a speed zone, distance-wise?
Yeah, they really vary.
They're different?
It just depends on like what you're going through.
Yeah.
If you're on a highway section in like say a point-to-point race like the 1000, I've been on a 60-mile speed zone, which sucks because you're losing your mind. And you have your adrenaline going when you're driving the car hard.
Yeah.
But then you get into one of those, and like I was talking to Wayne Matlock, and he said he actually was sleeping. Probably shouldn't tell people this, but and had his co-driver reach over and drive and hold the wheel and watch and work the throttle, and he slept while they drove through it.
Wow.
Just because he was soloing the race, I think. You know, and if you're in the car for like 20, 24 hours,
oh my gosh,
it's a long time.
Yeah.
It is.
And so just being able to close your eyes, and because they get dried out from the dust and everything, just kind of be able to rest your eyes is almost more than the sleep, I feel like.
Wow.
So,
that's quite a
so I mean, that's kind of your speed zones, but
sometimes it's a half mile or a mile. And
Sure, exactly.
Oh,
just just being able to close your eyes for a couple minutes really
can make
helps.
a big difference.
And take a sip of some water, and you know, take like a goo gel or something, and
get some sort of
refresh
fuel,
you.
something.
But in the shorter races, like a 500 like this, you're still pretty solid.
Yep.
You know, and I think the pace that the trucks are running, you know, what are we at right here? Are we under 10 hours?
Well, 13 hours since I think the first bike left, since we started this whole thing. So maybe 9 hours?
So through 446, price was at 841. So we're going to be under 10 hours, I think, for this race.
We're about 10 minutes to the 10-hour point.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
Wait.
All righty.
So it might be really close then.
Or just a little bit over, maybe.
So we'll go back here to more live coverage. Looks like we got the Herbst. Slightly glitchy, but we'll get it handled. There we go.
So if we're going to be just over 10 hours, they're going to be under a 50-mile-an-hour average, which that makes me happy, because I was saying I thought it would be around 50 or at 55 on the high side. So there were just so many tight sections on this course that you can only go so fast in a truck.
Yeah. Well, we see EJ here going as fast as he can in this moment.
And this is actually a fun, fast section.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, nice straightaway here to really get it going.
I'm looking at something here. I hope
9 truck
this
coming
is
through
incorrect.
405.
Did we? Okay, good. I was looking at the tracker and I saw Polvardi still was not moving on his tracker,
Right.
but we are showing him on the leaderboard coming through in third. So
okay,
and he's So something's got to be going with his tracker, but yeah, it looks like top 3 really haven't changed. And he's got a good gap over Bryce. So it's looking like podium's going to, more likely than not, end up being Price, Tavo, Polvardi.
As of right now.
I'm gonna stick with that one.
Are you a betting man?
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that one.
440.
Let's see who we're tracking here, roughly around race mile 405.
Yeah, they saw him coming through there about 10 miles ago, and then he fell off the tracker. Oh.
Josh Klensky.
Has his helmet off.
We don't like to see the helmet off.
So that's
Steering
that
wheel
8
off.
truck, and that's in San Matias. So he hasn't even turned to head up to Mike's yet. And judging
Look
from
at the steering wheel to the lower left.
Judging from the look on his face, doesn't look like he's in a hurry or really
or
happy.
I think is the operative adjective.
Now, I'm getting
he's always got a burrito. He's got some soda. Looks like might be it.
I'm getting word that Rob Mack has stopped.
Really? Okay. Go back to some in-car here. Volcata.
Yeah, so Rob Mack's 0 miles an hour in Acapulco, like right by Europan.
Oh, wow.
And that would kind of lead me to believe if, maybe they're having more issues with the steering and the belt, and they might be having to work on that some more, because that would be your last opportunity to work on the truck, really, unless you stopped in Ojos. But, but you don't want to break the truck from that spot to Ojos, because that's a really hard way to, or a really hard spot to get to the truck.
And you need to have great steering all the way through that section.
You don't want to not have steering going through there.
We're kind of pro steering.
Yeah.
In favor of steering.
It's funny how much steering helps in navigating a vehicle.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's the little things,
I think Rob McCachran can speak to that. Here we are in car with Connor McNeil. They are still going. Seems like it's been, since that last repair, they've been moving along just fine. No other issues. Going through some dust, though. They might be chasing somebody. Let's see how far away they are. Just shy of, they were at 50. Now they're just shy of 40. Kind of going, jumping all over. Just avoided a rock there.
Yeah. Looks like the dust might be lingering a bit through there, too.
Yep.
Oh,
back to Christopher.
Moving.
All right, so.
That's good.
Curious where he's at specifically right now.
I think he's past Ojos and on his home stretch. That's what, he is. Just judging from those trees right there.
Yeah.
There's actually like a either or line right where he went through.
Okay, so going to our leaderboard at race mile 446, we have Price, Vidosola, Polvardi, and Menzies. And about a 3-minute between Polvardi and Vidosola, and then
so he is almost to the finish. I'm going to say that Price has got to be close to being finished right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like Pulvardi was around
He's 16
race mile.
miles. Price is 16 miles from the finish. So very soon he'll be getting into that speed zone where that'll be it. And then that looks like, was that Justin Davis going through there?
Yeah.
So that, I think, is still our leader in the spec.
Yeah, that should be our leader in spec. And then
he seems to be having a really solid
He's
run.
having a good, great race.
He's having a really good run.
Mm-hmm.
Be curious to see if Reed was able to catch him and get by him, or if he held him off. Because if he held him off and he can keep Cody Reed in the lead one car between him and second place of Thor, Herps, then he's got it.
Yeah. Looks like we just saw Luttrell come through.
Yeah, he's not too far behind him.
Nope.
I mean.
Okay, so he did keep him behind him.
Theoretically, Luttrell might be faster than him, but we'll see.
Davis still out front, yep, physically. Some horses in the distance.
Different kind of horsepower.
Yeah, exactly. Where it originated, where it started. All right, here's some good kind of chase action here in our aerial coverage. You can see the dust kicking up, but moving away quickly. So they got some wind out there.
Price, he is almost into the speed zone, and then it's onto the finish.
And then it's onto the podium.
So
we'll see.
He is very, very close.
Yep. Alrighty. Well, Bryce Menzies is about 32 miles out. He just pinged. Tavo's about 22 miles out, and well, Price is in the home stretch, so to speak. So here we got some more great shots at race mile 405. 153 coming through.
Looks like Brad Wilson.
Yep, that's Brad Wilson.
So he's not that far off of Reed.
Yeah, I mean, Brad's has a good track record, so.
Oh, they've got tons of experience down here.
Okay. All right, so we are going to toss over to the ramp here to some finishers coming through. Let's see what we got.
Tenemos en las 124 a Eric Telemantes. Felicidades, Eric, ¿cómo te sientes?
Muy bien, aquí llegando a la meta, gracias a Dios.
Así es, cuéntame, ¿cómo estuvo tu carrera?
Pues estuvo un poco divertida, toda la mañana ahí teniendo problemas con el estabilizador, se nos reventó el estabilizador en la milla 40 y toda la carrera corrimos sin estabilizador, pues gracias a Dios ahorita estamos aquí en la meta, sin ningún problema mecánico.
Wow, gracias a Dios, la verdad que hicieron un buen trabajo, están aquí con su esfuerzo. A ver, ¿quién más corrió con usted?
Bueno, yo soy Joel Rubalcaba, está nuestro amigo Andy Cervantes, Andrew, falta Axel y nos falta también Villa, René y Benjamín Juárez y nuestro amigo Rocha, ¿no? Pues fue una carrera muy difícil, más que nada porque corrimos sin estabilizador y pues sin frenos y con toda la bendición de Dios porque nadie se cayó y nadie se fue a un barranco, ¿no? Y pues estamos festejando, pues ser la primera moto en quad llegar aquí a la meta. Pues muy felices porque ya hemos tenido 3 batallitas en otras carreras y pues muchas gracias a los patrocinadores, a mis amigos que nos apoyan, a Eric que fue el que armó toda la moto, el que se armó el equipo y pues esperemos y la posada que les prometí sí se haga, ¿eh? En diciembre todos en San Luis. Hoy ganamos, como les dijimos, y esperemos que la siguiente también.
Wow, pues muchas felicidades, la verdad, hicieron un buen trabajo, estamos súper felices por ustedes, hay que celebrar, han hecho un gran esfuerzo para estar aquí hoy y los vamos a ver en la 400.
Claro que sí, tenemos pensado terminar toda la serie con la misma moto.
Así es, y van a ser los mismos corredores.
Correcto, seremos los mismos.
Wow, pues otra vez muchas felicidades, les deseo lo mejor y a festejar.
All right, congratulations to our first place in Sportsman Quad. And I'm thinking in just a moment we're going to have a trophy truck up there in just a little bit. Could be the prize truck coming through, but congratulating that whole team that we just saw. And
yeah, Price is so close. They can taste the finish right
Sure.
now. They are less than a mile from dropping into the speed zone. And then from
here we go.
there, you're just kind of cruising. So
Talamantes takes first, followed by Guiertes and Gomez in third. So those are our unofficial results in the Sportsman Quad finish on our leaderboard powered by Optima. And there'll be more where that comes from sooner than later.
I think right now the exciting action out on the course is the battle for the trophy spec lead. And then you've got a battle for Class 1. So with Reed and Wilson battling for Class 1, they're not that far apart. And then you have Davis and Thorherps are battling for the trophy spec lead. And those guys are close enough that there could still be a change there. Because they still have to go through all the technical stuff leading into Ojos.
Right. We'll have to see how that plays out.
In the trophy trucks, I've been saying for a little while, I felt like Price has this. Or Price and Wheel.
Yep. I think we just saw Sean Runyon leave the pit. Get back out on the course here. Off he goes. Got another bike.
One thing that I'm kind of curious about is Pulvarde doesn't show up on the tracker. Is where is he in relation to Tavo?
Yeah.
Because that gap was closing. This is the road up.
Summit?
This is coming up out of Mike's. You're climbing up the hill from Mike's, heading towards Simpson. This is you got that drop off on the right, embankment on the left. This is I was kind of worried about bottlenecks here, but it seems like maybe we didn't have any. But that's one of the more technical sections of the entire race course. You can see how tore up it is.
Just chewed.
So I always wonder, maybe Heidi, you can chime in on this, is how does a Class 11 get up this?
Yeah, I've wondered the same thing. I've never raced one, but I'm always impressed at what they can do in those vehicles.
Like,
look at that.
Do you have a Jeep go up ahead of you with a winch line and yank you up that? Because I don't see how a Class 11 can get at this.
Yeah. I mean, I just think they go slow, like fast enough, but slow enough, and then steady, and keep their momentum.
Use momentum to get up it.
Yeah.
So right here, you've got to make a hard left, I think, because to the right, it's still, okay, yeah, right here. So one of the lines goes to the right there, and in pre-running, Justin Lambert actually rolled his Razor in this section right here.
Yeah, that's a gnarly area. Looks like froze up.
Call me crazy, but I believe that Price has finished. So he should be on the bypass and then working his way to our ceremonial finish. So we're maybe
he's 9 miles out.
10, 15 minutes probably from seeing him on top of the podium here.
Potentially, we never got word if. Oh, here's Rob coming through, 405.
It's good to see that he's
race
running
mile.
again.
Yep, up and running. It's going to take something pretty devastating to take him out of a race.
Yeah. It'll be awesome to hear what happened.
Yeah.
So we have some clarity on, you know, do we have it right? Has it been power steering issues
Right.
for most of the day?
Belt situation. What was it?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see if indeed if Price and Wheel can be or Toby can be the first Australian to take this 500 here.
Barring some sort of penalty or something, which you never know because this is going to be unofficial, and they could have missed a VCP, or they'd have to have a pretty crazy speeding penalty. But you know, they're pros. I highly doubt that happened.
Yeah.
So I think they got their first win, and
pretty
I
cool.
feel good for them because, man, what a heartbreaker at San Felipe. You know, and really,
And then to come back
prior
from
to that, they had a truck burned down.
Right, right.
Yeah.
You know, this is one of Andy's old trucks right here. So
to go, you know, having all of that happen to you coming into the 500 and then to win it is really saying something.
I think we're going to see one heck of a celebration here.
Yeah.
If
Uh-oh.
That's Rob?
That's Rob.
Man.
He's right in the middle of the course, too.
What? You got to be kidding me.
That was
Could it
wild.
be another belt? He's not in a rut. Is he in a rut? No. But he's about.
See how the rear end is all like kind of up in stink bugging up in the air like that?
Yeah. But wait.
So it looks like the rear end's
No,
down.
he's.
There is a rep, but...
Oh, he's he's on the phone. Oh God.
Oh, well, maybe he just needed to check in at home. And,
Just
you know,
saying,
so he
put in
stopped
a
to pull
food
over
order?
and send a text.
Uber
Because if he
Eats?
got a little further out of here, he wouldn't have
He wouldn't have cell
service.
reception, so yeah, he's ordering, put in a dinner order.
Well, and the tricky part is it's really dangerous to get out of the race vehicle.
And that's a super sketchy spot. And,
Yeah.
and he's smart.
Oh.
Well, okay,
Oh,
so
here we
he's going to
go.
move.
Yeah, he's trying to
Okay,
get out.
look at the
front-wheel
right.
drive?
No, the right front corner is collapsed. It looks like a little to me.
It does look
It's sunk
really
down
low.
a bit. So he's
I don't
going to
know.
go. Oh no. Where's he going to put the truck?
It's tough to say. I couldn't tell if that was just the weight of the truck was making the right front work
Right,
low.
just the angle of it. We'll see
Yeah.
if the drone can get in a little tighter. It's pretty windy up there too. Not be easy, but yep. Rob Mack is stopped.
Wow.
We'll see how that unfolds. And so I think here in just a moment, Rob's about to get past. Let's see. Right when we get up, maybe over this hill.
It always feels like, you know, the minutes, like the seconds feel like minutes when you start to get to this stage in the race.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So.
That's
see.
Thompson in the concrete, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see. In relation to Rob Mack, where there he is. There's Rob.
Yep.
And getting
Went right by
just
him.
past him.
He probably didn't even see him. Rob backed up pretty good.
he was
he's
kind of
hidden.
tucked up in
He
there.
was hidden.
So you see that rain rut right there?
Yeah.
That's one of the potential gotchas. You got to be really careful because you're coming down that hill and you got to turn right through that gate.
Yeah, well, look at that.
And
Look at that rut.
if you go a little wide there, like
Oof.
you're going to be stuck in that ditch.
Right.
Yeah, with the momentum on the downhill and that slippery road.
Yeah, this is all kind of decomposed granite.
Yep.
So you've got
Fred Fox
a little
coming
bit
through.
of kind of loose gravel on top of hard decomposed granite, so
This
it's really
is
slippery.
Yeah, for sure. So
Looks like Toby's finished on here.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I think we might be able to call it thanks to our Optima leaderboard here, but looks like we have a finish for the Price team. They is indicated to us here that they have finished. So
yeah.
Okay, so
moments
that's
away from ceremonial finish.
9:19:55.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it is
So
under
that's
10.
so he's under 10 minutes.
Under 10, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me do a little math here.
I must have done the math wrong.
They're back to the belt.
Oh my goodness.
Good Lord.
That is frustrating.
It's like the 4th belt. He went through what, 2 during qualifying?
You just can't
So-
carry.
One earlier and then another today.
Can't carry enough belts.
So if my math is correct, and don't hold me to this, but I'm going to say 51.9 mile an hour average is what they did it in, which still falls in, I said 50 to 55.
Yep,
So.
yep, you did.
So there's Barry. He's he's like the general manager, I believe, at Jimco.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's been pretty much been with
Jeez,
Rob
what
all
a tough day for that team.
Okay, it's it's another belt.
Yep.
Yeah. The fact that he has a cell phone out and they're not just trying to repair it leads me to believe they don't have what they need right now.
Correct.
And the look on Barry's face right there,
Mm-hmm.
as well as Rob. Looks like he's maybe texting for parts, not scrambling to fix the car.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to get that thing home.
They got to get out of there.
Yep. Oof.
That's
rough.
a tough day.
500 for Rob Mack. It has, even with all that experience, the machinery doesn't work right. There's only so much you can do. It's at the mercy of these belts. Just taking them off time and time again.
Yeah.
It's got to just grind on you, though. Or maybe he just shrugs it
Yeah.
off. I don't know. All right, back to race mile 405. Got a couple vehicles on the course here. See if we can get a tighter shot and figure out who we are looking at.
Probably some specs.
There we go.
Yeah, it's a Lawrence truck. Oh, it's the 85L, so that's Clay.
Oh, that's Legend, yep. So here comes Clay Lawrence, followed by,
right.
hot on the heels,
Yeah.
we have
Seems like he's pushing it.
273 truck.
It's Jordan Brenthal.
That's Brenthal.
Yeah. And they've been that close since we saw them at the shot from the coast.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think, unfortunately for Brenthal, so he's trying a different line right here, but yeah, he couldn't make up the time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Brenthal, he's probably getting held up right now, but it is so hard to make a pass. You know, man, like he might be able to make a little push. And then he's got Parkhouse coming up on him.
Yeah.
So, you know, you get into a freight train like that, and then sometimes you get stuck running the other guy's pace.
Yeah.
And you can't get around them, and then other cars end up catching you.
Right.
So it's really frustrating as a driver if you're stuck behind someone that's slower than you.
Yeah, overall, it's going to slow him down.
Yeah. Won't help with the
Tavo
time he needs.
should be finishing any second.
Yeah, he's right there. So, yeah, Tavo's 10 miles from the start finish.
So this is a great example of clouds of dust and then clear. And so Brenthal made some room, but then he had to let off. And then right here,
what happens here?
Right here, so he's going to accelerate out of that. You've got that big ditch, so you know you got to be careful, but it's so hard to make that gap.
Does he take a different line? Does it even matter
I
at this point?
think he wants to try to go left
Will he
and
go
do
left?
something different, but yeah, so he is. So
and so will he
Lawrence
continue to
is
go
taking
left?
that. So Lawrence is on a high line. This is a pretty big split, so he's got to stay left Okay, and Lawrence kind of slowed up right there. So, I mean, Brenthal should be pushing like crazy. That's a little off camber on that corner, but now
this is interesting.
This is going to be kind of tight when they come back together.
Oof. All right. Okay, here we go.
Does look like Brenthal's out ahead though.
He's not going to get him, but he's going
to
be right on him.
Hey,
he's going to be right on him.
Go back. Oh, go back.
Right
there. They're on top of each other.
He's right on him, so he might be able to nerf him.
They split.
Oh, he's going to make the pass. He's going to make the pass.
Here they go.
Oh man.
Now they
this
took
is.
Oh, maybe not.
lines.
Okay, Lawrence let him by.
But that was nice because
he could have not let him by.
Recognized that, and he recognized that he's not competing in the same class.
Yeah,
true.
And that Brenthal's running fairly high up in the trophy spec, and
kind of
he
sign
might
of respect.
be doing okay in Legends, but obviously Gus is gone. So Clay isn't going to win Legends, and he's already gapping him out.
Yeah.
So he definitely was holding him up.
And Brenthal's in the top 5, so that was
that was a good move.
Yep.
That's
sportsman-like move.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to have driver etiquette out on the course.
Right.
But it was fun to watch them to go side by side.
Yeah, it was.
Different lines.
A little excitement there.
That was a great example of using lines. And if you're behind somebody and you're in their dust, you got to do anything you can, even if it might be a little slower line. If you get clean air, then you still might be able to make that pass.
Go for it. Right.
Yeah. It shows that Jordan knew what he was looking at,
Yeah.
He wanted to get out of the dust. He knew he could take that other line, and he did.
Generally, like if you're marking the course when we're pre-running, I try to mark any option line, and then you'll talk to your co-driver and be like, hey man, don't we have a line coming up? And they'll let you know when you're in dust like that, so you can try to set up your pass. Okay, we got our top 3 have finished.
Yep.
And so it's looking like Tavo beat Polvarde by 2.5 minutes.
Wow.
So Polvarde kept closing, but
Yep.
he just couldn't close enough.
Yeah.
Great effort.
But I mean, good job.
Yeah.
Great
effort.
I think that's his first podium in the trophy truck class. So, it's a great
awesome.
way to build some momentum.
For
he
sure.
would have had a podium at San Felipe if they didn't lose that drive shaft right at the very end. So.
Well, and we talked about the penalties. These guys are pros, but sometimes things happen when you're on the race course.
Yep.
At those speeds, so you never know.
And 2.5 minutes, that's not much.
No.
Not at all.
If Tavo sped a little bit in a speed zone or something,
Yeah.
you can lose that 2.5 minutes very easily.
Yeah. So we'll find out.
Well, a good solid season so far for Christopher Polvarde, at least showing what he's made of, what he can do, what he can accomplish. Here we have the top 3. Scored trophy truck, unofficial results of Price, followed by Vidosala and Polvarde. Rounding out our top 3 right now.
And for a 483-mile race, to have your top 3 finishers within 10 minutes of each other, that's pretty impressive. But I think Price going wire to wire, to go out, qualify first, lead all day. He never relinquished it, had clean air all day.
Yeah.
Didn't have any mechanical issues.
Correct.
Right? So, a lot of these factors played into his success.
It's exactly what Alan Ampudia did at the last race.
Right.
That's actually very unusual.
Yeah, and honestly,
for both of them.
Tavo had a flat and Polvarde had a flat because they both had, we heard they were both throwing tires in the hoops. So
that's right.
That kind of basically sealed the deal for the race.
Yeah.
And that shows how competitive it is right now.
Yeah.
Of one flat tire can cost you the race.
And it looks like we have Bryce in 4th as of right now. He's probably the next trophy truck on his way. About a minute ago, he pinged at 18 miles, so he's getting close.
And I think he was
Rob
about
Max
10
got
minutes.
the whole hood off there.
Well,
yep.
they're dealing with that steering issue.
That whole belt. Yep.
Yeah.
Jeez. That's unfortunate.
That's a bad spot.
I
to be in.
wonder if they may have
McMillan.
lost the whole steering box.
Mm-hmm.
So Luke McMillan coming through race mile 405.
I want to hear what his issue was because he had a good run going.
Okay. 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 All right. We are in just a moment here going to go down to Toby Price. Here we go. Let's go down to Rat and Toby Price. Slight glitch in Ensenada. The timing is a little anticlimactic, but we promise that moments away we're going to get you a feed with our trophy truck winner, unofficial, physically across the line, and hopefully we'll get a good feed and Rat can catch up because we know this is a long time coming for him and a very special occasion.
I want to hear from those guys and what they have to say. And like I was saying, I think we're going to have one heck of a celebration going on here.
Let's go, Rat.
That's what it takes to get to the finish line. A lot of hard, good truck. Let's bring them on up and see how their day went out there. Here he comes, your first truck to the finish right here. Number 46 in the quad lock built score trophy truck. Oh, congratulations, it's been a long time coming. You guys have been so close. You guys have just been on fire. You guys are absolutely some of the best drivers in the world. But right now, unofficially, first place in this year's Baja 500. Congratulations.
Thanks, mate. Oh, shit. It's been hard. Last 12 months it's been hard.
We're gonna do a split screen here, and hopefully it comes back up. We'll shoot back down there, but a very emotional Paul Wheel.
Guys and girls, all
here we go.
In Team Australia.
Let's listen in.
It's just, yeah, it's happy tears.
Absolutely. There's a lot of emotions. You guys worked so hard for this. You've been coming down here for the last couple years, as we talked about. Tennessee, you had the truck burn up. Just a lot of bad luck. Not driver issues. It's just truck issues. You finally got this thing dialed in. Got it here. Top of the box and officially.
Yeah, like to come back from burning a truck out at 1,000 in 22 was, you know, a big from us, and you know we made a lot of changes last year. It was really hard.
Okay. Well, it's a bummer we're not able to hear, you know, the celebration, but he was mentioning happy tears, and they've just been really going through it, and you know, there's nothing you can do when the emotions come forward after all that hard work.
Well, and you know, he brought up when their truck burned down. I think it was at the 1,022.
No, you guys started. You guys top qualifier. Toby drove in qualifying.
To have the
then
redemption
Thursday in the
of winning the
Wheels
500,
qualifying.
that's got to feel really, really good. That's where I think we're seeing these emotions out of him right now.
Yeah, well earned. Well, let's listen in, see if we can get a clear connection here.
Yeah.
I guess I jinxed it. The price jinx is coming at me now.
Well, without
just
saying,
kidding. Take it back.
They're super stoked.
Yes.
They've earned this. You know, he was so close to winning the 250 and really had that almost wire to wire. He qualified first. And then, you know, to have that mechanical issue.
Back to Rat? Nope. Back.
You guys are stellar racers over there, but this is the first time, your first big win. And, you know, we talk about so much effort. You guys have the truck and everything built, prepped over here, but you guys put in all the effort, and it all paid off, man. Congratulations to you, the whole team.
Thanks, mate. We'll be having a couple of beers tonight. I tell you that we weren't going to go back if we.
Wow.
Well, when you think about it too, you know, part of that emotion too is he was taking the truck in a lead position. So there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
And for him to take it in a lead position and still maintain that lead, I'm sure that with everything we've talked about, you know, those emotions are flying.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure through kind of from Ojos to the finish, there's probably a lot going through his head.
Right.
Of, man, are we actually going to really pull this off?
Yeah.
And so, you know, good on him on that win.
And just praying for no mechanical glitches. Just get us to the finish line.
Like we were saying, I think, as far as I know, that's the first Aussie to at least overall.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know of,
Looks like he's getting his check.
Someone won a class or something.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's a good job. And
thanks, Toby.
You know, and they've been fast qualifiers for quite a while right now.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I kind of felt like they were due.
They are.
They finally got it.
They earned it.
Yeah.
Yep. That's very exciting.
It's right where you'd love to be.
For sure. It's taken a lot of effort, that's for sure. 2019 was a great bite to it. NASA and everything with Jesse Jones, but yeah, it's great to see it pay off for Paul Wheel and our whole team and crew. And like I say, coming from Australia, it's hard work and a lot of effort to come here and try and run with these guys. And yeah, we started the weekend off really good with a top qualifying spot, and then yeah, basically I started to start right through the 3.6, kept the wheels on the truck and moving forward, and yeah, it's all panned out. So.
Toby Price in good spirits as well. He's feeling great and, you know, reflecting on all of their effort to get them to this podium spot. And yeah, I'm excited. We'll see what they bring to the 400 now, right? They got some momentum, some juice going.
I'm going to say he's got to be the favorite to qualify first.
Yeah.
He's been doing it a lot lately.
He has.
You got it done. Smoked the field. And what an epic course, super technical. I mean, we threw everything at you. Come down here and race Baja. You've raced a car, you've raced everything, but there's nothing that's more difficult than coming down here in Baja.
Not at all, that's it. It's a lot of Dakar events, and yeah, this one's eluded me for a very, very long time, so never been able to get a win down here, and yeah, it's just minor little things that can just go wrong and just bring everything to a stop. Yeah, it's great to be able to just get across the finish line and keep our sponsors happy. They've been supporting us along the way, and we feel bad. We've been letting them down the last few races, but we know the speed's there and we know we can do it, but it just there hasn't quite panned out for us. And like I say, I felt bad for Paul. He's paying the bills and hasn't been driving his truck, and I've been breaking it on him. So it's great to see him here at the finish line and to come through with a win. That's just ticked all the boxes for us. So we're ready for the 400 now. We're getting excited, so this should be good.
You ticked all the boxes, mate. And I know you probably have some personal sponsors of your own. Anybody else you want to thank?
Yeah, look, it's just mainly the Quad Block guys, BFGoodrich. Massive big thanks to them guys. Yeah, they kept the tyres on this truck and just kept us rolling. And yeah, massive big thanks to the Red Bull guys for myself as well. Yeah, we've got Dixon on board. Everybody like that that's helping out and making sure that we look the part on the side of the track, but we're trying to do the business on the track, and we've done it today. So yeah, big thanks to everybody, and looking forward to like I say, a few big.
There you go.
Right.
There you have it. The tone is set for the 400. They're focused already. Really cool to see. And I think in just a little bit, hopefully, we'll probably see Tavo up there once they're cleared out.
So what I'm wondering
and here's Chris Polvardi coming through town.
Yeah.
Shot Ensenada there, stuck in traffic. Move!
Right.
So according to my calculations, Tavo should be our new points leader.
Okay.
Because you got Empudia won San Felipe, but Tavo got third, and now Tavo, you know, if everything stays as is, we'll have a second.
Right.
So we'll have a third and a second. Both Empudia and Luke McMillan had issues. Looks like they're going to finish, so it's going to keep them close. Right. But that's going to, I think, basically it should end up being probably Tavo, Bryce, and then depending on who finishes ahead of one another, Luke and Alan and Pudia, that should be the top 4.
Got you. Well, we shall see here.
And
we'll go back to Rat right now. Rat, take it away.
They make the big trip. I mean, that's hard enough. We've had a lot of races from Australia. They might come over, race 1 or 2 races. But what you guys have been through and to keep persevering and making it happen, that's what it's all about. That's what off-road racing is all about. And you guys are at the top of off-road racing. Congratulations once again, and we're looking forward to seeing you at Baja 400.
Thanks, mate. We're down here in Baja.
Más cervezas para amigos de los Australia. It's on tonight. It's on. I'm going to show see. Yeah, it is on tonight for sure. Well deserved. Very cool.
I was kind of looking through our finishers from San Felipe, and so in points, then your next 5th was Cameron. So lo siento, because he had a DNF, so now he's pretty much out of it. 6th was Dan McMillan. I'm showing him at, he might be going again, but I was, a few minutes ago, I was still showing him at 0 miles an hour. So depending on if Dan finishes or not, even if he does, he's going to be quite a ways back.
Right. Yeah.
Polvardi was 7th, so he's going to jump up quite a bit.
Yep.
Lofton was 8th. He, I believe, is going to have a DNF because it looked like he was broke kind of by the base of San Matias. And then we've got Tracy Graff, and they were actually doing halfway decent, so they'll probably move up a little bit as well. But that's kind of what our trophy truck points are starting to shape up.
Okay.
So I think, win goes to Price. The championship race is right now going to Tavo.
Interesting.
With 2 more races to go.
With 2 more to go. Yeah, exactly.
And Bryce will be up there in points too.
Yeah. I would say Bryce is going to be 4th, I think.
Yep.
Well, no, I think he's going to be 3rd.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll go Tavo, Bryce.
What about Polvardi?
And Polvardi.
As they say in Australia,
well, it depends where Impudia and where Luke finish, because Polvardi had a 7th.
I thought you were talking about this.
No, we're talking championship.
Overall,
yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, for this race, Polvardi and then Bryce will be 4th.
Yep. Got the big 10K check. Not sure where you deposit that, baby.
I think they spent it.
Yeah, they already spent it.
For the race fuel for the truck.
Just to get the truck home, yeah. There it goes. Just hand that right over.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a nice check to get, though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
For sure. You can see the crowd just jamming in there. It's a packed house. Beautiful day. All right, so off goes the 46 truck. And momentarily, I think we'll have Tavo making his way up there. Let's see, Rat, take it away.
We got 452X. And who do we have on the bike over here?
Steve Tishner.
Steve, how you feeling, man? What a day out there you guys had. And 1 trophy truck got by you. That's not too bad, but a little bit scary out there when that happens.
Yeah, well, actually, we stayed ahead of them the whole time until we got to the corrected scoring shooting spot, so that was fine. I just got around us when we got down here on the roads, the streets, so I was thankful I didn't have to get passed by a trophy truck. That's never any fun, but Toby, they're great. They're great drivers. They know what they're doing, so it wouldn't be the worst thing to happen, but yeah, we were lucky to stay ahead of them the whole time.
But you guys are on the podium. You got to be stoked.
Yeah, we had a really good time. All of our riders made it in one piece, which is great. Had a few gremlins to deal with most of the day, but that stuff happens. They're dirt bikes, and we like I said, we'll live another day and come out here and figure some stuff out. But great time, a lot of fun. The team was a whole week was just a great time.
You want to thank some people for the team?
Yeah, big thanks to Tuner Travis for TBT for getting us the bike and the suspension. Like I said, we had a few gremlins during the day, but the bike handled fantastic.
Transition.
He did so much work with the bike. We can't thank Travis enough. Jeff Hill at Baja Bound for all the support. He he was here pitting us Here we're upright, so that was great. Ryan Leobelt, Justin Schultz, they're also the masterminds behind this team and really making sure that we have everything we need. So huge thanks to all those guys. And my personal sponsor, Reno Motorsports, supported me for many months. So big thanks to those guys as well.
Because there's a
well, congrats to you guys. Great work, and looking forward to seeing you at the 400.
We'll be there. Thanks.
Get those chupacabras out of the bike, will you?
We will.
We got Lee.
All right, congrats to Fisher on being a finisher of Baja 500, and there was a quad behind them, and I think we saw Tavo, but right now we're back at race mile 405. 162 car coming through.
Yeah, it's Brandon Gaughan in that class 1.
Oh, you can see the course getting really chewed up right there.
Yeah. So most of those 1 cars are all Jimco hammerheads, and Parkhouse, I think, is in the only one that's a mid-engine. And then the leader, Cody Reed, in that RPI car, that's an all-wheel drive Alumacraft.
Gotcha.
And he's still leading class 1.
Yeah.
So the battles we got going, trophy spec is the one that we want to watch. Justin Davis is still leading.
Okay.
But there's not a whole lot more racing to go for him. I want to see if I can get a race mile off for Justin Davis. Yeah, he is at race mile 435.
Gotcha.
So basically 50 miles from the finish, but a lot of that is speed zone.
I'm not 100%, but I thought that was Elijah Kiger in the 238 truck. But there's no hood, no front paneling. It's all gone.
I think it might be, though.
He's still battling.
So, yeah, Davis is at 434, and then Thor Herps is around 431. The problem Thor's got is he has 2 vehicles between him, though, possibly even 3, of Dallas Luttrell and Cody Reed. So it's going to be really tough for Thor to make up that time.
Well, as long as he can finish.
UTV-wise, Caden McCachran's continuing to throw it down, and we might see a shot of him in that Acambaro Europan area fairly soon.
All right.
Yeah, he's come through Santo Tomas, and he's on his way to that area. One thing, though, he's got 4 trophy specs that are all fairly close right ahead of him. So he's going to be battling dust. And let me see where Brandon Sims is.
There's a different. Where's this guy going here? It's like
he's
pit
doing
moment.
a pit, yeah. One thing that's playing out here, though, Francisco Vera in the 10 car has actually kind of been closing up on McCachran, I think. And he might be able to make some ground. So, that's Allsap right there. I believe he is our 4th overall UTV.
He's in a Can-Am, too.
Yep.
All right,
and that looks like it's...
Get that,
okay,
get
that is a Maverick R.
Lots of hand signals going on here. I wonder what he's trying to communicate. They are trying to get that.
The tracker shows Brandon Sims in 2nd overall for the UTVs.
Good to go. Back on the road.
UTV class is pretty spread out. You got Caden and then Brandon. And so Brandon only has 2 10 cars between him and Caden. So I do kind of wonder if maybe he can close up that gap on Caden a little bit.
So
because Caden's got those spec trucks that are going to be holding him up.
Right.
And if those 10 cars are charging hard and they actually close time on Caden, Brandon might be able to make some time.
Yeah.
So that's still a race in my opinion.
Right.
So here we're taking a look at the Pro UTV Open. This is at race mile 358. We got McCachran in first, Sims in second, Scanlon in third, Alsup in fourth, and the 1825 truck in fifth. So those are your top 5 Pro UTV Open competitors as of right now. And we'll have more dust coming your way from various vantage points. We're still taking a look at race mile 405. We got a helicopter. They're tracking somebody here. Coming
Looks
to
like
a tight
truck.
turn. Yep. And let's see if we can get a tight shot.
That's one of the spec trucks that's ahead of, I think that's Ryan Hancock. But that's one of the 3 or 4 spec trucks that is right ahead of Caden
McCachran.
So we should, from this shot, should have 2 more spec trucks come through, and then we'll have our lead UTV. And then right after that, our lead 10 car. So this is an interesting battle. You got spec trucks versus UTVs versus 10 cars.
Right.
With Caden in the lead, that's the factory Polaris race team is
at least, and he's about to pass his dad.
Yeah.
So that's got to make Rob feel good that even though he's broke, to watch his kid come through in first, that's a little bit of a silver lining. We're looking for those out of these types of races. So
proud dad moment.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's our trophy truck spec, race mile 409. Our top 8 to your left, powered by Optima. Yeah, it looks like we're, as the dust settles or parts, we got Herps coming through.
Yeah, so that should be Thor.
That's Thor, yeah.
So, man, like this area here, you can see the dust just hanging. And it's so frustrating as a driver because I'm sure Thor is trying to make up time. And then you just get into some of the spots and you can't see.
Nothing you can do.
You can't really drive what you can't see.
Yep.
And this is where I was saying having Reed, he's got 2 trophy trucks, I think, between him and Reed in a 1 car. Yeah, see, it just hangs in those little canyons.
In the canyon, yeah.
And there's a little area with some oak trees. So actually,
look how far that goes in the distance. It's still just, it's just hanging.
Yeah,
it's all dust the whole way through there.
You can't see through there. So they're, for sure, they're not able to drive 100%. One good thing for Thor is it looks like one of the trophy trucks is behind him. So I think he's got Luttrell and Reed in front of him, in between him and Davis.
Gotcha.
But in that dust like that, you're not going to be able to make a pass. So that should be Hancock still.
Do we know if Davis has dust or does he have clean air? Relatively clean air.
I think he had relatively clean air, but let me check and see.
Ziegler coming through.
Davis should almost be to Ojos at this point.
Look at this. Guys are messing with 241.
Decided to rearrange the bodywork on the car
I guess
a little.
so.
So Davis is almost to our next timing point, which is where the course comes back onto itself and you go back on the outbound, or what would have been the start. So here's Caden right here, and he is literally going to drive by his dad in a couple, 2 minutes maybe, if that.
Soon.
Yeah.
Soon. He's making good time.
Literally, I think he goes over that hill right there, and his dad's going to be sitting right behind a bush.
Yep.
And there's Francisco Vera in the 1000 car, and he's closed a lot of time on Caden.
Yeah, he's moving.
What I think could happen here is Vera might catch him, and then Now if Caden's in his dust, and you've got those spec trucks. Okay, there's Rob,
and choosing
Caden
a different line there.
Yeah, Caden should be coming. Yeah, he's setting himself up for this right-hand turn where you have that big ditch.
Yep.
So if you stay to the left, it gives you a better approach. It pinches off real tight if you stay to the right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so here he's just going right over those ruts. Looks like he'll hook left.
Now Rob might be hearing Caden on the radio.
Yeah, so there's Caden, and he just went by his dad.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome little moment we caught right there of son going by father while father's broken in a trophy truck.
All the time has come. Looks like it's our moment for Tavo to come up and toss to Rat. Take it away, Rat.
First Mexican national to ever win a Score Trophy Truck Championship. Tavo Vildoso right now unofficially second place. Congrats, bro. You came out, you teamed up, you won the 1,000 with your team, but right now you did this all day yourself. Unofficially second place. Congratulations.
It's our second podium of the year. Third place at San Felipe, second place here at the Baja 500 unofficially. But yeah, just really proud of what we're building, trying to build a championship program again at Vildoso Racing, and just trying to emulate what my dad's done, 10 races, 9, don't want to jinx it, 9 races in a row, but it's fun. It was a rough course out there, nasty, tight, technical, just wanted to get to the finish line.
And you got here fast. It was a battle out there. It was cool to be able to track you guys and see all the in-car footage. That kind of made it a little special. It gets better every year on the coverage, so people could actually follow you, all your family, friends, and fans out there.
Yeah, I think Score did an amazing job this race with the live tracking. I think that's going to really change what we're doing out here. So, it was a great battle. Congratulate Toby. He deserves it. He's a great competitor, a great man, and I'm really proud that if we weren't going to win, I'm glad that he did. So, it wasn't us, it was him, and we just battled all day, and we're here. A lot of people are not going to make it back. I guarantee it.
Absolutely, yeah. Brutal course each and every 500. Every race, like this one was super technical, but they get more brutal every race for sure.
Yeah, I need to talk to Jose about that because it was just, I'd last 40 miles, I just wanted to get to the finish line.
Yeah, well, you got it here. Congratulations. ¿Te gustaría decir algo en español?
Sí, primero que nada, gracias a mi familia, mi esposa y mis hijas. No sé si están viendo en la casa, pero hola. A todos los que nos apoyan aquí desde el equipo, los fans de Ensenada, de Mexicali, de Baja California Sur, de Tecate, de todos lados. Muchas gracias. Y nos vemos en la Baja 400.
Listo. I know you got some good sponsors. You probably want to give them a quick shout out real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, I always thank Toyo Tires. They got us here to the finish line. Inner Protection, Mexlog, King Shocks, the hat. And whoever else is on the side of the car. I'm just tired and I'm happy to be here.
Congrats, man. Good seeing you and looking forward to the 400 and the rest of the year and going for that championship this year, 2 podiums in a row and going for another one.
Yeah, that's the goal. I want to take that #1 plate from Bryce. So, and it doesn't happen overnight. We have to build to get there. And again, like I said, third place, second place this year, and obviously that's a testament to what the boys at the shop have been doing. Tony, Javi, everyone. So.